Chickadee check out the microphone 1 2. Hey, I just restarted the live stream. I found an interview that Conspiracy Music Guru had. I'm about to play it. Nobody's talking in here, and I haven't started this stream up because it's just sometimes when there's dead air, I just don't want to start the stream. But if anyone wants to listen, I'm going to wait a few minutes for people to, once they get the notification, they'll click on it and listen live. So anyway, I'm just filling up this part of the dead air. But yeah, I mean, freaking Alex he's been in here before. He's a really cool guy. He makes awesome music. Miguel just posted one of his videos. We play his music all the time, and he's a really cool guy. So anyway. So I'm just waiting for at least a few people to show up in the live stream before I start to play this interview with Alex from some guy I've never heard of before. He just put it up on his channel a couple of days ago. Anyway, just want to let everybody know what's going on. Don't let them take your mind. Don't let them tell you that you are not divine. Take control of your soul. Find the truth. Find it all. We're gonna love you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna start that interview with Flat Earth Man in a couple minutes. I want to get some people. I want to start it when a few people are listening. Just want to make sure people are listening before I actually start it.
Been very quiet in here the last few days.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Hey, man, it's been a holiday weekend. A lot of people, especially in America, it's kind of. I mean, I know it's past the holiday weekend, but no, we do have cycles. Sometimes it's a little slow, Timbo. So,
yeah, that's good. I don't mind listening to the bot.
I don't either.
It's always interesting.
Well, it's just like people like Alex and Dave Weiss, and all kinds of people are putting out new content all the time. And they don't mind if we play their content on here. So, and so if it's
Alex, is that the guy that makes the music?
No, he's Flat Earth Man. He's the guy that makes the music. Yeah, Alex Michael, Conspiracy Music Guru. That's the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he just put out, like 2 days ago, he put out an interview that he had with some guy. I listened to a portion of it, and I think it'll be a really good addition. Something that's listenable. Really cool guy. He's actually been on here a few times and talked to us. So he's a really, really cool guy.
I was surprised when I heard his accent and he was British. And I
know he's British, but he lives in Spain now. And so, yeah, he's a freaking trip, man.
Yeah, I've got my youngest son singing, "Do You Still Believe We Went to the Moon?"
There you go. You got to sing it. Don't believe in gravity.
I can't go that far yet. I don't reckon his mum would appreciate it.
No, well, either way. Do you still believe we went to the moon? It's just like he's brilliant, man. And he plays all of his own instruments. He doesn't have anybody playing with him. He plays everything that you hear on all his music. That's him. Every instrument. Now, some of it's like digital drums and stuff, but some of it's he has a drum set and stuff. He has his own studio. But yeah, he plays all that.
You were saying he was going to write a children's book or something, wasn't he?
No, he already did. Dude, he made a children's book out of every song on that Flat Earth Man that album. I have one of them. I actually bought one because I didn't ever send him money. But when he put the book out, I was like, all right, I'll support him. I'll buy a book off of Amazon. So I bought one, And then he started putting out a new children's book for every song that he created on that album. And it's just like, they're really cool books, man. So anyway.
Yeah, I'll have to have a look.
Let's see how many people have jumped in so far. We have...
I'm listening. I just got to get back to work.
Yeah, well, I have to get back to work, listen to this audiobook I was listening to. I just anyway. But no, I just I shut the stream down for a while because nobody's talking. But no, I'll go ahead and start playing it. You can listen to it. I'll go ahead and start playing. I already have.
No worries.
Yeah, it's an interesting interview. I listened to like the first 10 minutes of it. And Alex is always, he's a straight up dude, man. He'll tell you everything about how he came. I don't even know the guy that's interviewing him. I've never seen the dude before, but I watched like the first 10 minutes of it. It's a really cool interview. So I'm going to play that, and then maybe it'll lead into something else, and maybe some people will join, and then we'll get back into like live conversation. So cool. Good to talk to you again.
You later.
Timbo. Yeah, talk to you, brother. Talk to you later, brother.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Love Project. As always, I'm your host, James Robertson. This is episode 28. Right, we've got a very, very special guest on the show tonight. I'm a big fan of this guy. You may know him as his alter egos as Flat Earth Man or Conspiracy Music Guru, but we all know him as Mr. Alex Michael. So please, without further ado, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. How you doing, man?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
All right, mate. Busy, you know. There's never a dull moment. I'm never bored. You know, once you wake up to this stuff, it's kind of it kind of wakes up your mind. It just when I started learning about all this stuff, it just I had a creative burst, and I couldn't wait to you know put it into music. And that's kind of what I do now, putting it into music and books and T-shirts and that sort of stuff to try and waken my fellow zombies.
Yeah. Well, like I just said to you off camera, I'm so grateful that you've given us the time to just to talk to you. A big fan of yours. I was already kind of aware of all the stuff that you do anyway, but became friends with a guy quite recently. A guy I believe you're aware of him now, Mr. Ben Wagon. Big shout out to Ben, and he's got this incredible story, and he's just such a big fan of yours, and wherever he goes, he's just blasting your music from his car, just singing your songs. Just recently, it was the Edinburgh Fringe Festival up here, and the streets of Edinburgh were just so packed, and he's literally standing out on the street, blaring your songs, singing your songs. And
I mean, what a compliment that is! What a huge compliment that someone that not only that he knows the lyrics better than I do. He did literally the whole album. I mean, when I saw that video, I think Ian Lee sent that to me. And he phoned me up and said, there's a guy here, he's singing your songs. And I got to talk to him, and he was like, he was made up because he was talking to the guy that the album he was singing. It's really weird. I can't put it into words, but what a huge compliment that is, that someone would go onto the streets of Edinburgh in front of like hundreds or thousands of people all walking by and belting out my songs. It's just like, that was, so big props to Ben for doing that. Thanks, man.
Although I think he kind of murdered it a little bit. I think you're a little bit better of a singer than he is.
Yeah, when I put that video on Facebook, and I didn't say that he was singing my songs, I said he was belting them out, so there was a difference.
But yeah, he was, I must say, he was over the moon that he got to speak to you over FaceTime. He's kind of really made his day, so he's very grateful for that.
Oh, great.
So
what a legend. And I heard the interview that you did with him. He's got quite a tragic backstory, and I find it interesting that the symbolism there, when he comes out of a coma, then he wakes up to flat Earth. How symbolic is that?
Yeah. Well, quite sadly, he laughs about it, actually, but we've all experienced. I don't know what your experience has been when you awaken to these things and you start sharing these things. You actually say it out loud that you believe the Earth is flat. People have various different reactions. Some angry, some disappointed. I've lost. I'm not. They're still alive. Not lost, but kind of many friends of 20 years have turned their back on me, and family members. And it's the same with Ben. He's awakened. This obviously everything. He came out of the coma, And the sad thing is, they attribute his now beliefs to his head injury. I don't know.
But so do I, in a way, you know, some people have these, it's kind of like, like David Icke. I mean, I used to love David Icke. I've got a different opinion of him now, but wasn't his stories like something, he had this like spiritual experience and then like had this this overload of information, and he went a bit crazy for a while. And that, you know, he started to, I think he's a little bit of a gatekeeper now, but that's that aside, because he doesn't talk about NASA or flat Earth or anything. But it's a similar story, isn't it? Coming out of that coma, getting a download of information. So I do attribute it to his head injury, but not in the way that these family are attributing it to it.
Yeah. And I would actually, further in the interview, I would like to talk to you about David Icke and what you just alluded to it, but we'll get into that later. But what I wanted to know is kind of before Flat Earth Man and conspiracy music guru, what's Alex Michael's story? What's your background? Where did you grow up, and how did you get into music?
Oh gosh, I remember being involved in music at the early age of 4 because we always had a piano in our house, and my dad was an organist in a band. There was 4 brothers, my 3 uncles and my dad. We were in this band in the 70s and early 80s, and my dad was the organist in this band. So there was always an organ in the house or a piano in the house, and I just remember at the age of 4, like tinkling on the ivory, so to speak, and and I just, by the time I was a teenager, I had my own keyboard and that sort of thing. And then I was going around I did my first gig when I was 8 years old, playing the piano in an old people's home and playing Christmas songs. It was around Christmas, I remember. It was in a little village hall, and they went round with the glass, and everyone put like some money in. And I remember at the end of I think I played for half an hour or something like that. Yeah. And there was £8 in this glass. And this was in 1980, and I was a kid. Wow. So this is a huge amount of money. It's like, man, I can make money out of doing this. So I think that's what sort of spurred me to sort of try and do it for a living one day. Yeah. But I did go through the general, doing normal jobs like stacking shelves in Tesco's, and then I did a bit of carpentry and kitchen fitting and that sort of stuff. Yeah. But I was always doing music on the side as a hobby, doing, playing my organ or keyboard in a working man's club. And then by the age of 21, I picked up a guitar and started messing around with that. And I started going into pubs and doing acoustic gigs, and I was a DJ as well. And I was a karaoke compere, so I was Mr. Entertainment. So whenever a pub needed some entertainment, they'd call me because I could either play the organ or play the guitar or do some singing to backing tracks or a karaoke or a disco. I was just like the mobile entertainment man. And I did that for about 10 years, and I think I packed all that in at about 2009, 2010. Then 2012 came along, and that's when about 10 years ago, and that's when I started looking into 9/11, and the rest is history. So for the last 10 years, I've kind of been on that journey of like this excited child. I feel like I'm a 10-year-old child still learning, but at least I have things to put into music now, rather than singing those tepid love songs in a bar and no one listening, or people watching the rugby on the screen behind me while I'm belting out a song. All that soul-destroying things I did. I did my apprenticeship in the bars and the clubs, but now I just get to sit in my little studio with no drunken people around me, and I just get to be in control of it all now. So I'm using everything I've learned from those days to using those skills and making conscious music now. Yeah,
I mean, that was going to lead me into my next question actually. So what was I guess you're the same as me. So it was 9/11 was the first thing that made you kind of question anything. Yeah.
Exactly. I remember I had a little studio in Harlow in Essex, in Braintree in Essex. I schooled in Harlow and I was born in Loughton in Essex. So I'm an Essex boy through and through. And I had a house in Braintree in Essex, and I converted the studio, the garage, into a little studio, and I was making ringtones. And that's still my bread and butter today. I sell ringtones for iPhone and that kind of thing.
Oh, wow, really?
But yeah, that's my basic. Well, I mean, I can't make a living from conspiracy music, unfortunately, because independent musicians struggle enough, don't they? Yeah. But let alone independent musicians singing about flat Earth. I mean, that's never going to be promoted in the mainstream. But that aside, so I do ringtones. That's my bread and butter. And I had this guy would come in. He was making a couple of ringtones for me, and he came in and he said, "Have you seen this video on the 9/11 on the plane that hit the Pentagon?" And he showed me one video. And it was those 3 frames that we got from the security camera from the And I thought, that's no plane. That looks like a missile. And because he typed that in to my YouTube back in the days when YouTube wasn't censoring, it was like a 9/11 conspiracy video. So because he'd like armed YouTube with, right, that's what you like. Because you like this, how about some of these 9/11 conspiracy videos as well?
Yeah.
That was back in the good old days of YouTube. So I kept seeing 9/11 conspiracy, and I was watching that, and then that's just my mind. That was the catalyst that got me into it.
Yeah.
So it all started with 9/11, and once you see that for what it is, then you're like, okay, what else is bullshit? And then, I was just watching every video that had Illuminati or New World Order or, something like that in the title. You don't get that these days. You have to look, quite hard to find that sort of stuff these days. But that's what got me into it. And then 2016, Flat Earth came onto, was on my table, and I thought that was ridiculous. But, then you realize it's not.
It's the same stories, kind of like, I can remember, and people don't believe me when I say this, but I can remember when 9/11 happened, just watching it, and obviously the initial reaction of shock and stuff. But even then, there was just something that watching those buildings, something that.
Yeah, I know exactly. I know the feeling you're talking about. I had that. I thought, how does that?
Yeah.
No, but it must be true because it must be true because that's, But you just can't. And there's always this little split, like that, like they say like Neo, Morpheus says to Neo in the Matrix, there's a splinter in your mind. It's driving you mad. You don't know what it is. There's something wrong with the world. You feel it when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. And it was that. This ain't right. But you don't know what that feeling is. But thankfully we've tapped into that.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I'm not a physics major or kind of structural engineer, but just something at that time. And I can remember even voicing my opinion, and I was the hatred I would get. Obviously, in the early days was crazy.
Yeah. I learned very, very early on not to open my mouth about that because I started. This was around Christmas. I did it around the Christmas table. There was my brother, his wife, his daughter, my father was there, and there was me. So there was only like 5 or 6 of us there, and I started talking about 9/11, and I just got shot down. My dad was like, "You're talking bollocks." My dad's like a London. "You're talking bollocks. What a load of bollocks." He was going, and I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I learned very, very early on to just gauge my audience, which I do to this day.
Yeah, and exactly the same as you. 2016. I become aware that there's people who still believe the Earth is flat, and my initial reaction would have been like everybody else's. What? there's retards that still believe that the world is flat in 2016, and I rushed to condemn it and ridicule it and go into groups and fight with these people because where's the edge?
That's how you become a flat earther.
But I guess there's something in us, like it was in yourself, that some people can't move past the ridicule and the mocking of it, and they'll just watch mainstream alternative stuff. They won't actually kind of hold on. Why do these people believe that? But there was something in me, and I guess it was in you, that made you look further into it. And then, as you know, the more you watch, and back then, like you say, 2016, you could actually search for real content still. So and more, I was like, oh my God, some of these arguments are actually plausible. And then you just go from there, right?
And the rest is history. And I have the luxury of being able to hide behind the layer of comedy and satire. So when I did when I did my first video, I was like, oh my God, I've got to sing about this. I thought, right, well, I don't want to start singing a serious song as Alex Michael. I thought, right, let's put where's my hat? Where's my Flat Earth Man hat?
Is that how it started? Is that how he started?
Exactly, because I didn't want to do it as myself. I didn't want to do it as myself because then that way, family and friends can point their finger and say, look, Alex has lost his mind. So I thought, well, I'll just put this hat on like this, and then put a pair of shades on, and then kind of sing in a funny voice and do this. And then I could hide behind that. And then anyone pointing their finger at me going, I can just say, well, it's just a character. It's just comedy. It's just satire, So that was, so I do have the luxury of hiding behind that. So I've never really been ridiculed so much because the people that think I'm crazy will just go, it's just comedy. He doesn't really believe that. I mean, my family don't get my music in the way it's intended. They're like, oh, look at Alex. He's doing his music in his studio. He's happy. He's got his little hat on and his shades. Oh, bless him. That's how they see this, right?
By the way, I love what you did. It's such a genius thing that you've done there, just because it deflects it. I guess before even, when you research Flat Earth, in the beginning, you don't have any understanding of what the arguments are. So, it resonated with me so much that I just wanted to share it before I even knew how to argue the points. So I can just remember.
We've all made that mistake.
I can just remember blurting it out the first time on my Facebook, and it was just like, boom, just shot down in seconds. And it was just like,
I don't even bother debating it or anything. I mean, I know the bullet points. I couldn't explain it as well as someone like maybe Jaron or Bob or David Weiss.
Yeah.
There's no way I'd be on that level. I just collect the bullet points and put it into me. I can only put the bullet points in a 5-minute song. You can't go through a topic like flat Earth in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But at least I can go, hey, here's a seed. What do you think about this? This is nonsense. So, I don't still to this day I won't have. I get people say, do you want to do a debate? I said, no, I don't want to do a debate. My job here is to sow seeds musically. But it's a big subject. You can never get it in 5 minutes. It took me 6 months before I could finally let go of the ball. I was a real stubborn bastard. I was like, no, it can't. It was just, I was in disbelief for so long. It can't be until I just had this preponderance of evidence like to go, oh my God. And now it's just like, utter reality to me. I think anybody that thinks they live on a ball is they're the crazy ones.
Yeah, I mean, like myself, I guess anybody who... most people don't even know the kind of model that I certainly didn't know the heliocentric model that I was defending, the actual movements of the Earth or the alleged movements of the Earth and all these crazy motions and directions and speeds and hurtling through an radiation-filled vacuum. I didn't know any of that, to be honest with you. I knew the names of the planets. That was it, So, but I think the term flat Earth, I don't even like flat Earth because it's just a term that has so much preconceived bias attached to it. Straight away they're envisaging this kind of ridiculous flying frisbee with water falling off it on the back of a turtle in space. It's just ridiculous. I just think music, the way you do it, is such a fantastic way to do it, to plant the seeds. It's such, music's such a thing that connects us all. And to use your music to do that, I think it's such a brilliant way to push it on. Well, not to push it, but to kind of share it with people, because that's why I like memes as well. I love memes.
Yeah.
And because
I didn't really see the genius in it until after the event. It was kind of like a necessary thing. Like I say, it sparked this creative burst. Like, finally, I have something with some meat and bones to sing about. Like I say, rather than them tepid cover songs or love songs and shit that I was doing before. So. Where was I going with that? So I didn't see the genius until I saw the effect it was having on people, and certainly when I went to the conference in Denver in 2018, and then mothers were coming up to me saying, "I use your music to educate my children on these matters," and I was like, "Wow, this is really being used as a tool." I am a tool, I thought. So it's like, oh wow, they started to see how it was resonating with people and the effect it was having, and getting messages which I still get weekly from people thanking me because it starts them on their journey. And so I didn't see how genius might be a bit overused there, but I didn't see the genius in it until now, really, when I've done all this work and I'm seeing the effect it's having. I'm like, I need to do more of this, hence the books, and I'm working on another album now. It's just like, I'm probably going to be doing this for the rest of my life. I
mean, I must, for me, my personal favorite is Don't Let Them Take Your Mind. Just the song, I think, because it's a longer one, and obviously the videos were just, the lyrics are just, I can remember meeting Ben, and he recited all the lyrics to this song for 10 minutes. I was just like, wow. So incredible song.
Yeah, because it's only because we've all been on that journey. That was my journey of learning, the truth about this world and how it changes you as a person. Like the lyric in the song says, "I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect," and all of these kinds of things. And that's what you see when you understand that this is a created realm, and your actions do have consequences and these kind of things. You might call that spiritual enlightenment, but it changed me as a person. And everybody that's woken up to this has been on the same journey. So me putting that into my journey into music, it's going to resonate with people because they've been on the same journey. Like my song, "I Told You So." That's why that blew up so much, because everyone's like, "Oh, exactly. I'm saying exactly what everybody else is thinking." It's just I have the blessing of being able to put it into a catchy song.
And I would never describe myself as I've never been religious, but certainly since kind of discovering the flat Earth, I've become 100% being spiritual. And I guess when you before you unplug yourself in the Matrix and you believe that you're some kind of hairless, shape-shifting monkey cousin residing on the exterior of a physics-defying supersonic molten spaceship. When they want you to believe that you're just a cosmic fart and you have your life means nothing, and there's only man in government that they're accountable to. But when you move by that and you look at this world and even our bodies and this earth and the sun, the moon, the stars, the ecosystem,
all electrical,
everything,
all electrical,
that it all works. It all works in perfect conjunction with each other. Just the idea that all this beauty, this kind of order, designed order, came from a nonsensical explosion of chaos. And it's just, when you actually look at it with an open heart and an open mind, it's ridiculous what they teach us.
It is ridiculous. Right? It's a religious belief. The whole heliocentric model was started by a Jesuit priest, so therefore it is a religious doctrine.
I've been recently caught in this because you come to the conclusion that schools are just indoctrination camps, right? They've just taught a certain narrative, they pour it into our mind, and then I've learned that certainly education and intelligence are two different things. Where they're just kind of education, it's good memory. You memorize a narrative that they give you, and then you regurgitate it for a.
I think it was Mark Twain that said, "I was educated once, and it took me years to get over it."
Yeah,
how true is that? Right, so we have to unlearn everything.
Yeah.
Well, that's another movie. You have to unlearn everything you have learned, and I've been on that process, and we've all been on that process for the last few years, trying to unlearn all of these things. So it's incredible when you see it. Yeah, there is a big difference between education and intelligence and intelligence. Yeah, I hated school. I couldn't wait to get out of there. And someone said, "You're going to college and university." I said, "No, I can't think of anything worse." I just couldn't wait to just burst out of those doors and just get doing something that I wanted to do. Just getting all of these little kids and putting them all in one room and teaching them all the same thing when they're all different personalities, and the one that remembers the most is the one that's rewarded. Well, that's not intelligence. It just means you've got a good memory. So absolutely. I'm caught. It's an awful.
Yeah, I feel like I'm caught between a rock and a hard place, because my daughter, and I know all that to be true. We know what these institutions are, why they brainwash us and program us. And then I have my daughter who's at university and she wants to be a primary teacher. And I'm like, she's learning all these things and how to teach all these things. I'm like, But so I'm stuck between being proud of her, obviously as a father, that she's doing well, but then continuing that cycle on. So I don't know what to think.
No, I don't. I don't have children, so I can't comment, but I would be intervening at this point if it were me.
It's
a tough one. It's a tough one.
It's a tough one because it's a dream of hers to be a teacher, and I'm just like, she's awake to a few things, but she's not bought into the flat Earth yet. She thinks I'm a little bit crazy with that one. But
give her time.
I know. So. With Flat Earth, was it kind of was it, for me personally, it was the NASA, when you start looking at the NASA and how ridiculous the crap that they put out. So what was it for you what was the main thing that sold it to you that this Earth is flat and motionless and immovable?
It was never one thing with me. Like I say, it was a preponderance of evidence. I had to build up enough in my mind over the course of 6 months to go, holy shit, it really isn't a ball. But one of the things that really stood out to me, and I think I was watching, what's his name, Wakey, Mark Knight. He did a series of videos on the European Space Agency and kept showing harnesses. And as soon as I saw the harnesses, I'm like, they're faking it. They're faking it. Again, they're faking it. And you just see all these green screen glitches and all that sort of stuff. And so that was the real eye-opener for me, just seeing, well, why are they... Why are they using zero-G planes? Why are they using studio technology, green screens? Why are they using harnesses? So that was like, okay, bang to rights. It's like catching your wife cheating. You never, It's like, no, that's just no way. And then you start looking at the and the nonsense of the Apollo missions is just like, it's hilarious. That stuff hasn't aged well, has it?
Honestly, you just look at it now, and I know that even my girlfriend, who still, I'm kind of dating somebody who's kind of asleep still, which is quite hard. She still believes, and I'm like, oh my God, you just look at it. Just look at it. Just trying to explain to her that, technology doesn't go backwards. That was 1969 with the power of a Casio calculator. They flew to the moon easy 6 times. But now we do.
My favourite one is the phone call, the Nixon phone call to the moon. And I put that in the song, and I put that in the song. So, oh God, what is the line? And how about that phone call that Nixon made to the moon that's 250,000 miles away? When I can't get a signal on my cell phone line, I guess phones were better in '69. I mean, the ridiculous is that, like, hello, is that the moon? Like, it's just that. It's just like how people bought that is incredible. And there's so much more to it. I put a lot of bullet points in my songs about that. But, that's the that is the litmus test, isn't it? Yeah, that's how I gauge people. If I'm to talk to anyone about this stuff, like, do you believe we went to the moon? And like, so in fact, one of my buddies now, I met him. He sold me a guitar on Facebook, and he turned up and he looked at the studio. He said, "So what do you do then?" I said, "Well, I make conspiracy music about the moon landings and that." And he went, "You mean the supposed moon landings?" And I went, "Oh, dude, welcome!"
Yes.
And we fist bumped right there. And he's been a friend ever since.
I love it.
So that's kind of my litmus test.
I love it when you have that little test. You do those little subconscious tests with people when you first meet them, and you're just looking for that little in, like he said.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And most of the time, it falls on deaf ears, and you're like, okay, well, that didn't work. And that's how you gauge it. You go, right, okay, this is going to be. I'm going to have to dumb down my conversation by like 90% and just smile and nod. Yeah. Did you see the game last night? Kind of thing.
Yeah, but
I love testing.
But like you just said, there's no better feeling when you get that little when they let you know in a little way that they're on the same track. Yeah, fist pumps.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, the guy his name's Gordo. Shout out to Gordo. He like I say, he turned up at the studio and he was already on board with the moon landing nonsense and other things, but he hadn't heard of flat Earth. And when I presented with him, it was like initially like we all are. Oh, don't be ridiculous. But it took him about, I don't know, maybe a month. And he's like, dude, he called me up, and he's an American guy, and he's got this gruff voice. He went, dude, I'm on the flat Earth train, dude. Like, and I was like, yes, welcome.
I love that. Yeah, my favorite thing, and to be honest with you, it doesn't happen that often. But when somebody just out of the blue says, "Listen, I don't comment on your on the things you share, but I do watch," and kind of like, I'm like, do you know what? Yeah, wow. There's some plausible things going on there, right?
yeah. It doesn't take long. I mean, it just takes logical thinking, doesn't it? Sort of just critical thought, really, and just. You need to have a bit of an open mind. Some people are so stubborn, they won't see. There's 3 classes of people, right? Da Vinci said that. 3 classes of people. Those that see when they are shown, that's me. And those who do not see, there will always be that class of people, for whatever reason, just can't get it, no matter how much logic and facts you present them with. They just won't see it. And I know people like that in my own family. It's just like, so what difference does it make? And you're like, oh, you have no idea, man. It's so for whatever reason, they won't get it, and that's fine. But I do find it quite an odd phenomenon that there are that class of people that just will never ever see it, and that's a bit tragic, really.
It really is. It really is, because I feel like it's certainly changed my life, and like you say in your song, it certainly changed the way that I think and the way I treat people and the way my whole world perspective, actually. And that some people might think that's a bit dramatic to say, but it actually has. It really has. And
it's completely true. I'm a different person now. I'm much different. If you'd have seen me 20 years ago, I was a prick. A real prick. I was, a drunk. I was taking drugs. I was a womanizer. I was doing the pubs and the clubs. So, I was quite the center of attention, and I loved the attention from women. And, there was a different one in every port. And I was a horrible, horrible person. After the just not just flat Earth, but the whole just sort of consciousness journey in general, it has changed me dramatically. So when people say, "What difference does it make?" I kind of laugh at that.
Yeah. People have said to me, kind of like, it wouldn't matter if it was a triangle to me. What difference would it make? And I'm kind of like, do you like being lied to? Would you accept being lied to from a family member or a close friend? So why should we accept it from governments and these corporations or agencies that kind of like?
Well, it's Stockholm syndrome, isn't it? People are so used to it.
Yeah.
They're just so used to it that they accept it and they can't see it. They're blind
Yeah.
to it. They almost identify with their captors, don't they?
Yeah. What is it? People prefer comfortable lies over inconvenient truths or something. I think it's something like that.
Yeah, that's a good meme. I've seen that one.
Yeah. And was it not Twain who said it's easier to fool people than it is to convince them that
they're being fooled?
Yeah,
exactly.
so true.
Yeah.
So
That was
true.
Twain, yeah.
One thing I've noticed, and you've probably noticed it as well, within it's a funny old community, and I think to some point, this is a conspiracy theory as well, but it's been infiltrated, and I feel like, I don't know, everybody's calling everybody a shill now, isn't it? It just seems quite.
Dude,
what's it all about? Like, what's it all about?
I don't know. It's highly. Can I swear on this?
Yeah,
show?
of course you can. Swear away.
It's highly suspicious, if you ask me. When you've got, we're supposed to be, joining together as like, the resistance in a way.
Yeah,
And then you've got people that are dividing this community, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
Because of something that they don't agree with something I've said. Therefore, I must be an actor. I've been called a bunch of things. I don't get attacked as much as most other people because, like I say, I can hide behind the comedy of the music. But
yeah,
I've had the accusations, and it's just like, what are you doing? What is this? Just content to you? Is this just like more clicks and more ad revenue for it? Because it's not based in good intent. It's not. There's no righteousness in doing any of that. It just, so anyone that's calling out and telling people to unsubscribe from you, and just it's particularly the faceless ones as well. The faceless critics drive me mad. They're hiding behind their microphone, and that really, really pisses me off. It's highly suspicious to me, the people that are doing that. Has it been infiltrated, or I don't know, are people just deluded? There's just this delusion, I don't know, an ego that's that's fueling their fueling their YouTube channel. Maybe it's that, I don't know, but I don't know if it's infiltration from agents, could be, or whether it's just psychosis.
Yeah, I mean, have you actually faced a lot of that? Has that been leveled at you a few times?
Not a massive amount, no. But recently, a particular faceless critic did a whole hour on me.
Oh wow!
Wow. Yeah, but a buddy of mine was defending me like to the hill. He defended me better than I could, really. But this guy just took so much stuff out of context and presented it as evidence, and I'm like, it's just like, he came out of nowhere. That's an accusation. I came out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Well, YouTube channels do. Because at one time there isn't a YouTube channel, and then you create one and it comes out of nowhere.
It's like the Big Bang. It's like the Big Bang.
Yeah. And the other accusation was like, I'm an actor. I'm too good at what I do. My videos are too highly professional. If you look at my YouTube channel, you'll see me building my studio from scratch. I just happen to be a talented guy. But some people can't see that. They think because he's got talent, because he can do funny voices, therefore he must be an actor, he must be an infiltrator, and he's there to make Flat Earth look stupid. Well, if that's the case, I mean, I've woken thousands to these subjects. So if I'm an actor, I'm the worst one there is, because I've woken more than a lot, So I have had my fair share of accusations, and but it kind of goes with the territory. If you're going to be on the internet, you have to have very, very thick skin. So although when I heard it, it did piss me off for that day, but like the second day, I was like, it's just part of the job, I guess.
Yeah, no, it is. It's exactly what you just said. I guess if we're going to kind of be on the net, you have to be, you don't have to accept it, but you have to be aware that we're always going to get those kind of people. But it just seems to be a lot, like you mentioned before, a lot of ego, a lot of jealousy going on. People they throw that name shill out just so easily now against anybody. It's like sometimes it's just like a witch hunt. If you didn't like somebody, it's a shill, But
why can't you just disagree? Why can't you just use it as a buffet of truth, and you take the things that resonate, take the things that taste delicious, and you leave the rest. It's that simple. We don't have to agree on everything, but but just because you disagree with something, shill. It's like, right. The people that are doing that are the shills, is the irony. Probably.
And going back to what we were talking about earlier, David Icke, where I really liked him, and still to this day, when he's talking about everything that's been going on for the last couple of years.
His stuff on London Real was brilliant. Those interviews with Brian on London Real were outstanding. But he just won't go there with NASA. He doesn't touch NASA.
How? This is the red flag. How can you be so in tune with everything else, but you just will not? for me, the flat Earth is the truth of. It's like the truth of all truths. It's like
it's the skeleton key that opens up the door to everything else. Once you see that, then you automatically every flat earther knew that COVID was bullshit.
Straight up.
YouTube. Shit.
Straight up. Shit. It's all right. It's all right. It's fine.
You might have to bleep that out.
I'll bleep that out. It's all right. But
but you'll never hear Ike going there. You'll never see him at NASA. You'll never see him questioning Apollo or any of these launches or SpaceX or any of this stuff. And like you say, that's the red flag.
That's a big red flag.
That is the
big
basic definition of a gatekeeper, in my opinion. But his information, fantastic. I wouldn't be where I am today without listening to David Icke and even Alex Jones as well. But of course, I have a different opinion of them now. I see them for what they are now.
Yeah. I'm exactly the same. And like I say, it's just strange. Like he can say things that really resonate when he's been talking about obviously the events of the last 2 years and many other things, but it's never even considered the flat Earth. So Dictionary 101 gatekeeper, I think, really.
And he's always saying, I've been in conspiracy for 30 years. So, we know. We keep hearing you say that. You've been in this for 30 years. Well, why aren't you touching this subject?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a story going around, and I believe it because it comes from a very reliable source, and you know the guy it comes from. But someone was speaking to Alex Jones's producer, and she happened to let slip that Alex Jones called everybody into the room at one point and said, no more talking about flat Earth. Anybody that talks about flat Earth on the show is fired. So right there, you can see the order has come from above. Like, you cannot touch this subject anymore. So, and I believe it would be the same kind of deal with Ike. You cannot go Apollo because as soon as you open Apollo, then it just opens the floodgates for everything else. So this is why you have people like Joe the Toe Rogan flip-flopping on his stance on the moon landings. Right? So he's obviously got a call from above. You can't go there because, like I say, Apollo opens the floodgates for every other truth.
Yeah, and he was going hard on that in the early days of the podcast, right? He was just like, there's no way. And I still... I don't know what your feelings on Joe now, because there's been certain guests I still like to watch. I don't know if you just totally discount him now because of his changing his views, but to a certain extent, there's been certain people I've actually still liked the interviews, but you can't go from so adamant that they didn't go and all the and he was rhyming off all the proofs that we know the truth.
Yeah, so that's very suspicious that he doesn't go there because, like I say, I think once you start opening the door and start opening your eyes to the whole Apollo missions, then it is basically opens the floodgates. It certainly was with me. It's like, oh my god, if that's nonsense, then So that I think that's the reason why Ike won't go there. I don't hear Alex Jones talking about that much. He's certainly told his staff that never to bring up flat Earth, otherwise they're fired. So very curious, that isn't it?
Well, I think he's currently going through kind of court cases with the whole Sandy Hook thing right now, isn't he? I think he's
I don't know how much of a puppet show that is. I don't know what to believe on It's kind of like a big warning to conspiracy researchers, like if you open your mouth, you can't. This is what's going to happen to you. It's like that's what it is. That's what it smells of to me.
Yeah, isn't it a sad world when you get to a certain extent where you don't trust anything, when you're just skeptic about everything, you can't take anything on face value anymore. It's just.
Like I was saying before we got cut off, I don't tune into Ike anymore because I don't waste, because I don't want to give that guy 2 or 3 hours. If there's something really good that's resonated with people, it will end up in my feed on my social media, and I like to see it that way. But I spend my time listening to content from people that I've known for years and trust now. That's where my time is better spent. So no, I don't give them guys much time anymore, but they were very instrumental in my journey.
Yeah. So what do you think about all of NASA's latest stuff? This Artemis,
come on, bro. Come on, bro. You know exactly what I think about that.
By the way,
I'm at the point now. I'm at the point with David Weiss where he's like, these are just big inflatable bloody bouncy castles. And when you look at the evidence he's providing, you're like, yeah, bro, you got a point. Like, he's even showed one recently of like one of the engines is like more inflated than the other engine. That should be solid metal work around there. It should be like titanium or something to protect from the heat of those engines. And it's like one's like got a bulge on the side and the other one's like okay, yeah. And he's shown a lot more evidence than that. But I'm with him now that that NASA are the largest consumers of helium in the world. So there's something to that as well, right?
Yeah, totally. I can remember just talking to somebody for the first time, at work the other day, telling them, I was trying to explain how satellites don't exist. Well, certainly not in the way that they've been described.
Yeah,
and he
yeah.
was just like, he was losing his shit. I was like, but yeah, when you open the box and you're just looking at it all, and it's like, wow.
There's a lot there.
There's a lot there though. So back to the music. How many albums is it now you've done?
3 albums now, a bunch of singles, and I'm working on a 4th, and I've also got 7 books out as well.
Wow.
It's been a crazy busy year, and it's not going to get any quieter, is it? Because I just love doing this stuff. As soon as I've got an idea, I'm obsessive with it, if you like. That's probably the word.
Yeah.
So that's probably why I'm quite prolific, because I love being in this room. I love having all these instruments around, and so far I've cranked out 3 albums. One is called Flat Earth Man.
I'm just putting them up on the screen now. Can you see them?
Oh, nice one.
Yeah.
Nice one. Cheers, man.
So the Flat Earth Man.
Flat Earth Man was the very first album that I ever released, which is a country kind of, tongue-in-cheek country sort of. Country music was a really good genre for me to use to get across this stuff, because I wanted a comedic vibe to it, and I think country music is incredibly comedic. I can't take it seriously, country music. I still don't like it, but it was a necessary genre for me to deliver my message. So that was the first album, and the second album was True Solfeggio, which is basically like, it sounds a bit like Eric Clapton and Pink Floyd-y, but it's all instrumentals. Everything I release is in 4/3/2 hertz. That's another topic for another day. But I embedded solfeggio healing frequencies within that album, which you can barely hear. And the feedback I've had off of that is, some people are having spiritual experience. It's really weird. It's what music should be. It's like the polar opposite of what the controllers want musically.
Yeah.
So I get a lot of messages about that album, how it's helps. It's helped people in a lot of ways. So I don't think the whole new age healing music or healing frequencies is new age anymore. I don't think it's. I think there's something to it, because I've literally tested it with my own scientific experiment, repeatable, testable, observable. I've observed the feedback, and I've had hundreds of messages saying, I had this experience with this music, and I think this is what music is supposed to be, in the right frequency that can literally move you in spiritual ways. So that was the second album, and the third album was Suspiciously Live and Unplugged, which is kind of the first album, Flat Earth Man, but all acoustic and slightly alternate versions of the songs in front of a live audience. So you're led to believe, but it's actually all done in the studio. There's no live audience, and it's just another nod and a wink to, you shouldn't believe everything you hear, because it sounds very much like a live album, but it is not. It is not.
Yeah.
So it's all done with studio techniques and trickery. Not that I'm trying to trick anybody, because I'm very open about, hey, it's not a live album, but it's just another nod and a wink to, you know what?
Yeah.
Be suspicious. That's why it's called Suspiciously Live.
Yeah. I've got Flat Earth Man in the car, and I've just listened to it over and over and over again. And anybody who's listening, go out and get them, because they're amazing albums. I was actually really surprised that you ventured into books as well, and I was just wondering how. Well, going back to the albums, being conspiracies, is it hard to get on like stuff like iTunes and other kind of platforms to sell it or not?
No, well, I've had a couple of my song "I Told You So" was taken down from Spotify. It was removed from Spotify because I put the line in there, "COVID is a."
Oh, okay, right, okay,
right. I put that in there. So when I release an album with that song on it, I'm going to have to bleep out that word, ho. Got to say it so carefully, but YouTube pulled that down as well.
Yeah,
and so for medical misinformation. But apart from that, they've been okay, because I think, again, like I say, I'm hiding behind that comedic layer in a way. But there's certain things you can't say, like putting those two words together, COVID, and the word that rhymes with jokes. So they pulled that down straight away. And my Big Pharma video got taken down from YouTube as well, because I was putting some visuals in there that were quite disturbing. And I think it got past the AI algorithms, but I think it had a human element to it. I think somebody complained because they were disturbing images of vaccine injuries. So I think somebody complained about that. What else have I had pulled down? Oh, my 5G music video, that got put down, that got taken down. So I've had my fair share of censorship. And at one point, one of the platforms told me that I couldn't label my titles with saying that the songs were 4/3/2 hertz. They would not allow me to put in brackets 4/3/2 hertz. So it seems like there might be a bit of censorship on that subject as well.
Wow.
So
Wow.
yeah, that's interesting. If they're trying to ban it, if they're trying to suppress it, you're onto something. It's as simple as that. So, but I mean, what I'm doing now, I'm being slightly more clever with my lyrics now. I'm saying something, but I'm not saying it. If it's inferred. So as long as I'm kind of smarter with my lyrics, people will understand exactly what I'm saying. As long as I'm using sarcasm, if I was to sarcastically sing in a country song, get your jab, it's safe and healthy, blah 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 blah. You're saying everything that the system wants. Get your jab, it's safe and healthy. But obviously it's delivered in such a sarcastic, comedic way that people are going, yeah, he's right. Nobody's dying. It's perfectly safe. You could do all of that, and people know exactly what you're talking about. But say what they want, but deliver it in a way that that can get past the algorithm. So that's what I have to do. Be a bit smarter with my lyrics.
Yeah. I mean, and again, I go back to it because and again, I've used that word quite a lot. It is genius. It is genius to use it and so the music to get it across. I just think that the whole country music thing just works so well with it, the comedic value of it, and a massive fan of your work. And
thank you, man. No, it does work well. That's no, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
No, and I'm sure it has. I'm pretty sure your music has kind of awakened thousands of people, and it just. Some people can't take it, you can't, I've certainly been in the past trying to share links and documentaries and kind of papers to people, and it's too much for people, but something quite light, like a song or even a meme, just a certain picture, it's easy for people to consume, in tiny little...
Yeah, because we're living in an age where the attention span is so short.
Yeah.
Where giving somebody a 2-hour documentary to watch...
Yeah,
it's not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it. You have to dedicate a lot of time to this. But so that's why it's so important to go look at this ridiculously, but just like make one song about this ridiculous thing.
Yeah,
and that's just like a giant seed then, and they can't deny it.
Yeah.
So that's why the music has been so powerful, because they're like little musical seeds, and I love that music can do that if it's done correctly. Not saying that I'm doing it correctly. I'm having fun with it, obviously, but and I think the fun, and people want to share your music when it's humorous. And I've had Globers comment in and say, "Look, I'm not a flat earther, but your music is really good." So even the Globers are raising a guy going, "Actually, fair play to him," So I think that's why I like doing funny stuff, because people want to share funny stuff because they want their friends and family to laugh and that. So people are sharing it, not really knowing the full extent of what's in the lyrics and not really understanding the paradigm-shattering information that's in there. So they'll share it simply because it's funny. And they'll probably say, "Oh, he must be trolling. You can't possibly believe that stuff. But look at his green screen work. It's funny. Look, he's on the ISS. He's floating and all that." Like that, they'll share it for that reason alone sometimes. So honestly, that's why comedy stuff can be really powerful.
Yeah, honestly, Alex, I was in this shower the other day, and it was just like, "Oh, you're watching this, a puppet show." It was just in my mind.
It's catchy. It's catchy. That's one thing I'm good, and I learned that from the ringtones when I was doing the ringtones.
Yeah.
Because you have to do something catchy in 30 seconds to sell a ringtone. It has to be catchy. It has to be right from the offset. So I kind of learnt my trade by doing that, by making really catchy choruses that stick in people's minds. And pretty much every one of my choruses are all the same. You'll all, like they're all really, really catchy. I kind of used the demonic music system, because the music that we have today is like intro, verse, bridge, chorus, another verse, another bridge, another chorus, outro, and that's kind of the way music is structured basically. And I think that's quite an enclosing system, if you like, a suppressive system, because music can be so much more than that.
Yeah.
But people are so used to that system, that structure, that template, that I use that template to get into people's mind. That's what sells music, that catchy chorus, that bridge that leads up to the chorus, then it falls down back into another verse, and then you build up to the bridge and then the chorus, and people are so used to that kind of music structure that I use that structure to get into people's mind. Of course, music is way much more than that, and music has been utterly bastardized from what it was like 100 years ago. But again, that's another massive conspiracy. I do use that
definitely
structure.
And that's definitely something we would like to get into. Maybe we could have you on again. But the whole frequencies, like you said, the 432 and different frequencies that the mainstream kind of music industry use against us, and it
goes deeper than that, though, doesn't it? It goes a lot deeper than that. The lyrical content. I mean, you've only got to look at music 100 years ago when we would have symphonies and and orchestras all working in unison together, like 16, 20, 30 instruments, and they're all, this amazing music that would, evoke emotions and peaks and troughs. And and now we have, fast forward today, we have Cardi B singing about her pussy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Talk
Yeah.
about the bastardization of music. And I think that's what the artists like Elvis and the Beatles were there to do, is to just simplify that music into 3 chords. And, the chorus is like, she loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah. She loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah. She loves you, yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, how empowering are those lyrics? I mean, it's ridiculous. Right? There's just like child's music. I wouldn't even play that to a toddler. Well, maybe you would play that to a toddler. It's like, I want to hold your hand.
Yeah,
that's it. I want to hold your hand. I mean, it's music for toddlers. So when people start to see music in that aspect, that it's been bastardized into these 3 chords, when music is so much more, and these catchy little choruses that just really mean nothing and empower you not. No, there's no information in those songs whatsoever, is there? So the music's been bastardized on that level as well.
Yeah, it's a shame. And it's like what you said before. Our kind of in a TikTok world where our attention span lasts like 10 seconds now, right? People are swiping and all this awful crap. I'm so glad that I was born in 77 and my childhood consisted of being outside and being in nature and playing games outside with people, talking to people in real life. I see my daughter and kind of she's 20 and her generation of just constantly looking at these black mirrors. It's just sad. It's really sad.
That's the way it's going. You wait till we get to virtual reality. Everybody with their headsets on. I mean, there's been many a film that have presented this future dystopia of people like. Do you remember in the 70s they would say, Don't sit too close to the television. You'll ruin your eyes. And now we're strapping them to our eyes. We're strapping these things like that.
I saw that meme.
It's so transhumanist. It's worrying.
That's what I keep saying to people. Just the fact that that's that's a term, that's a something that's out there should be worrying to everybody. And that's why again when you start awakening to everything. I used to love movies and the whole of Hollywood, but just movies in general. And that was never I never worshipped any of these people, but I really liked Tom Hanks and stuff like that, like actors and that. But when so it's kind of spoiled it to some extent for me, but because I used to be a massive movie fan, but I just always found the concept of the Matrix. I feel like we're in the Matrix. Like once if kind of virtuality's already kind of we're already in the Matrix, aren't we? I don't know.
Well, I'm not ruling out simulation at this point, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's a matrix. Absolutely, it's a mind matrix. It's like an energy harvesting matrix. I mean, if people are slaves and they don't know it, and you're a slave. You're a slave.
And every time you mention the flat Earth, your friend turns into Agent Smith right next to you.
Exactly. Yeah, they're out there. They will do everything they can to protect the system because they are the system. It's It is a mate. Yeah, that's why it's many truthers' favorite movie, because it's so true.
Maybe not the second and third movie, but just the concept of it. Just really, wow. We probably are in that or some kind of simulation. That's why I go along the lines of creation and intelligent design and just who knows?
But I'm at the point now where I'm questioning, okay, maybe there is a creator, but is that creator really benign? Because what are we looking at here? An energy harvesting system, a massive battery. I mean, Morpheus holds up the Duracell battery, and there's a very poignant clip in that. To turn you into this, we do give off voltage. Humans do give off voltage. So I don't know. It's you sweat. I'm at the point now where I'm questioning, is this a good place? Or is this a good place that's been infiltrated? Or is it really the bad place and we don't really know what it's like to be really spiritually awake? We're being kept as caterpillars when we don't know what it's like to be a butterfly.
Wow.
That's where I am now, because I just, the more you wake up to this stuff, you just see more and more darkness. So I'm really at that point now where I'm like, what is God? Who's harvesting stuff? Who's benefited? You start to have them bigger questions, and the more you look into it, the darker it seems to get. Which is
I think I'm in this basically the same place as you, Alex. It's a very poignant thing to say, actually. Right. Well, I think we'll just leave it there, Alex, and. Thank you so much. I appreciate you sparing us some of your time. I realise you're a very busy guy, and I'm very grateful for you giving us some time today, and it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you.
Oh, no problem, man. Thanks for having me on, and it's nice to meet you. So yeah, we'll speak again soon.
Definitely.
Thanks,
where can anybody? You've got a website as well. Where I mean, I'll put all the links in the description afterwards. But where can anybody who listens to this who's not really aware of you get your music or find your books?
Yeah, I mean, you just got to remember 3 words. My alter ego is, well, my handle, my online handle is called Conspiracy Music Guru. So 3 words: Conspiracy Music Guru, separated with spaces. And if you type that into YouTube, probably the best place to find my work, because all the visuals are there, all the music videos, and the visuals are very, very important in my opinion. So go to YouTube, type in Conspiracy Music Guru, have a look at my playlist or have a look at my music, and you can go from there. All my links are in the description for my website, conspiracymusicguru.com. Music on iTunes and Spotify under Conspiracy Music Guru. So yeah, just remember 3 words: Conspiracy Music Guru, and you'll find me. And if you can't, you're as Mark Sargent would say, you're just not very good at the internet.
Thanks so much, guys. Like I say, I'll put everything that Alex just said in the description of this video. And yeah, that's it. Thanks very much, Alex, and thanks everybody for watching. And we'll catch you next time for the next episode of The Love Project. See you later. Bye.
See you, mate.
everybody. Thrilled to have you here for another Flat Earth debate, and we're starting right now. Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here for another epic debate. This is going to be a fun one, folks. We are thrilled to let you know we have two experienced debaters here tonight, and it's on the good old flat earth topic. Want to let you know, though, if it's your first time here, consider hitting that subscribe button, as we have many more debates coming up. So, for example, you'll see at the bottom right of your screen, in less than 2 weeks, Matt Dillahunty and Tom Jump will be facing off against Dr. Randall Rouser and Samuel Nassan. So it should be a really fun one on whether or not there's sufficient reason to believe in God. So with that, though, want to let you know we're a neutral platform. In other words, we only have the debaters on in terms of we don't ourselves make any statements as a channel. We don't have any sort of follow-up videos saying who won or lost. We just completely leave it up to you folks to decide who is more persuasive, and also only leave it up to the debaters in terms of making their case. So we are very excited to have you here no matter what walk of life you come from. And now let's talk about the format for tonight's debate. It's going to be Witsit Gets It opening it up first, and that'll be kind of a flexible 5 to 10 minute opening statement. And then Richard, depending on whether or not whether or not Vegan Gains would like to do his opening, that's up to him. He may just want to jump right into open conversation, in which case we'll go right into open conversation and then have Q&A at the end. So if you happen to have any questions, feel free to fire that question into the old live chat. And if you tag me with @ModernDayDebate, I can be sure that every single question from the Modern Day Debate live chat will be added to the Q&A list. Super chat is also an option, in which case you can also make a comment during the question and answer. And, of course, the speakers will get a chance to respond to it, as well as it'll push your question or comment to the top of the list for the Q&A. With that, very excited to have these guys here. I want to give a huge thanks. It's good to have you guys. It's a true pleasure. And so thank you very much, both Vegan Gains and Witsit Gets It. We appreciate
Actually, since nobody is listening in here, I'm just going to read from a PDF file posted here in our storage, PDF storage, called Why Things Rise and Fall by Aerodyname circa 2020, EST 2013. Okay. So I'll start by reading the abstract to the reader. Aerodynamic is a pseudonym in order to protect my career, considering that writing this paper will surely get me banned by my regulating body, and I will not be followed to practice my profession anymore. I am qualified to speak on this subject. I am a chemical engineer from ABET, accredited North American University. I recently was tested and certified for the fundamentals of my profession from the NCEE. National Council of Examiners for Engineering and Surveying. Disclosing any more would put my real identity at risk, and despite having recently proven my competency in an international test and at a worldwide acclaimed university, questioning the current dogma would get me banned under the current regulatory body I am registered under, regardless of whether or not I am competent. Today's science, quote unquote, claims to foster open discussion but does not tolerate questioning of its saints, such as Saint Isaac Newton. This is the perfect time to release this paper, as we are seeing that same blind devotion in the followers of Saint Fauci. Oh, can't say. Never mind. The followers of him have complete apathy toward more qualified dissenting experts on the subject. I will make this document as simple to understand as possible. That way the information is available to all of those smart enough to understand it and not hidden behind professional lingo. All right, so that was the abstract. So the historical content, where is it? All right. Historical context. Why do things fall? Like everyone else, I was told as a child that no one had properly answered this question until an apple unfortunately fell on the brilliant head of Sir Isaac Newton, 1642 to 1726 AC. The explanation is known all too well, given that it is repeatedly told to us from an early age. Why do things rise? I was not academically introduced to the man who answered that question until much later in life. His name was Archimedes, and he answered why things rise close to 300 years before Christ, 287 BC to 212 BC. The Archimedes principle is an extremely essential concept for more application that you can imagine. The application of this concept can range from estimating the composition of metal alloys to even lighter than air flight. A critical thinker should be perplexed by the fact that the answer to those two very similar questions are nearly 2,000 years apart. History seems to be the most unreliable of sources. I always found it very difficult to believe that the answer to those two very similar questions is not one and the same. I believe that Archimedes' work has been corrupted over the years, just like this work will inevitably be corrupted also. I believe Archimedes also answered the question of why things fall nearly to 250 years BC, but most of his work has been lost or changed, probably during the burning of Alexandria. Regardless of whether or not he answered that question, the fact is I do in this paper. I have successfully engineered the perfect answer to why things fall and rise based largely on Archimedes' remaining works and my advanced understanding of physics, chemistry, and mathematics. I can confidently say that Sir Isaac Newton was so incredibly wrong on his answer to why things fall that I can only think of one word, and that is fraud. I hope that after reading this paper, you can come to the same conclusion. Okay, introduction. Archimedes, when asked why things rise, he would simply answer density. For that, it is the correct answer to that question. The Archimedes principle is that which governs the motion of helium balloons, hot air balloons, submarines, etc. Testing. Okay. I'm back. Do, 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 do. Wonder. Let's see. Sorry, my internet keeps breaking. Need to check something out. Okay. Let's see. Where was I? Okay, so let me restart that. The previous explanation has been good enough for everybody so far, kids and academics alike. This explanation of why things rise being solely based on the density of the object and the density of the medium it is in has always been sufficient for everyone. Yet, when asked why things fall, Isaac Newton came up with a much more elaborate answer. One that required the assumption of the mass of the Earth and the creation of a constant which conveniently cannot be measured in lab and can only be measured at the most massive of scales, the cosmic scale. I almost called it the comic scale. Kind of comical. Rendering the constant as purely theoretical and impossible to measure on a repeatable lab scale as science has always demanded. In a way, Isaac Newton was a pioneer in turning science into a faith-based phenomenon that it is now. Newton was the first to come up with theories that necessitated having faith in him and could not be simply tested by anybody. It is a common misconception that Isaac Newton is credited with finding G equals 9.8 meters per second square. The truth is, long before this time of Newton, people knew about the fall rate of objects. That is why the constant G is included in the formula for Archimedes' principle, which is a known concept thousands of years before Newton. Thanks to the knowledge of the fall rate of solid objects, which is easily observable, humans have been able to build infrastructure such as cathedrals, bridges, aqueducts, and other infrastructures for thousands of years. The study of statistic forces and dynamic forces is much older than the times of Isaac Newton. What Isaac Newton is truly credited with discovering is the reason as to why things fall, for which he came up with the most intricate and peculiar of explanations. He said that matter attracts matter, but only if matter is heavy enough to be significant. Basically, he said that unlike your everyday objects, the Earth is the only object big enough within our range to affect us in any noticeable manner. He invented, fabricated, and imagined the following equation and constant, in much the same manner that J.K. Rowling dreamt up the wizarding world of Harry Potter. F equals G m1 m times m2 over r squared. He quite literally manufactured the G constant, 6.67 times 10 to the negative 11 meters cubed per kilogram times second square. I hope I got that right. And assumed the mass of the Earth, which still today not proven, in order to get G equals 9.8 meters per second square. Equals G times the mass of Earth over r squared, where r is radii of the Earth. This sort of science can only be compared to that of science fiction and fantasy writers. It goes on to say, this is my response and statement. The truth is the only factor which governs the vertical motion of matter is density. Let me reread that. The truth is the only factor which governs the vertical motion of matter is density. Both Newton and Archimedes think of mass wrong and not at all as it truly behaves in nature. We have often been taught to think of density as mass over volume. Although this is mathematically correct, the proper way to express the relationship between density, volume, and mass is the following. Mass equals what is, I think, density over, I don't know how to read this mathematical expression. Anyway, expressing mass in this way, the truth becomes clearer. That mass is a variable dependent on volume of object. The true constant in an element or compound is density. In other words, if we were observing and plotting the mass of 1 meter cube sphere, we would integrate its density over its volume and plot the mass as we go from the center of the sphere, which is at 0% volume integration, to the outer shell of the sphere, which is at 100% volume integration. Mass would be on the left axis, the y-axis, and volume on the right axis, the x-axis. Both would change, but the density of the object will be the slope of the curve and will remain constant. If the sphere is made out of a uniform material, for example, assuming a 1 meter cube water sphere, it would look a bit like the following graph. The slope would equal the density, which is the only thing that truly remains. I'll try to post this. Oh, I can't post this figure. Okay. Oh, that sucks. Okay, I can't post this. Okay, understanding the statement above is crucial to fully understand how matter behaves. Mainly because how matter behaves is a vertical direction is solely dictated by the density value of the object and the density value of medium it is in, nothing else. Density is the only value constant in every element or stable chemical compound, meaning under the same conditions, a single hydrogen molecule has the same density as a balloon holding 1 million hydrogen molecules, but they do not have the same mass nor volume, yet they both rise in air. The law of matter. If the object is denser than the medium it is in, it will fall. If the object is less dense than the medium it is in, it will rise. In this paper, I will prove without room for doubt that what we think as the force of gravity and buoyancy force are actually one single force, a density force. My name, I guess he has his name like in parentheses, is the name of the force that determines and dictates a vertical motion of any physical object at free fall. This force governs the vertical interaction between different forms of matter. And the direction of the force is solely dictated by the difference in density between the object and the surrounding fluid or medium. The resultant vertical force of an object at free fall is what I call the force of density, and it is written as such as I'm not gonna try to like say these formulas out loud. And I can't. Oh yeah, maybe I could post it. 1 second. Oh geez. Okay, that looks horrible. Anyway, where V equals volume of the object, G equals 9.8 meters per second square, density equals density of the medium, and then the density of object. Equation 1. Okay, let me see if I can just get out of this mathematical mess because I don't want to really read all this. So he has equation 1, equation 2. Oh my gosh, what have I got myself into? Equation 3. All right. So, okay, so let me skip to the Bryan-Cox experiment, the vacuum experiment. So I'll post this in the chat and like the whole PDF file, and then you can read it yourself if you're interested in any type of equation math stuff. So the Bryan-Cox experiment, the most misunderstood yet most important experiment on the subject is the Bryan-Cox experiment. It is an experiment for which I will provide the link, and where he drops a bowling ball and a feather from the same height and records it using a high-speed camera, slow motion capture. As repeatable observed phenomena shows in air, the bowling ball falls much faster than the feather. But in a vacuum, as demonstrated by the experiment, they fall at the same rate. The biggest fallacy of the experiment is that the assumption that Bryan-Cox makes. He believes that the experiment proves gravity, because since the air is removed and the medium is now a vacuum, empty space, thus there is no resistance for the medium and thus no buoyancy force, and the only observable force left should be gravity, and thus they both fall at the same rate. But, and a big but, if you notice, my formulas can precisely and mathematically explain without failure the observable phenomena in the vacuum. Because in a vacuum, the medium is nothing. The medium is empty space. The density of empty space is zero. Then think of matter as occupied space. Then think of matter as occupied space. If we plug in a density of 0 for the medium in equation 2, I guess he provides the equation here and you guys can't see it, but the equation becomes the following mathematical limit question. Therefore, density cancels out and more equations. This means that according to the math of the equation, all matter falls at the same constant acceleration g in empty space regardless of the object's density. The limit evaluation shows us that as the density of the medium approaches 0 in a vacuum, then the observed object's rate of fall approaches g equals 9.8 meters per second squared. Therefore, since both the feather and the bowling ball are infinitely denser than empty space, which has a density of 0, then they both fall at the constant fall rate of matter in empty space. Okay, so let's see. Right. So I'm going to move on to the next point he makes. Matter is infinitely denser than empty space. Therefore, the vacuum experiment is proving without a doubt that g equals 9.8 meters per second squared is the constant fall rate of matter in empty space, as proven by the equal fall rate of a feather and bowling ball in empty space. There are two ways to obtain the value of constant g according to equation 2. One is using multiple runs of an object or various objects which densities are known, and observing and recording their fall rate or rising rate in different mediums, which densities are also known. In the experiment, the observed acceleration and direction must be recorded, and by plugging the observed acceleration into the y-axis and the densities into the x-axis, then simple data analysis can be used to obtain the constant g, which would be the only value constant throughout all the experiment with different densities. The other way to obtain the constant g is the Bryan-Cox vacuum experiment, given that by making the medium in the experiment empty space, then the constant g becomes the observed acceleration. Thank you, Bryan-Cox. I would have never secured the funds for such an experiment, but I have your blessed naive ignorance to thank for proving my equation to be mathematically true with your experiment. Okay, so he has the conclusion. Here is where I ask the reader to consider their previous beliefs. I do not know why something so simple has been purposely hidden in plain sight for all these years, but the fact remains that it has. The world we live in has rules, and the rule that determines whether an object falls or rises, it is not the size of the earth or how much it weighs. It is clearly the density of the object and the density of the medium it is in, nothing more. I sometimes wonder if the apple had not fallen on Newton's head and instead had fallen in a bucket of water, if he would have then figured out the reason why the apple truly fell, and then never would have come up with such an absurd theory, such as the theory of gravity. Maybe he would have wondered how the apple's gravity was magically turned off as soon as it hit the water, given that the apple flowed and all. Given that apples float and all. Maybe then he would have noticed that what made the apple fall was not gravity, but the density differential between the air and the apple, nothing else. It is an insane world. In an insane world, a sane man must appear insane. That's the quote he ends with. All right. Let's see. There's an appendix. I'm not going to read. Solution. For all of you math buffs out there, this should be interesting stuff. Let's see if he has anything else. All right, this is. Oh, jeez, no. Okay. Ish, wrong one. Okay, copy. How do I copy this? What the heck? Excuse me, folks. Technical difficulties here. Okay, let me just. I'll just copy the link instead. Jeez, man, this sucks. Okay, I'll just link where it is posted, because for some reason I am having trouble copying paste. That's sad, but I am having trouble pasting this. Okay. Well, I tried. All right, so I'm gonna go to the next. Let's see. Let's see, what else do we have? Some good PDF files. There's a lot of PDF files. So let's see. I like reading about gravity, even though I could barely understand most of the things. You know, I'm not going to pretend like I am the smartest one out there about gravity, but I understand it enough to know it's BS. Let's just say that. Okay, maybe I can read this. So this is the inflation. Oh, hold on. Let me check if anybody is here. Hello, Glatzflop. If you want to talk, just stop me anytime. I'm just reading some flat Earth PDFs from places. All right, maybe you can't talk at the moment. Maybe you could just listen then. Okay, so this one is the inflation debate. Is the theory of the heart. Is the theory at the heart of modern cosmology deeply flawed? By Paul J. Steinhardt. Paul J. Steinhardt. Okay. I will post the link to this one as well, if it allows me. No, didn't allow me. Okay, I'll try to do both of them. So, I don't know why I'm having trouble with this. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is again the inflation debate by Paul J. Steinhardt. And anybody out there, if you want to talk, just stop me anytime, please. So, 30 years ago, Alan H. Guth, then a struggling physician postdoc at Stanford Linear Accelerator Center, gave a series of seminars in which he introduced inflation into the lexicon of cosmology. The term refers to a brief burst of hyperaccelerated expansion that, he argued, may have occurred during the first instant after the Big Bang. One of these seminars took place at Harvard University, where I myself was a postdoc. I was immediately captivated by the idea, and I have been thinking about it almost every day since. Many of my colleagues working in astrophysics, gravitational physics, and particle physics have been similarly engrossed. To this day, the development and testing of the inflationary theory of the universe is one of the most active and successful areas of science investigation. Its raison d'etre, God, I don't know how to read that word, is to fill a gap in the original Big Bang theory. The basic idea of the Big Bang is that the universe has been slowly expanding and cooling ever since it began some 13.7 billion years ago. This process of expansion and cooling explains many of the detailed features of the universe seen today. But with a catch. The universe had to start off with certain properties. For instance, it had to be extremely uniform, with only extremely tiny variation in the distribution of matter and energy. Also, the universe had to be geometrically flat. Meaning that curves and warps in the fabric of space did not bend the paths of light rays and moving objects. But why should the primordial universe have been so uniform and flat? A priori, these starting conditions seemed unlikely. That is where Guth's idea came in. He argued that even if the universe had started off in total disarray, with a highly non-uniform distribution of energy and a gnarled shape, a spectacular growth spurt would have spread out energy until it was evenly dispersed and straightened out any curves and warps in space. When this period of inflation ended, the universe would have continued to expand at the more mellow pace of the original Big Bang theory. But now, with just the right conditions for stars and galaxies to evolve to the state where we see them today. The idea is so compelling that cosmologists, including me, routinely describe it to students, journalists, and the public as an established fact. Yet something peculiar has happened to inflation theory in the 30 years since Guth introduced it. As the case of inflation has grown stronger, so has the case against it. the two cases are not equally well known. The evidence favoring inflation is familiar to a broad range of physicists, astrophysicists, and science aficionados. Aficionados. Surprisingly, few seem to follow the case against inflation, except for a small group of us who have been quietly striving to address the challenges. Most astrophysicists have gone about their business testing the prediction of textbook inflationary theory without worrying about these deeper issues, hoping they would eventually be resolved. Unfortunately, the problems have resisted over our best efforts to date. As someone who has contributed both to inflationary theory and to competing theories, I feel torn, and I sense that many of my colleagues are not sure what to make of the case against either. To dramatize our strange predicament, inflationary cosmology on trial, presenting the two extreme points of view. First, I will act as fervent advocate for presenting the strongest advantage of the theory, and then with equal fervor as advocate against presenting the most serious unresolved problems. Okay, that's interesting. The case for inflation. Inflation is so well known that the case for it can be brief. A few more details are necessary to appreciate its advantage fully. Inflation relies on a special ingredient known as inflationary energy, which combined with gravity can drive the universe to expand by an astonishing amount over a brief instant. The inflationary energy must be hugely dense, and its density must remain nearly constant during the inflationary epoch. Its most unusual property of all is that its gravity must repel rather than attract. The repulsion is what causes space to swell so rapidly. What gave Goeth's idea its appeal was that theorists had already identified many possible sources of such energy. The leading example is a hypothesized relative of the magnetic field known as scalar field, which in the particular case of inflation, let me get to the next page. Particular case of inflation is known as the inflation field. The famous Higgs particle now being sought at CERN's Large Hadron Collider near Geneva derived from another scalar field. Like all fields, the inflation has a certain strength at every point in space, which determines the force it exerts on itself and on other fields. During the inflationary phase, its strength is nearly constant everywhere. Depending on how strong a field is, it has a certain amount of energy in it, which what physicists call potential energy. The relation between the strength and the energy can be represented by a curve on a graph. For the inflation, cosmologists hypothesize that the curve looks like the cross-section through a valley and a gently sloped plateau. Okay, trying to get to the next page. If the field begins with a strength corresponding to some point on the plateau, it will gradually lose both strength and energy, as if sliding down the slope. In fact, the equations are similar to those of a ball rolling down a hill of the same shape as a potential energy curve. The inflation's potential energy can cause the universe to expand at an accelerated rate. In the process, it can smooth and flatten the universe, provided the field remains on the plateau long enough, about 10 to the negative 30th second, to stretch the universe by a factor of 10 to the 25th or more along each direction. Inflation ends when the field reaches the end of the plateau and rushes downhill to the energy valley below. At this point, the potential energy converts into more familiar forms of energy, namely the dark matter, hot ordinary matter, and radiation that fill the universe today. The universe enters a period of modest, decelerating expansion during which the material coalesces into cosmic structures. Inflation smooths the universe just as stretching a rubber sheet smooths its wrinkles. But it does not do so perfectly. Small irregulations remain because of quantum effects. The laws of quantum physics dictate that a field such as the inflation not have exactly the same strength everywhere in space, but that it undergo random fluctuations. These fluctuations cause inflation to end at slightly different times in different regions of space, heating them to slightly different temperatures. These spatial variations are the seeds that will eventually grow into stars and galaxies. A prediction of inflationary theory is that the variations are nearly scale invariant. That is, they do not depend on the size of the region. They occur with equal magnitude on all scales. The case for inflation can be summarized by three dictums. First, I don't know if that is dictums or dictums. I don't know if I said that right. Okay. First, inflation is inevitable. Developments in theoretical physics since Guth's proposal have only strengthened the hypothesis that the early universe contained fields that could conceivably drive inflation. Hundreds of them appear in unified theories of physics, such as string theory. In the chaotic primeval, I'm not saying that right, universe, there was sure to be some patch of space where one of these fields met the conditions for inflation. Second, inflation explains why the universe is so uniform and flat today. No one knows how uniform or flat the universe was when it emerges from the Big Bang. But with inflation, there is no need to know because the period of accelerated expansion stretched it into the right shape. Right. Third, and probably the most compelling, inflationary theory is powerfully predictive. For example, numerous observations in the cosmic microwave background radiation and the distribution of galaxies have confirmed that the spatial variations in energy in the early universe were nearly scale invariant. Okay, the case against inflation. The first signs that a theory is failing are usually small discrepancies between observation and prediction. That is not the situation here. The data are in exquisite accord with the inflationary predictions set down in the early 1980s. Instead, the case against inflation challenges the logical foundation of the theory. Does the theory really work as advertised? Are the predictions made in the early 1980s still the predictions of the inflationary model as we understand it today? There is an argument to be made that the answer to both questions is no. The first dictum holds that inflation is inevitable. But if it is, there is an awkward corollary. Bad inflation is more likely than good inflation. Bad inflation means a period of accelerated expansion whose outcome conflicts with what we observe. For example, the temperature variation might be too large. The difference between good and bad hinges on the precise shape of the potential energy curve, which is controlled by the numerical parameter that could, in principle, take on any value whatsoever. Only an extremely narrow range of values could produce the observed temperature variation. In a typical inflationary model, the value must be near 10 to the negative 15, that is 0 to 15 decimal places. A less fine-tuned choice, such as 0 to only 12 or 10 or 8 decimal places, would produce bad inflation. The same degree of accelerated expansion or more, but with a large temperature variation that is inconsistent with observation. We could ignore bad inflation if it were incompatible with life. In that case, even if such large temperature variation could arise in principle, we could never observe them. Reasoning of this kind is known as the anthropic principle. Yet it does not apply here. Larger temperature variation would result in more stars and galaxies. The universe would, if anything, be more habitable than it is now. Not only is bad inflation more likely than good inflation, but no inflation is more likely than either. University of Oxford physicist Roger Penrose first made this point in the 1980s. He applied thermodynamic principles similar to those used to describe configuration of atoms and molecules in a gas to count the possible starting configuration of the inflation and gravitational fields. Some of these configurations lead to inflation and thence to a nearly uniform, flat distribution of matter and a geometrically flat shape. Other configurations lead to a uniform, flat universe directly, without inflation. Both sets of configuration are rare, so obtaining a flat universe is unlikely overall. Penrose's shocking conclusion, though, was that obtaining a flat universe without inflation is much more likely than with inflation, by a factor of 10 to the 10 to the Gogol power. Oh, I think he's just trying to say like gazillion power. What? Okay. So the point is, Penrose's shocking conclusion, though, was that obtaining a flat universe without inflation is much more likely than with inflation. So the perils of an eternal inflation. Another approach reaching a similar conclusion extrapolates the history of the universe from its current condition backward in time using the established physical laws. Right. Okay. The extrapolation is not unique given the average flat and smooth conditions today. Many different sequences of events could have come before. In 2008, Gary W. Gibbons of the University of Cambridge and Neil G. Turok of the Perimeter Institute of Theoretical Physics in Ontario showed that an overwhelming number of extrapolations have insignificant amount of inflation. This conclusion is consistent with Penrose's. Both seem counterintuitive because a flat and smooth universe is unlikely, and inflation is a powerful mechanism for obtaining the needed smoothing and flattening. Yet this advantage appears to be completely offset by the fact that the conditions for starting inflation are so improbable. When all factors are taken into account, the universe is more likely to have achieved its current condition without inflation than with. Many physicists and astrophysicists find that theoretical argument unconvincing compared with a more compelling one favoring inflation, namely the argument between the prediction formulated in the early 1980s and the magnificent cosmological observations available today. Matching experiments trumps any theoretical arguments. That's interesting. But the strange twist to this story is that the prediction of the early 1980s were based on a naive understanding of how inflation actually works, a picture that has turned out to be dead wrong. The change in view began with the realization that inflation is eternal. Once begun, it never ends. Okay, the self-perpetuating nature of inflation is the direct result of quantum physics combined with accelerated expansion. Recall that quantum fluctuations can slightly delay when inflation ends. Where these fluctuations are small, so are their effects. Yet the fluctuations are uncontrollably random. In some regions of space, they will be large, leading to substantial delays. Such procrastinating rogue regions are extremely rare. So you might think it's safe to ignore them. You cannot, because they are inflating. Let me change pages. They continue to grow and in a matter of instant dwarf the well-behaved region that ended inflation on time. They result in a sea of inflating space surrounding a little island filled with hot matter and radiation. What is more, rogue regions spawned new rogue regions as well as new islands of matter, each a self-contained universe. The process continues ad infinitum, creating an unbounded number of islands surrounded by ever more inflating space. If you are not disturbed by this picture, don't worry, you should not be. This disturbing news comes next. The disturbing news comes next. The islands are not all the same. The inherently random nature of quantum physics ensures that some are highly non-uniform and strongly warped. Their non-uniformity sounds like the problem of bad inflation described earlier, but the cause is different. Bad inflation occurs because the parameters controlling the shape of the potential energy curve are likely to be too large. Here, non-uniformity can result from eternal inflation and random quantum fluctuations, no matter what values the parameters have. To be quantitatively precise, the word sum above should be replaced with an infinite number of. In an eternally inflating universe, an infinite number of islands will have properties like the ones we observe, but an infinite number will not. Hold on, I have to read that again. In an eternally inflating universe, an infinite number of islands will have properties like the ones we observe, but an infinite number will not. Is there a typo here, or am I just... An infinite number of islands will have properties like the ones we observe, but an infinite number will not. Okay. The true outcome of inflation was best summarized by Guth. In an internally inflating universe, anything that could happen will happen. In fact, it will happen an infinite number of times. So is our universe the exception or the rule? In an infinite collection of islands, it is hard to tell. As an analogy, suppose you have a sack containing a known infinite number of quarters and pennies. If you reach in and pick a coin randomly, you can make a firm prediction about which coin you are most likely to choose. If the sack contains an infinite number of quarters and pennies, though, you cannot. Okay. To try to assess the probabilities, you sort the coins into piles. You start by putting 1 quarter into the pile, then 1 penny, then 1 second quarter, then a second penny, and so on. This procedure gives you the impression that there is an equal number of each denomination. But then you try a different system, first piling 10 quarters, then 1 penny, then 10 quarters, then 1 penny, and so on. Now you have an impression that there are 10 quarters for every penny. Which method of counting out the coins is right? The answer is neither. For an infinite collection of coins, there are an infinite number of ways of sorting that produce an infinite range of probabilities. So there is no legitimate way to judge which coin is more likely. By the same reasoning, there is no way to judge which kind of island is more likely in an internally inflating universe. Now you should be disturbed. What does it mean to say that inflation makes certain predictions? That, for example, the universe is uniform or has scale invariance fluctuations? If anything that can happen will happen an infinite number of times. And if the theory does not make testable predictions, how can cosmologists claim that the theory agrees with observation, as they routinely do? The measure of our failure. Theorists, okay, are not aware of the problem. Theorists, I think, are not aware of the problem, but they have faith that they can resolve it and restore the naive inflationary picture of the early 1980s that attracted them to the theory in the first place. Many remain hopeful, even though they have been wrestling with this issue for the past 25 years and have yet to come up with a plausible solution. Some suggest trying to construct theories of inflation that are not eternal, to nip the infinity of universe in the bud. But eternality is the natural consequence of inflation plus quantum physics. To avoid it, the universe would have to start off in a very spatial initial state with a special form of inflationary energy, so that inflation ended everywhere in space before quantum fluctuation had a chance to reignite it. In this scenario, though the observed outcome depends sensitively on what the initial state is, that defeats the entire purpose of inflation, to explain the outcome no matter what conditions existed beforehand. An alternative strategy supposes that islands like our observable universe are the most likely outcome of inflation. Proponents of this approach impose a so-called measure, a specific rule for weighing which kind of island are most likely, analogous to declaring that we must take 3 quarters for every 5 pennies when drawing coins from our sacks. The notion of a measure, an ad hoc addition, is an open admission that inflationary theory on its own does not explain or predict anything. Worse, theorists, okay, I'm not going to struggle with this again, have come up with many equally reasonable measures that lead to different conclusions. An example is the volume measure, which says that islands should be weighted by their size. At first glance, this choice makes common sense. The intuitive idea underlying inflation is that it explains the uniformity and flatness we observe by creating large volumes of space with those properties. Unfortunately, the volume measure fails. The reason is that it favors procrastination. Consider 2 kinds of regions: islands like ours and others that formed later, after more inflation. But the power of exponential growth, the latter region will occupy vastly more total volume. Hence, regions younger than ours are vastly more common. By this measure, it is unlikely we would even exist. Measure enthusiasts take a trial and error approach in which they invent and test measures until they hope one produces the desired answer, that our universe is highly probable. Suppose they succeed someday, then they will need another principle to justify using that measure instead of the other, yet another principle to choose that principle, and so on. Still, another alternative approach is to invoke the anthropic principle, whereas the measure concept holds that we live in a typical island. An anthropic principle assumes we live in a very atypical island with just the minimal conditions needed to support life. The claim is that the conditions in more typical islands are incompatible with galaxies or stars or some other prerequisite for life as we know it. Even though the typical island occupies more space than ones like ours, they can be ignored because we are interested only in the regions that humans could potentially inhabit. Unfortunately for this idea, the conditions in our universe are not minimal. The universe is flatter, smoother, and more precisely scale invariant than it had to be to support life. More typical islands, such as those younger than ours, are almost equally habitable, yet much more numerous. Okay, whatever. I'm almost done with this though. Making procrastinators pay. In light of these arguments, the oft-cited claim that cosmological data have verified the central prediction in inflationary theory is misleading at best. What one could say is that data have confirmed predictions of the naive inflationary theory as we understood it before 1983. But the theory is not inflationary cosmology as understood today. The naive theory supposes that inflation leads to a predictable outcome governed by the law of classical physics. The truth is that quantum physics rules inflation, and anything that can happen will happen. And if inflationary theory makes no firm prediction, what is its point? The underlying problem is that procrastination carries no penalty. To the contrary, it is positively rewarded. Rogue regions that delay ending inflation continue to grow at an accelerating pace, so they invariably take over. In an ideal situation, any rogue regions would expand more slowly, or better still, shrink. The overwhelming bulk of the universe would consist of well-behaved regions that end the smoothing phase on time, and our observed universe would be comfortably normal. An alternative to inflationary cosmology that my colleagues and I have proposed, known as the cyclic theory, has just this property. According to this picture, the Big Bang is not the beginning of space and time. Interesting. Let me get to the next page. So, the Big Bang is not the beginning of space and time, but rather a bounce from a preceding phase of contraction to a new phase of expansion, accompanied by the creation of matter and radiation. The theory is cyclic because after 1 trillion years, the expansion devolves into contraction and a new bounce to expansion again. Okay. The key point is that the smoothing of the universe occurs before the bang, during the period of contraction. Any procrastinating rogue region continue to contract while well-behaved regions bounce on time and begin expanding. So the rogue regions remain comparatively small and negligible. Smoothing during contraction has an observable consequence. During any smoothing phase, whether in inflationary theory or in the cyclic theory, quantum fluctuations generate small propagating random distortions in space-time known as gravitational waves that leave a distinctive imprint on the microwave background radiation. The amplitude of the waves is proportional to the energy density. Inflation would occur when the universe was extremely dense, whereas the equivalent process in the cyclic model would occur when the universe was particularly empty, so the predicted imprints would be dramatically different. Of course, the cyclic theory is relatively new and may have its own problems, but it illustrates that there are conceivable alternatives that may not suffer the uncontrollable runaway of eternal inflation. Our preliminary work suggests the cyclic model avoids the other problems described earlier too. To be sure, I have presented the cases for and against inflation as two extremes without the opportunity for cross-examination or nuance. In a meeting held in January at the Princeton Center of Theoretical Science to discuss these issues, many leading theorists argued that the problem with inflation are mere teething pains and should not shake our confidence in the basic ideas. Others, including me, contended that the problem cut to the core of the theory and it needs a major fix or must be replaced. In the end, the case will be decided by data. The forthcoming observations of the microwave background radiation will be telling. Experiments to search for gravitational wave imprints are already being conducted on mountaintops, in high-altitude balloons, and onboard satellites. And results should emerge within the next 2 to 3 years. Yeah, good luck with that. Detecting a gravitational wave imprint would support inflation. Failure to detect it would be a major setback. For inflation to make sense despite a null result, cosmologists would need to suppose that the inflation field had a very peculiar potential with just the right shape to suppress gravitational waves, which seems contrived. Many researchers would gravitate to alternatives like the cyclic universe theory, that naturally predict the unobservable small gravitational wave signal. Right. The outcome will be a critical moment in our quest to determine how the universe came to be the way it is and what will happen in the future. Okay, well, that was the inflation debate. Is the theory at the heart of modern cosmology deeply flawed? By Paul J. Steinhardt. That was dry. Alright, I'll be back later. I'm going to take a break, and then if nobody's here, I'll keep reading, because I want to read these because I've been wanting to read these, but pretending like I have an audience to read to kind of helps. So, I'm doing this for me more than anybody else, really. Alright, bye. See you later.
Picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truth is. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PE shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys have set that ass up properly, gassed up. Fellas need to store it up. Shit, for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell them bounce.
You saw us on Reddit?
Yeah. I was just scrolling through and went through a Reddit tunnel, and then I got to Flat Earth Theories and like Flat Earth Society or something like that.
Yeah.
And now I saw this Discord and I got pretty interested.
Okay. So what's interesting do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth?
How is it flat? That's just my main question.
Sounds like there's 2 of you there.
Yeah, there is. I'll let my friend.
Cool. How is it flat? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely help you out with that. If you don't mind, whenever somebody else is talking, or whenever you stop talking, can you mute your mic?
Yeah.
As you get some reverb. All right. So, yeah, the question is, how is it flat? We'll definitely answer your question. Absolutely. But before we do that, I'd like to prod your knowledge a little bit. Either whoever's in here, Oliver or the other guy, your friend. There's 3 questions that I'd like to ask. And the 3 questions are the 3 points that I usually bring up to somebody that's new that comes in here. The first question, I'm just gonna tell you the points, and it's no really right or wrong answer. It's just, knowing what you know. So either you or your friend can answer this one. How did they figure out that the Earth has curvature, or it was measured to have curvature? That's point number 1. I'm just gonna go through the points. Point number 2 is axial rotation, that the Earth spins on its axis. So how did they figure out that the Earth was spinning on its axis, right? Point number 3, the vacuum of space being a reality that people, or a medium that people can travel to. The vacuum of space, right? How did they figure that out? So those 3 points right there, and we can start with curvature. You or your friend can answer, or both of you, whatever, doesn't matter to me. How did they figure out the curvature? How was it measured?
It was by the center of Earth. And they're showing how if you were to go around, if you were to go across the world, you would be able to go from Europe, or you would be able to go to Europe to Asia, not Europe, UK to Asia, or you would be able to go to from Florida to let's say California if you're just going around. That's just a bad example, but you know what I mean.
Okay. So you're saying that from traveling from one place to another is the way that they measured curvature. Now, I want to ask you, how long ago was the Earth known to be having curvature on it? Do you guys know that information? It's okay if you don't. I'm just wanting to know.
No, I don't know.
Okay. So
many hundreds of years.
As far, hang on, S1. Just hold tight. I'm having a conversation with Oliver at the moment. So there's no way that that they measured it. And ancient people, it doesn't matter who it is. But so you said the information is that they traveled the Earth and then they found that there's curvature there. Okay, so what people are you referring to when you say that? Is there anybody specific? Oliver.
For example, Christopher Columbus, those people who traveled in ships. There is one guy, I'm pretty sure, I don't know who it was, but
the Indians back in BC and shit like that. Because, they used to travel the world on ships, and I believe they believed that the world was flat back then. But I think, I just did 30-second search up, and it said that they used calendars and stuff like that to figure out that the Earth was round.
Okay. So they use calendars to measure the curvature of Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Can I chime in here?
Yeah. Parmesan, 1 second. I'm having a chat with Oliver. Just 1 second. So they use calendars. Is that what you said, Oliver?
It was either it was calendars, or he planted a stick directly in the ground and waited to see if a shadow would cast at noon. It turns out there is one, and that's how they found out that the Earth was round since over 2,000 years ago.
Okay, it sounds like you jump from one thing to the next. Can you mute your mic real quick, Oliver? Yeah, what you're talking about is Eratosthenes, the sticks and shadows and the well. So that was a guy back in ancient Greece, right? That did this particular thing that you're talking about. So he did that, and he assumed he didn't measure anything, because when you put a stick on the ground and you're measuring the shadow. Now I'm going to ask for your honesty. Could you measure the shape of the Earth doing that? Let's say you put a stick in the ground and you go 10 miles away and you put another stick in the ground, and because of the shadows that the sun's casting on those sticks, could you measure the shape of the ground that you're on, it being curved or whatever?
Not technically, no.
Right. Why do you think that is?
because the shadow just goes forward. So like, technically, okay, I don't know how to explain this, but like if you're on like flat ground and the shadow is going forward, you can't really like figure out if you're on a globe or not. You know?
Yeah, you're correct. No, you're right. You're right. So the point is that the ancient Greece, Eratosthenes, he didn't figure out that the Earth was a globe with the curvature, right? All he did was make an assumption. He started off with a presupposition that he was already on a spherical object. That's what he did. And then he just reified that with the idea that by seeing the different shadows that he was looking at, then he made the assumption that it is curved. It just reified what he already thought before.
Can I say one?
So it wasn't just hang on this one. It wasn't that he measured anything. So I'm just making that point very clear. So whatever the information that you got from the internet, it doesn't support something that you could verify, just like you said, because we're thinking about this logically at the moment, right? Even you could see that is not any way to measure the shape of the ground that you're standing on, right?
Yeah, but what about like the moon landing and the pictures from space and all that?
Yeah, so we'll get into that in just a second. But I want to point out that in ancient times, they didn't figure that the Earth was a globe. Yet they carried that information and gave it to other people and said that they did measure curvature for thousands of years, right? So that's a problem because they didn't measure the Earth to be to have a curved surface, or they didn't measure the curvature. They only assumed it. So we're not even talking about what people are doing today. We're just talking about what they did a long time ago. So point number one being that the Earth has curvature cannot be substantiated. Or if I was to ask you, is there any way that you can actually find out if the Earth has curvature? Like, is there anything that you can do?
How can I say something?
Or Oliver's friend?
Like literally do, or in theory?
No, like physically. Go out and do.
Oh, okay, but like my question here is like, I could drive a boat from America to wherever, to like China or something.
Okay.
But like, if you mean like right now, in like my scenario, no.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I was thinking about the guy before.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm having a conversation with this one. So basically, there's nothing you could do right now to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, point number one being that the Earth has curvature and it's measured to have curvature. It can't be verified that it is curved. So I'm just really prodding your knowledge. Just like I said, there's no really right or wrong answer for you. It's just knowing what the information that you know about the globe Earth. So curvature, we could put that to a side for now and say that it's just a belief system that you have that it is curved. We'll just keep that to the side right now as a belief. Point number two, that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? That it's actually spinning. Is there any way that you can tell me that the way they figured that out, that the Earth is spinning, or that you can actually tell that the Earth is spinning? Either one.
The sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
The sun goes, the sun comes,
Yeah. What does the sun? What does the sun do?
Gives daylight.
No, we're talking specifically about how the Earth is spinning. What is the sun doing to tell you that the Earth is spinning?
It's just standing still. So like whenever the Earth is spinning, it becomes daytime and it becomes nighttime.
All right. So when you go outside, let's say when it's going to be daytime, right? What do you see the sun doing in the sky? Is it standing still or is it moving?
It's moving. It's moving to like the top left, and it's going.
Yeah, it's like kind of moving up and then down.
Okay, cool. We'll just say that the sun is moving across the sky. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay, so right before we got into this topic, you said that the sun was standing still, but everybody that can see the sun knows that it's moving across the sky. That's what we see. So how did they figure out that the sun was standing still and that we're moving? Because we see the sun moving across the sky and we can't tell we're moving. That's what we see. I want you to maybe think about that a little bit, and maybe you want to look it up or something, but how did they figure that out? Because it looks like to us that the sun's moving across the sky. So there's in no way can point us to that the earth is actually moving.
That's true. That's he said.
What's that, Oliver?
No, I agree. That's right.
Okay.
I mean, I could do a little bit of research on it, but because I don't know much about that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just asking what you know right now, and as far as what you know, that's you pointed to the sun and said the sun was the indicator that tells us that we're moving and the sun's standing still. But upon further investigation, like right now during our discussion, you can clearly know that the sun is moving across the sky, and you can't tell that we're moving. So at this current time, we would say that it's just a belief that you have that we're spinning on our axis, like the Earth is spinning right now. It's just a belief right now. So we could put that to the side right now, as that's just something you believe. It's not something that you can actually verify or know. So the Earth spinning on its axis, point number 2. We'll move that to the side. We'll move on to point number 3. Point number 3 is the vacuum of space being a medium that people can travel to. How did we figure out that when you look up in the sky that it's a vacuum? Either by you verifying it or by information that you know how they figured it out.
I'm gonna be straight up with you. Me personally, I don't know way too much about that.
Okay.
But how can we verify that the space is a vacuum? I mean, gravity, right? Isn't that how that works? Because it holds us in place, etc.
That's some shit.
All right, did your friend want to chime in too, Oliver? It sounded like you wanted to say something.
Nah.
Okay. All right, so gravity and shit, I guess is what your answer was. So we're going to look into that just a second, but that the Earth has a pressurized system, right? The air that you breathe, it's got pressure. Would you agree with me on that, Oliver?
Yeah.
All right, so we have pressure here in the ground level where we're at. It's about 14 psi, somewhere around there. So it's got pressure in it. Now they say that we're next to the vacuum of space, but there is no barrier in between the pressurized system and the vacuum of space. Well, that's a problem. Have you ever had air pressure in a tire and you press the little nozzle on the tire, the air where you put the air inside? When you press that, the air rushes out, right? Why does it do that? How come it doesn't stay in the tire?
Because you're squeezing the tire.
Right. So, well, it's interesting because the air inside of the tire is higher pressure than the air outside of the tire. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. It's not really like a no-brainer, but I just want you to see if you can agree with me on some points. Okay, so you agree that the inside of the tire, the air pressure is more, it's higher than the one outside.
Yeah.
So we're thinking about the Earth too when we're saying this. On ground level, we have high pressure here, but when you go all the way to where they say space is, the vacuum of space, there's almost like no pressure whatsoever. But in the instance of where we have the tire, it seems like high pressure always moves to low pressure all the time. So if you have I'll give you an example, like a balloon filled with air, and you're holding the nozzle. When you let the nozzle go, the air is going to rush out of the balloon quickly. In any and all directions, the air will push out of the balloon. This is called entropy. High pressure systems will always move to low pressure systems. This is a natural law. It happens always. Hot moves to cold. high pressure moves to low pressure. It's a natural law. It happens always. Can you agree with me on that?
Okay, that makes sense so far.
Okay. So they say that there's high pressure here where we're at on ground level and a super low pressure where the vacuum of space is. Yet there is no container to hold that pressure inside the Earth. None whatsoever. It's an open system by every aspect and regards. So what would happen to the high pressure here on Earth next to a low pressure of the vacuum of space? If it was a reality, it would rush out into space and fill the available space. This is a natural law. It would happen this way always. So that is why when we talk about point number 3, the vacuum of space being a medium that you could travel to is not possible, because they say that it's a vacuum of space next to a high pressure system here on Earth.
So but doesn't that like pressure stay in because of like gravity and the like the center of the Earth, doesn't that have like a huge gravitational pull? So doesn't that keep us all together?
Okay, so if we're talking about gravity, right? Has gravity ever held anything like pressure? Has it ever held pressure? Can I?
Okay, that's true.
Yeah. So gravity and pressure has no relation. There's nothing that you can tie it to, because we'd be able to blow air in front of our face and create pressure right in front of us, like a bunch of it, like a high pressure. But it doesn't happen, right?
What do you mean, Buffalo?
Yo, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
So you know how if you go like deeper into the water in the ocean, how is the water pressure?
Okay, so one thing I want you guys to remember is that the only way to achieve any kind of pressure is that you have to have a container. So it's called an antecedent. The necessary antecedent to gas pressure or any kind of pressure is a container. You need to have a container, any kind. It doesn't matter what kind. So in the case of water needs to be contained wherever it is. Okay, you can take a look at like a glass of water, a swimming pool, a bathtub, a pond, a lake, ocean, even. Everything that you talk about with water, it's contained. And how do we know this? Because there's shores everywhere that you see water, right? And it reaches like the shore of wherever you're at, on the beach or whatever. Stop. But that water is contained.
What does it contain?
Sorry. That wasn't to you guys.
It's contained by the shores that everywhere that you see water. So like
medium.
Well, think about it's the shoreline. To take a look at a lake. Yeah, a lake is a good example. So you have a shoreline all the way around a lake, right? That's easy to see. Oh, you guys agree with me on that? And as you go further into the water, it gets deeper and deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in other words, that water is contained. It's sitting more or less like in a bowl. Like that's just something that you put in your mind of what the container I'm talking about. Because your friend chimed in there and said, "Well, how do we have pressure?" Well, the water that he's speaking of is already contained. It doesn't matter what body of water you even describe. It has to be contained if there is to be pressure. It needs a container by necessity. So the necessary antecedent to pressure, or gas pressure, is a container. It needs to be contained. Think about it like this. If I have a pitcher of water and I pour it over a table, will that water have any depth to it? Like, will it gain a lot of depth? It will not. It will not. Once I put a glass there and I pour that water in the glass, now it's contained. It doesn't matter if the surface is open. All that I need are the walls of a container to contain something. Now it has volume.
Okay, I have 2 questions in mind right now, though.
Sure.
One being, why would the government want to make us believe the Earth is round? Why wouldn't they just tell us it's flat?
Oh, we'll get into that in just a second. I just want to wrap up the 3 points real quick. So the vacuum of space, and your friend was asking about how do we know water has pressure, and I told him about the walls of the container. Do you guys agree with me on that? I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the 3 points. That we need a container for gas pressure, or we need a container for water. Oliver?
Yeah, bro.
We're having mic problems. Sorry.
I have another question.
Sure.
Like, this is the last one, right?
Yeah, let me wrap up these points, okay? So right. if we're saying that you need a container, well, they're saying that it's an open system, that rockets can travel into the vacuum of space and all that. Well, it doesn't have a container. This is what we need. We do need a container to have pressure here on Earth. So we still remain that the gas pressure, the air that you breathe, has pressure because it is contained. Now, what that container is, we don't know. Like, there's a lot of speculation and like, well, it's a dome, it's this and that. We don't know. All we understand is that it is contained in order for us to have pressure. So that being said, point number 3, the vacuum of space cannot be proven to be true. So 3 points. The first one was curvature. The second one was axial rotation. The third one is the vacuum of space. All 3 of them are beliefs. They are not backed up by empirical evidence and whatsoever. So that's just something for you to actually take a look at. Maybe you can pour yourself over some research on those 3 points, but make sure that you look into that a little bit deeper if you want, because we all have in this chat room. So, but I'm going to go ahead and take your questions. I don't know which ones you want to start with, but go ahead and start asking your questions, please, Oliver.
All right. So, can you show me what you think the Earth looks like?
Okay. What? Yeah.
Can you show me like what it looks like?
Like a picture, like a diagram or something?
Yeah.
All right, so flat Earth doesn't stand by any models. Now, that being said, there's a lot of images and stuff that you can see about the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is called the AE map. And it's the circle map with like the ice wall and like the continents in the middle, splayed out. That is...
So, with the ice wall, right? You see how Antarctica is like...
Yeah, I'm about to finish the point. Let me finish the point. So we don't ascribe to that. We just say that's a concept. Now, me personally, I don't even say that because we can't even figure out what the Earth is as a whole. So going to a model is just a reification fallacy. It just means that it's something that we're trying to, or at the very beginning of the movement of Flat Earth, we're trying to give the globe earthers something so that they can actually look at. Because that question that you just asked was asked a very lot of times. People would always say like, well, we know what the globe looks like. What does the flat Earth look like? And the flat earthers were like, well, shoot, we got to give you something. So they gave them the AE map to satisfy them. And they're like, oh, well, that's what the Earth looks like. But that's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that because that map that you see with the AE map with the ice ring has a lot of problems in it. Okay. So I don't ascribe to that, and I wouldn't want anybody in Flat Earth to as well. Because once they do, it becomes a positive claim, and then you can ask questions about it like, what about the ice wall? Is there ice over here and ice over there? Then we're going to be like, well, we don't know, and then you're going to be like, well, see, how come you don't know? So right now, we don't say we can take a picture of the whole Earth. There's nothing that we can do that you can see everything, okay? We can only take pictures locally, high altitude imagery and all that good stuff. But as a whole, we can't do that. It's not possible. It hasn't been done. It has not been done. So I don't know if that was a question you were probably asking, but if I answered it, but Flat Earth doesn't make a claim to a model, any model.
All right. So what you're saying you don't know if Antarctica is like surrounding Earth, like in the side, like on the side, like there's an ice wall. You don't know.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. So
then can't you just walk off the Earth if the Earth is flat?
Okay, so you might want to mute your.
My bad.
All right, so we don't claim that you could actually traverse Antarctica. There's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty past the 60th parallel, which means that if you try to attempt to go over there uninvited, you'll be stopped probably by the navies of the world, whatever waters you're traveling on. They'll probably stop you and tell you to turn around because you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. It's a protected land, and it has been ever since like the 50s, late 50s, early 60s, something like that. If you just Google the Antarctic Treaty, it'll pop up and you'll see all the information about it. But all the countries that have signed on to keep it a protected land have done so in the idea that nobody's going to be able to travel there freely. So that idea that you have that we could just walk over there and go see what's over there, we can't do that. Nobody can. Now, that being said, there are scientists there doing some work at McMurdo Station, and there's a couple of stations that are there in Antarctica, and also there's some tours that go down there, like some boats that go there. Very expensive tours, I might add, but you can go down there in a tour, and the tour guide will take you certain places, and then you can pet a penguin or whatever and come right back. It's pretty expensive. But you can't freely go over there and check it out for yourself, or nobody can actually do that. So that would answer that question.
So one last question. I'm sorry for bugging you, right?
Wait, I have one after.
Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
So it's cold all around the Earth, right? So if it's cold around the Earth, because the reason why it's cold in the North Pole and the South Pole is because it's not facing the sun, and it's getting like the least amount of sun out of all the places in the Earth. So that's why it's all ice and everything like that. So if the Earth was flat, how would it be all ice all around if the sun was if the Earth wasn't round? How would that be happening?
Okay, here's the thing, and this is gonna probably throw you for a loop, but we can't. Flat Earth can't answer that in the way that it would satisfy you, the way the globe has given you an explanation with Antarctica. What we do say is that the sun travels from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, meaning that when it's summer in the north, it's winter in the south, right? So whatever lands are in the south, like Australia or whatever, it's winter time for them when it's summer for us, and vice versa. Summer for them, winter for us. So wherever the sun is, that's where the most, where it's hotter. So if you think about it, the lands are beyond, or where the sun's reach would probably be Antarctica and the Arctic. So both of those would be considered the furthest reaches of the sun, like where the sun is, But of course, they do have what they would consider their summers, right? So when it's summer,
the north and south are completely opposite, and on a globe they would be expected to be kind of the same.
Yeah, but they're not the same though. The Arctic is very much different. It's got life and it's abundant, and the Antarctic is kind of void of life, and it's a bit more frigid, and there's very little life. You got certain animals that can only endure that kind of temperature, but the Arctic is a bit more tolerable. As far as that goes, but it would work the same on a flat and level plane, the plane of existence that we're on, because the sun would only need to travel above the plane of existence, so it would just travel above us, and whatever motion it does. But I wouldn't claim what the sun actually does, because there's this idea that with the seasons that the sun actually, and I'm going to show you a diagram. I was actually talking about this model yesterday with a couple of people on Flat Earth, and we agreed on it. So did you see that image I put up in live stream voice text, Oliver?
No, I'm going to it right now.
All right.
Yeah, look at it right now.
All right. Flat Earth at the beginning of the movement was trying to explain the seasons in a way that it would make some sense to people coming from the globe. So they gave this model of what happens with the seasons and how the sun actually works and so on and so forth. But there's a problem with that model. I'm going to point out the problem with that model. On the equinox, the sun moves directly from east to west and almost a straight line, very close to it. When you look at that diagram, that model, it shows that the sun is corkscrewing in and out over the flat Earth. But on the equinox, it moves directly straight on every location on Earth. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
So that diagram is a reification fallacy. It cannot work on flat Earth. This might bug some flat earthers who were actually looking at this model and claiming that this is how seasons work. But like I said, the equinox actually throws this off because it doesn't do a spiral motion. It goes straight across the sky in a almost straight path. So we don't claim that this is the model for us to give you for the seasons. What we do say is that the sun is closer to us in the summertime. When it's summer, it's closer to the north. And in the north, when it's further from us, it's wintertime. So we could say that with assurance because we have this. I'm going to show you another image. Do you know what that's called?
I've seen it before, but I forgot.
The analemma.
Yeah.
The solar analemma. Now, if we say that what we can visually see in the sky is that the sun is closest to us, like at the very top of that analemma, that's when the sun is closest. And at the furthest, you can see at the bottom of that analemma, where it looks like it's bigger, then that's the furthest away from your position, wherever it's showing you right there. But at the very top is when it's the closest it is to you. At the very bottom, it's its furthest away to you. But the solar analemma, this is taken over the course of a year. That's how you get that analemma there at one particular location. So that's what we can say is actually happening, right? With assurance, because we can see that and we could do some time footage where it's actually taken over the course of a year, and we come up with this analemma. It looks like a figure 8. But like I mentioned to you before, that diagram that people were actually using, and I'll put it up once more, this one doesn't work. It's a reification fallacy because it's a model and it doesn't give us what we would see with the analemma. So seasons work perfectly. Just not in that model that's being shown here. So I'd like to, at the same point I'm talking to you about it, clear the air with the flat earthers that are actually looking at this model and claiming it to be the explanation for seasons.
Model?
Yep. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah. Here's like the part where I don't know how you're gonna be able to defend this. Okay. What about like the pictures from space?
Okay, remember we're talking about that gas pressure needs to be contained. That was the third point of the vacuum of space, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we need a container to have gas pressure, meaning there has to be some kind of barrier there between us and whatever else is beyond that, how can somebody travel beyond something that is like you're not able to get to that location? Because they say they can actually go into a location that breaks the laws of the second law of thermodynamics.
Does it have to be a physical barrier? Can it be an energy barrier?
Well, here's the thing, though. When we talk about gas being contained, like the air that we breathe, if it is contained, how could that be contained?
Can it be contained by an energy rather than physical?
Well, here's the thing. We can't ourselves know what the container is made of, but we know it has to be something solid to hold it in. That's what we can tell. Because if you have that much pressure over that amount of area, like as big as the Earth is, it would have to be something very, like, structurally saying it to be something super strong to hold it.
So, can you have a pressure gas next to a vacuum without something physical in between them?
No.
Can you demonstrate this?
No, because it can't. Yeah, I was just gonna say that, Alberto. It can't be demonstrated, Parmesan, and that is the problem. If you can't demonstrate, I'm gonna answer Oliver's question. If you can't demonstrate that gas pressure can be done in an open system, like you can have gas pressure in an open system, then you're gonna show us that you can actually do that. But if you can't demonstrate it, then it's not possible that people can travel. That people can travel into the vacuum of space. Because all gas pressure needs to be contained. So
if somebody was able to make some kind of a device or a demonstration that would keep gas in a pressure next to a vacuum without any physical divide between them.
That's all that we would require. That's it right there. That's the golden... Okay.
And the reason I ask is I think there is something that works that way, but I'm just going to need to check before I come back to you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Go ahead. Because
please do.
A lot of people have checked this, and if you're thinking of gravity, gravity is not strong enough to do that.
We'll just wait till we'll wait till he comes back, because I think he's going to bring something that he's actually researched or something. But so far as we know, nothing has been shown to us over the years, and the many people that have been looking into it, Parmesan. But to answer your question, Oliver, no, it's not possible because of the fact that we would have a contained environment. It's a closed system for all intents and purposes, and matter cannot travel beyond the contained system because it's a closed system. Okay, go ahead.
All right, now I think my friend has to say something else, but I have like a final thing here. Now, this could obviously be faked, but I don't see why it would be. Now, all right, this isn't like hard evidence. I'm just putting it out there. There's a video on YouTube that was posted back in 2018, and they attached a GoPro to a weather balloon, I think it was, and they let it float into space, and it got like footage.
Okay.
Could I like send a link to you in DM or something?
Yeah, send it to me. I'll put it up in the live stream.
We have several of them down below. You can watch. You don't even have to pull it up. Don't we have several in down some of our rooms down below?
And like in the video, you can like almost see the horizon of the world and everything.
All right, let me put it up for everybody.
We've got plenty of those.
All right, so question I want to ask you, with the camera that they're using, or any camera, but before we get into the height that it actually went to, the camera that they're using has what is known to be barrel distortion, which means that it would give the image that it's represented as having some curvature onto it.
It's already showing curvature. Look at it. It's only a couple 100 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
And it's already showing curvature. So it's a fisheye lens right there.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that with you could pause it like maybe 6 or 7 seconds in, Oliver.
Yeah, see, it's showing it as a ball right now. It's not even up there.
Oliver, are you there? I don't know. Maybe he left. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah, I'm looking at what you're looking at right now.
Yeah,
cool.
12.
Here.
You go to 12 seconds in there. It looks like curved, man. It's not even past.
Okay, you do have a point there.
Number of games are fun, but we're going to move on. Because I just wanted to ask quickly, Matthew.
I wanted to point out the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because.
Well, I was going to think about the Earth, but yeah.
Well, let me just ask Matthew. So, Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure. I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it.
Right. So is it I know the Earth is a globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
Those are not contradictory.
What is knowing something?
Wait, so what's the difference between belief and knowing?
He believes that he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, guys, let me get an answer. Right. What does knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one sentence.
Just like colloquially, if I'm asking you, what does knowing mean?
Yeah, having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, but you might also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without experiencing it?
Well,
no.
Give me an example. Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
Mm-hmm.
I've never experienced it.
How do you know that?
Based
well, no, you don't.
A whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there. Okay. I believe him. Like a bunch of.
I liked it better with the Canada example.
So you could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other day.
Yeah, then you just say that you believe.
What is something that you can't experience? What is something that you can't experience that you have knowledge
of? What it's like to be a woman? I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Serious?
You saying you know what it's like to be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So, is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think that I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
Well, like
right,
the flat
don't
horizon?
experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
Oh, you're talking about my senses, like what I sense.
I'm talking
what you
about
experience, right?
Oh my
god. I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the constant size of the sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Also has nothing to do with the actual Earth, right?
But
But
we're talking about
everything
the Earth.
No, talking about all of reality, the whole realm of reality.
No, but we're
how
talking
big
about what you
is that?
stand on.
Huh?
What you stand on. You know what's
the
below your
ground.
feet?
Like I go to the ocean.
We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to the ocean. It looks flat. If that's what you want me to say, it definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then? That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
One second,
right.
I just want to say, so you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yeah, you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
Crack.
It's a great point,
That's a good point, right?
Let me respond to what he said.
Exactly. You're saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 250. You know all that, but you don't really know if seawater is salty.
You're misquoting me.
This is kind of what we're seeing.
Know that the sun is I do think that the ocean is made of salt water. I do think that. I do know that. Just said that I can't.
But you just said you don't know that the sun, for example, is X amount of miles away. You don't know that.
I wasn't talking about the sun. I don't remember talking about that.
I thought you just said
you said the sun in your experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you live on a globe.
Oh,
because
yes.
we asked you about what your experiences made it thus that you know that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in the sky called the sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the salt water in the sea that you can clearly know is salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so. How would it be in relation to the fact that what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on in relation when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear what I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove that the ocean is salt water. So I was just saying I don't like the word.
So then you can't prove the globe in that, right?
No, that's right.
We're back to this. You said we can't prove the globe, and then now you say you can prove the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again. So
I think that's the whole point. It's like it's hard to fucking prove something that crazy, right?
Well, like anything in the physical world.
Not water.
Sorry, that was the best one, man.
This is the logic we're talking about, right?
There's salt in it, but you can't go to the sun and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it. So you can know a lot about the ocean and salt, but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
You just barked like a radioactive dog. That was funny. Just to lighten the mood. But yeah, so I'm just saying it's funny how you list as your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim was false already.
Well, more than that as well. We just spoke a few minutes ago, and you agreed with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball. That's just their belief. I mean, that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No, but you kind of said it was like their best guess.
What do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Because that's what NASA
I don't think they use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that one of those proofs is that Bosco
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia. I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? Then that my brain then can later figure out what is proof and what is whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1. You go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of ones into a hash of five.
Is it your number? Is it your number one different from my number one when I'm writing, or our number one is the same number one?
When I say China number one, what does that mean to you?
When I say one, and when you say one, we mean the same thing. And we're using it the same.
Yeah. Oh, great!
But Matthew, you're saying that NASA haven't proved
can we do like can we do the same thing for like with one now? We did the same thing with the word prove. Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number one. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word.
Okay. Because I'm normal human being. I'm not a scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
If you just want to use it colloquially,
is that a proof? Is that a proof that water is boiling?
If you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. Was kind of wishy-washy.
Again, I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number one and number one. You know, we are speaking now about number one. That means that proof in this moment means number one for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number one?
He wants to be specific, not colloquial.
One apple. Okay, so we put one apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is one apple in front of us?
No, I want to Bob. No. I want from him that prove is the same like a number one. You know that I thinking what he is thinking, what proof it is. You know, but I want
let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say proof. The word proof and prove only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic, and not when we're talking about apples sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me, even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
So what can you prove?
Yeah. Okay, great. But I ask one specific question: Is it a proof? If we add the heat to the water, that water will boil? Is that a proof?
That too could be an hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not.
He's saying, wait, Sasha. He's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
Yeah, but here's 3 proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school. Okay, and you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. So what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof. Right, Matthew?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah,
right, Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So how many senses do we have to use before we start to... How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say, and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of your face, you see with your eyes. You're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic heating element that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth. And you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. I would just say that
would the water be boiling then?
But I don't think any of them ever reaches the with our physical senses. I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof. The same way that mathematics.
Okay, could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time. How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time without outside of it being with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, "Oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling." I don't think, no matter how many physical senses, you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling, because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
no, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
But you're saying that your reality that you experience isn't necessarily, proven. That's not necessarily true. Everything
it's not provable. Yeah.
Sure. I just make a difference between 99.999 and 100. I think that there's a fundamental.
But you're at the point where you don't believe anything is technically real. Then,
no, I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical.
Listen, no. Wait, Matthew. You just said you're skeptical of reality.
No,
because reality is
Let me explain the
difference. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But early,
so what about this? What about this? That super spinning monkey ball posted proof. Evidence or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example, you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that
mathematics isn't a realm. By the way, can we just state this as well? Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's just get that clear. It's not a realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh, right. So then the flat Earth is true.
Wow. I cannot believe the one match.
Wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true. If true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait, so what does true mean then if it's not reality? Because reality is
true is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be
the
true.
Real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
You don't know it then. So you definitely don't know it.
You don't know that it's true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say that you know it. You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot. All the while,
you can't know salt water. You can't know apples.
You cannot know the Earth ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the oxymoronic statement of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality?
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See, listen, let me just address Says Who in the chat, right? Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. he's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know. And, well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
A pot of water, an apple, but he knows.
I said I could know all of those things. It's just I didn't like the word.
No, because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things, because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. And
you can't know something and say it's not proven at the same time. You already said it's not proven. You can't then say I know it. It's not proven.
There's a difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've never experienced or observed. Can you?
Crack, your example of the boiling pot is a perfect. I know the pot is boiling. I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
Like you know that Canada exists. You know for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do not see where your logic seems like double speak almost.
Yeah. So you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada.
No, I'm sure about salt water.
Okay, does Canada exist?
Canada exists, and salt water is in the ocean.
Hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm going to mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that
now show the strong evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No.
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No, I would say that I don't use the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because there's no curvature to prove that it's a globe.
Exactly right.
So then you can't know that it's a globe, since you've just
knowledge
said
is a separate question.
Can't be proven. So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though? You just said
no,
you don't know
I can't
prove curvature. It. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No, you asked me about proof, and I said.
Okay. Let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then? Since you can't prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that would
maybe I can try and bridge the gap here a little bit. He was talking about.
Sorry, I don't want to get into the weeds. Sorry about that.
Yeah, maybe I can.
Question, please. Are you saying
yes? No. Hello.
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go for it.
Quick question. One question for Matthew.
Go.
One question. So you're saying you can prove the curvature mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying?
You're just asking the same question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay. Now, this is I'm trying to think who came up with this definition.
It's like 2,000 years old.
Yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got 3 elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you can speak of epistemology, but there are even problems in epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
yes, of course.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are. Right, yeah, so again, as what we spoke, there are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
and poorly justified true beliefs as will also lie in between the middle of those two also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be right. So if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this, okay? And you can type this in. Anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology type in the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle, right? Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily, right? Okay. So truth would be the right leg, okay? It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg, okay? In the middle, where the vagina is, yeah, there is a field where they overlap. Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole, okay? Fully justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is, okay? But the issue is that you say you can know things, first you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things in fact are fundamental, and fundamentally that they actually need to be like counterexamples of
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. If you are new to Discord or have not done so already, please click that link and share the show. Please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. What's happening, people?
Welcome to the Flat Earth, people. Line up for questions on the Flat Earth, people. Everyone, welcome.
Welcome to...
Not everyone at once, guys. Not everyone at once. Just one at a time. One at a time.
Ooh, me.
Hey, believe it or not, this is the best place on Earth to talk about Earth.
No one's ever said that before. No one.
Actually, that's my phrase. I mean, it's so amazing. Don't you guys think it's just fabulous? It's just awesome. Anyway,
if you want to get the facts, this is the place to be. Get the facts.
Well, I don't know. We don't have all the facts because I hear you guys talking a bunch of bullshit all the time. So I don't agree with all you guys, bro. It's like, do you think all the flat earthers agree? Hey, bro, check this out. I mean, I hear you guys talking your game all the time. I don't agree with everybody on here. But it's a good platform to, like, kind of, fucking hash it out,
Yeah, well, how do you have platform with curvature?
Platform? Hey, that's a decent question. But I'm talking about intellectual and ideological and philosophical platforms. Because when you come in here to talk, you talk about, it's really more philosophical debate. But at the same time, we're talking about how do you experience Earth? Boom. Then we start with the debate, or not debate, or discussion. I'd rather call it a discussion than debate. Unless they want to debate, then we can do it that way. But for the most part,
capable of debate.
Yeah, I got some good experience of the Earth today. I put my feet right on the ground and I stood in the dirt for about 40 minutes, and it was awesome. I was getting grounded, and I felt really good afterwards. So I experienced the flat Earth.
Did you see the sun? moving across the sky.
It was beautiful. I loved it.
Yeah,
You must
there
have
you
felt
go,
some
man.
rotation. Did you feel that? You must have felt rotation too,
I
huh?
was trying to find some. I jumped in the air to see if I would land in a different place, and I landed in the same place, and I was like, wow.
Man.
Yeah, well, maybe, if you... I was going to say something.
I don't know. It's just like
if you could jump
hard,
a little
it's
bit
hard.
higher,
It's
then
hard to
maybe-
just, like make a joke about that. It's just like, yeah, jump up, come back down in the same place.
If you had a little bit more melanin, perhaps you could jump a little bit higher and the Earth would rotate more.
That's my flat Earth proof. For like
Man, that's
2 years old
racist.
still.
Well,
That's my easy
statistically
flat
a
Earth
fact.
proof. That's my basic one for the for really people that just don't think too hard about science. Just tell them jump in the air, and if you come down the same place, the Earth's flat. Otherwise, you come down in a different place, it's spinning. So try it out. And that's for
And
really
maybe some people that you might be someone on here that has access to a helicopter. They can just travel vertically, maintain altitude.
Funny enough, today while I was grounding, a helicopter flew right over me, and I was thinking about exactly.
Yeah, but they were moving laterally. I'm talking about somebody
actually.
Just like it's the same thing. It's just like, hey, I can jump up, land in the same place. An airplane, a helicopter can leave from one point, hover for like 30 minutes without fighting the spin of the Earth, land back in the same place. So where's this curve? Where's
Well,
the
the
spin of the
helicopter
Earth?
engines actually account for Coriolis, so that's why.
Really? How do they do that?
Conservation of momentum. So technically, the helicopter isn't. You were moving when you were grounding. Actually, you were moving. The helicopter was not.
All right. So the helicopter itself, as the instrument, is conserving momentum, but you, as a human inside the helicopter, are not.
Yeah, it's like butterflies. How like since they can fly, they anti-gravity.
Butterflies are free to fly, fly away.
But you can't fly. You can't be.
CBF.
I love the helicopter one. It's so good.
Yeah. So since it's a helicopter, it accounts for Earth rotation. So yeah.
That's a good one, CB. I like that.
I mean, you could just say anything, dude. You could just say anything.
Yeah, you pretty much can make all. As long as it's not flat Earth, you can make anything up, and everybody just fucking say, "Yeah, that makes more sense than flat Earth."
Yeah, just make it up on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, scientists nowadays aren't scientists; they're just actors. That's all they are. They just act a part. They're not real scientists. They don't actually believe anything scientific. They just act a part and play a part. It's all an act, big act. It's like Shakespeare.
Yeah.
The world is a big stage, and everyone's just a big actor on it.
Yeah, I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson, clearly an actor, right?
Totally.
Bill Nye.
Nothing real in him, just total act. That's what it is.
Same thing. I mean, honestly, when you guys were in school, the smart, nerdy guys that were like, getting A's and stuff, they weren't very like outgoing. You gave them a microphone. They did not know what to do. But you give Bill Nye a microphone, you give Neil deGrasse a microphone, you give Bill Cox a microphone, Vsauce, all these goofballs, they know exactly what to do. I wonder why. It's called acting. So Trinity hit the nail on the head. These guys are actors on the world stage. Yeah.
Performance. Yep. It's a stage.
I mean, they literally tell you they call themselves
you talk
science educators.
about my heroes that way.
I mean, the general consensus for everyone, even if they're dumb, smart, whatever, if they graduated high school or went through a portion of college, graduated, whatever, the general consensus is that everybody that thinks the Earth is flat, whether they graduated from college or graduated from high school or not, it's just they're just dumb because they think the Earth is flat. I mean, now they're of course involved in social media and watch, television and everybody that thinks the Earth is flat is total conspiratard or whatever. I mean, I was conspiratorial way long before Flat Earth, you know. So I was already, you know, I was comfortable in my zone here. You know what I'm saying?
The funny thing is, Lord of the Rings. If you go to the Middle Earth, it's flat. How's that work? When you look at these fantasy books and fantasy things, it's suddenly flat. Well, how does that go?
Oh, bro, man! I mean, there's a lot of fantasy novels I've been listening to, and I've read in the past. They have a different realm, but and they, you know, the one I've been listening to lately talks about the ether and magic and stuff. Pretty freaking cool. Pretty cool.
No, that's funny. No, someone typed in the chat today. It was hilarious. They said, like, something about how come in all the books, like all the fiction books, like how come there's no flat Earth in all the fiction books? And Martoth hit him back perfectly. He was like, "Yeah, because the globe is only fiction, right? The flat Earth is in the non-fiction books." Shit was hilarious. They just walk right into this stuff, man. Of course the globe is in only fiction books. Are you kidding? It's just a story.
Well, it's just like I'm a huge nonfiction fan, you know, so and a fiction fan. You know, so,
so the flat Earth is in nonfiction books. The globe's in fiction books.
Yeah, the globe is in fiction. Well, and supposedly nonfiction, but they're all more stoic and serious. Whereas the nonfiction, I mean the in the fiction novels, they kind of show it to you as you experience it, and that's why it's so fantastical, right?
Hey, Helio, do you see this Bombaclot that's server muted? Bombaclot. Rastafari.
Oh, what up, boys?
Wagwan.
I love that word, fantastic. Don't you guys love that word? That's fantastic.
It's a fantastical word.
It stems from the Fanta, the root, the drink. Anyway, Bumbleclub, what's up, buddy? How are you, man?
Hey, man, I'm good. How about you guys?
Not bad. Just chilling, waiting for this moving.
Awesome, dude.
That's what's up, boys. No, I'm just chilling here playing Destiny while I chill with you guys here in the VC.
Dope. So when is? I mean, do you think we'll wake up tomorrow and the Earth will start moving? When is this Earth going to start moving?
Wait, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Wait, when is the Earth going to start moving?
Yeah.
Hey, man, listen, I don't have the knowledge you guys do, you know what I'm saying? I'm here to listen.
So wait, do you or don't you think it's moving currently?
I'm in a very complicated situation, you know?
I'm guessing
I'm into wondering.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. So I'm guessing physically you're in a building somewhere.
I'm in the building. Yes, correct.
Okay. Is that building moving?
No.
Like I'm not asking if the building got up and walked down the street. If the house is connected. Like, if you don't live in, like, a trailer home, mobile home or something.
No. We live actually in an apartment.
So, if the place is connected to the Earth, like, attached to the Earth, and the surface of the Earth is moving, then we can safely say that the building is moving. But if the surface of the Earth doesn't move, then these buildings ain't moving. So, what do you think?
I mean, I feel like that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Because, well, scientifically, don't we move by tectonic plates or something like that?
No.
Hey, like I said, well, that knowledge, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, would you use science to prove something's moving or not? I mean, you would just measure it. You know, it's a differential.
Yeah. Science isn't a badge you just put on. So just know that.
I'm just expecting to go into one of these houses.
Science is a method. Measuring things ain't science. Right? When you go to Foot Locker, You need some new shoes. They measure your foot. That's not science. They can conduct an experiment. They just measured your foot. So
method.
Yeah, if you're standing still and you observe something moving, would you use science to determine whether you're moving or the other object's moving?
Like, what do you mean? Like, if, like, I would determine basically who's moving?
We're just basically
Like,
telling
based
you
on
that
science?
that's not science. Science is just a method.
Check this out.
Measuring
Like,
things.
if you're standing still here on Earth, which all of us are, we all see the sun, moon, and stars moving above our head, right? Are you moving, or are the sun, moon, and stars moving?
Probably we are moving.
No.
In the heliocentric model, all of them are moving. We know that. I mean, it's not necessarily a gotcha question, but what you observe from Earth, you're not moving. They say we're moving, spinning, moving through the universe. You ever experienced that?
I've never heard that one before, but I mean, that's what I always thought. You know, like we're the one moving, basically.
That's what I was taught too. Yeah. No. Welcome to the club. We were all taught that. I don't think it's true anymore, but that's what I was taught. So.
It's definitely mad fun to believe that, but when you truly deep down, just go sit on your patio or something, like go think about it. These buildings do not move, dude. Yeah. I mean, it's funny because people will come here and be like, "Oh, you flat earthers are so crazy," and then you go, "Well, what does a flat earther say?" And he goes, "Well, the Earth doesn't move." Like when people are trying to tell us that my house is moving, and I'm saying it's not, but I'm the crazy person. Okay, all right. But, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. So that's one thing, that the flat Earth doesn't move. So I think that the second thing, probably the toughest thing, I think, is that the flat Earth isn't in outer space either.
In outer space, you said?
Yeah. I mean, you didn't think that we were all sitting in here. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry?
I was just gonna say you didn't think we were all just sitting in here talking about some sort of flat Earth pizza in outer space, did you?
Oh no, I just joined like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. But like, so when you heard like, oh, there's flat earthers, you didn't think that, or maybe you did think that we were talking about a space pizza.
Oh no, dude. I mean, I don't just assume, you know, like, I mean, that's why I'm here. You know, it might be the first time you see me here, but I have probably more than 2 years coming into this channel, and sometimes, you know, I just sit here and listen. You know, I'm more of a listener than, you know, like I ask my questions sometimes, but it's been a while since I've been here. So
all right, yeah, fair enough. That's cool, man. That's cool. Yeah, it's just important to understand that you can't put a flat Earth in outer space.
Yeah.
They don't go together. But a lot of people, when they come here to try and debate us and argue with us, they're like arguing against some sort of like ice cream cone in outer space or something. You know what I mean? It's like we deal with that a lot.
Yeah, I've been here listening to debates like that.
Yeah. All right, well that's good. So you understand we're not in outer space. All right, well that's good.
I don't know, dude. I mean, you guys have some crazy points inside my head. You guys debating with people, so that's my favorite part always, of listening to people debate. You know.
All right. Well, we've touched on two of the three major points that we get at here. One of them is that rotation, right? The Earth doesn't move. The flat Earth doesn't move. The flat Earth doesn't exist in outer space. And then the third thing would be. It would be about the water, right? So what do they say? The Earth is 70% water, 71% water, something like this, right?
Yeah.
So we're just saying that the water doesn't like bend into these hills or mounds or like curves. That's all we're saying, right? So if the Earth is 70% water, we're just saying the water is like it's level, kind of like the floors in your house or your apartment or whatever. Doesn't have to be smooth. You can put a carpet down on this level floor and it'll still be level. We're not saying smooth. We're just saying there's no curvature there. Yeah, so that's
Also, if you don't mind me asking you a question.
Yep.
How do you guys like see, like space? Okay, it's like you guys believe that we're not in the outer space, right? Like just floating
Correct.
like that, right?
Yeah, correct.
Well, how do you guys see the outside, basically?
I don't. If you're asking
Like
me,
outside.
I don't think there's an outside. Yeah, I don't think there's an outside, but that's my personal opinion. Other people may or may not agree with that, but I don't think there's a quote unquote outside. I think the Earth is the only place as far as we're aware.
How do you think? Sorry. Okay. What about like the stars? Do you believe there's stars, or like there could be other planets? All the solar systems.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, bro. You got to be able to separate two things. So we have we have what we see in the sky. Clearly, we see stuff up there, and then there's the story we're told about what they are. So I feel like most flat earthers were able to cleave the story from the observation. So we still see things, of course. Do we know what that is? No. Does it like the story hasn't been? Doesn't mean the story is true just because we see these things in the sky. Surely they aren't burning balls of gas. You can debunk that with second law of thermodynamics. So that doesn't mean we have like a replacement story. When you like tell your little brother that Santa Claus doesn't exist, you don't have to give him a Santa 2.0. You know what I mean? You just tell him the truth. So we don't know what these things are. They just aren't what we're being told that they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, like, would you conclude like we just, since you say like we cannot get out, or there's no out, this is the only place, that there's a barrier that doesn't let us, leave this place?
Probably.
Must be something.
Yeah, I mean, gas pressure seems to require a container, so it's a tough pill to swallow. It's a big red pill that you sort of have to swallow. I mean, I pinch myself every now and again. I'm like, damn, dude, we're really inside of a container right now. Like, it's kind of crazy, but like, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Like, people say like, oh, I'm going outside. Technically, that would still be inside. There ain't no outside,
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's a really tough pill to swallow for most people. That takes a while, I think, to understand that one.
To just accept like there's no outside of here.
Yeah. I mean, the cool thing is, man, when you get to this side of the fence, you realize there's actually a lot more mystery. There's a lot more unknowns about this world than we thought originally. When you're a glober, they tell you everything's already been figured out. Oh, we know where all the continents are. We know what the sun is. We know what this, that, and the other is. No, they don't. Like, if we don't know what the moon is, we don't know what the sun is. There's a whole lot we don't know, and I actually find that pretty interesting. A little fascinating, but
I always said that, dude. Like, I'm like always like, damn, I was born in the wrong time, because like, dude, everything has an explanation. Everything is discovered. You imagine those back in the days when you're like, dude, wondering, like, dude, what is that up there? You know what I'm saying?
What the hell is that?
Like, man, yeah, like trying to find an explanation, or like exploring the earth, but everything's been discovered. You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
yeah,
everything seems just figured out.
Yeah, they made a lot of stuff up, man. We're right back there. We're right back where we're still trying to figure a lot of things out. The cool thing is there's some things that you can figure out, and that's what a lot of people here have come to the conclusion of that. Okay, wait a minute. Like I can go test some stuff. All right, well, let me go test what I can. And then so we went and tested the surface of the Earth. And so I was finally able to do this on my last vacation. I spent a month in San Diego. So I was doing long distance observations at the beach like every day. You know what I mean? So if you get the chance to do something like this, I would highly encourage you go and do, like, test some stuff on your own. That way you don't have to just A, believe what Google tells you, or B, just believe what we tell you. Then you can go out and say, well, this is what I did. Here's what I tested. Here's my results. And a lot of people here have done that. And that's why I'm proud to say I have no issue with telling people I'm a flat earther. I don't care what other people think about that. Yeah. And same with if it was a globe, I would proudly represent that as well. I have no issue if that's what it is. So, but yeah, you got to go out and check, man, for yourself for sure at some point. You live near like an ocean or a lake or anything?
Man, I live in New York City.
Yeah, I feel you. Well, next time you go on a vacation, Great Lakes, or maybe you hit up the Atlantic or something. Take an Earth curve calculator out. Do some observations, man. Do some tests.
Yeah. Thing is, I heard too, like, New York too is a bad place to
yeah,
you have an observation, man.
Yeah. You need some water or something, like, because I mean, like, even if you did land, the reason why people do it over the water is because, like, if you go over land, you could be dealing with the land has undulations, hills, bumps, valleys. Shit, even if it is flat, it could be sloped. Water does not do that. Okay, water doesn't do slopes. Water doesn't do dunes, hills, mounds, valleys. That's why you test over water.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's what you need. New York City obviously isn't the best place for that, but neither is where
Yeah.
So,
for sure. Yeah, where are you from?
Yeah, I'm in Cincinnati.
Oh, okay.
So right on the river, but the river is not like, it's not wide enough or big enough. I mean, I guess I could do it. I could do some crazy diagonal down the river, long distance, but it was just easier to do it at the ocean. So the next time you have a vacation or something, maybe you go to the Great Lakes or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
Check it out, man. That's the goal. You want to be able to say, regardless of whether you're a flat earther or a globe earther or whatever, this is what I did to test, the world that I live in. And a lot of people can't say that. That's what's so embarrassing. We like debate with these globe heads that speak so confidently, and then you go, so when did you go and check? And they go, oh, I didn't do that. Like, okay, so where are you getting your information, dude? Like, I don't know.
From other people. From other people influencing their ideas to them.
Yeah. Daddy told me, basically. Anyway, you seem chill, brother. It's good to have you around.
Yeah, nah, dude. I really like this server, man. Every time, like, I'm playing Destiny, I just play for hours. I just sit here. It's been a long time, like I said. Like, I had probably like a few months without coming, but
yeah, gotta take breaks.
Yeah. Interesting, man. Like, it's people come here and troll and all that, but like other times, you can think whatever of like both sides, but there's one thing that makes him interesting is that sometimes the opposite side that you think like might sound stupid brings up really good point that makes you think sometimes, like, oh shit, sometimes I mean, I seen you know what I mean, like sometimes you take away something from people debates.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, that's why we're here. We're not here like only recruiting flat earthers. I think we would rather have a slew of globe earthers in the channel here. Like, that's not a problem. we're the same way. Like we want to hang out with our op. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Have there been a lot coming in lately or not? 'Cause like I said, I have months without coming in back in here. So
yeah. Honestly, it's like I don't know, man. It's like getting slower, but there's a couple ways to look at that. I mean, I've been saying for a while, kind of tongue in cheek, that most of the smart ones already figured it out. So we're just dealing with everybody that's left over. I've been saying like bottom of the barrel, but I mean, I'm just sort of, yeah. I'm sort of just like messing around, but it does seem that way. Like it seems like we're just getting like some trolls every now and again, but I don't know, dude. I mean, I find this server fun, so I'm just gonna post up, and if people roll in and ask questions, that's what we're here for. We're not trying to like recruit people, get the numbers up, man. We really got to hit that quota, you know. It's not about that.
Meet that quota.
Yeah, it's not about that at all. It's not about that at all. If one person comes in here in the next like year and like, oh wow, I didn't realize that. That's great, you know. I think this information is for those. It's for a chosen people. I don't think it's for everybody.
100%, dude. 100%. Like, especially like you need to have an open mind before coming in here, at least like minimum.
Yeah.
To be able to be open-minded, because like you come here and you're like, what the fuck? I mean, you're being taught this whole time about the gloves, and then coming in here and like, these people are fucking stupid, you know? I mean, like, you gotta fucking at least have an open mind to listen.
Well, I know that if I wanted to like slam dunk like on against somebody, I would want to know at least what they're saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if I'm playing chess against you, I want to know your moves and all this. I can't just like pretend. Like the way I picture it a lot of times, like imagine you had to fight Mike Tyson. You know, you're in the locker room, you're a little nervous. It's like what they're doing is they're in the locker room like hyping themselves up. And they just never go out in the octagon, the arena or anything. A lot of them do this mentality. It's easier just to pretend like this whole topic is stupid, and like the honest thing to do is to be like, okay, what are you guys saying? And then let me try to address it. But the problem is most people want to pretend what our position is. They want to create some silly version of our argument to debate against. And this is what I mean by like sitting in the locker room, pretending in your mind like I'm beating Mike Tyson. You know what I mean? No, don't make stuff in your mind. Go out and put the gloves on, throw them hands.
Yeah.
Let's see what's up. You know what I mean? Type of thing. Come out into the arena. But they don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. It's a really common phenomenon. People are like, well, if the Earth is flat, I should be able to see to China. It's like, wait a minute. You literally just made that up, but you want to pretend like that's my argument. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy, dude.
Oh man.
Well, let me get
at least like what's up?
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say like a year ago, man. Like, a year or and a half. Like when I used to come here a lot, like dude, that was my favorite part is coming here because every day you see a new character, man, coming with some crazy stuff, dude.
Yeah. Well, you can still catch it in the chat. I love to monitor the chat from time to time, man. You see some crazy stuff in the chat, bro. I got some stuff from today. I'll just drop a couple screen grabs in the chat. Yeah, so I hit somebody with. So I'm going through a season right now. I've got a theme. I've been talking about these buildings moving. I think I talked about that with you.
Yeah.
And people. So I said, I asked somebody in the chat, why do these goofballs think these buildings move? And they said, they are stupid. He said, they're stupid. Right? So then, because he believed he was a globe head. So I was like, okay, so, but you think the building's moving though, don't you? And like other people in the chat picked up on that, so they asked him. He goes, no, the earth is moving. Buildings are attached to the earth. Like, so the buildings are moving then. It's just funny because it's so easy to trap people with their own beliefs. Right? At first he goes, no, that's really stupid. Of course these buildings are moving. And then just to watch him go, like, I have a big brain, people are stupid, you can't handle my big brain. And then turn around, literally, he said that. He said, nah, I have too big of a brain, I can't handle you stupid people. And then he turns around and goes, okay, you know what? Actually, you're right. The buildings do move. It's just like, oh, dude, it's just too easy at this point.
Where was that in chat?
Yeah, and then this happened in chat, and so I got him. I got it to him a second time with the water hills. So he goes, yeah, no, water doesn't form into hills. And then he goes, no, it is a hill. it goes around the earth. And he goes, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just so freaking funny, man.
Do you play any video games by any chance?
Not anymore. I used to be more of a gamer, but not so much anymore.
Retired gamer. See, that's what's up.
Retired, yeah. Former gamer. Yeah. I think my pinnacle was like Call of Duty 4.
What was it?
Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. That was my pinnacle of gaming.
Oh, okay.
Or like daydream. I'd be cutting the grass in high school. Like,
that was a minute ago, man.
Gotta get back in there and play that game, man.
That has to be a minute ago because Modern Warfare has been out, like the first one, right?
Yeah, that was like from like 2010 to like 2011, 2012.
Yeah. Oh, that's when I got into it, man. Holy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Those were the good times for me, at least. It's just not the same anymore.
Oh yeah. Hell, it's not, dude. I've been saying that.
Yeah.
It's really not. Now, I mean, games now ask you for money, man, for you to have fun, dude, and everything. Like, you need to pay that and keep paying. Dude, remember, you buy a game,
doing
dude,
that.
and-
That's what I'm thinking. Wow. It's cool though. Games are still fun. I still appreciate them. I just don't have the same like spirit. I don't have the same.
Yeah, you don't have the same motivation to play and all that.
Yeah. Dude, it was crazy, dude. Like when I was younger, like in high school, I would be like cutting the grass. My parents would be like, "Go cut the grass," and I'd be like daydreaming, like, "Dude, I gotta get back in there and get back on the game." I'd be like, I'd be like daydreaming, like, "Dude, I can't wait to get on the next game." But I just don't.
That's
have
me
that.
right now.
Yeah. It's a.
See, like, I feel like after I'm done, yeah. Like right now, I'm in college and everything, man. But right now, like I'm trying to do all my work and everything, so I can start grinding on Destiny 2 and all that. Man. Yeah.
That's what's up. I remember when Destiny first came out, dude. It was like, oh, this looks so sick. I think I was still a Glober back then too. Like, is that like? Don't they still have that? Yeah, I was definitely still a baller back then.
Oh, okay.
So I remember seeing like the game. Doesn't the cover of the game have that like weird moon on it or whatever? Like that.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, like I thought that was sick. Like, oh, dude, that's tight. So I believed in all of that stuff back then.
Yo, 2 on green.
Let's see.
Top floor, 1 first floor.
It changed a lot. Though. I don't know if you ever played it, but
I played the first one.
Really
Played the first one.
Yeah. The second one, dude, it's they added so much content now and all that.
Nice. It had a good what is it? Like it had a good like platform, like a good base. Like the game, like did a good job. Like
yeah,
the outline of the game is good, so you could build on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's an MMORPG, so a lot of it's just grinding. Like right now, dude, I'm just trying to grind for one
I was
item.
a little annoyed with that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
I never really
basically,
played
90%
that
grind.
before. No, you're right though. Like the MMORPG, like I never really played games like that before.
Behind us, I would
The grinding, you had to grind, but yeah, no, it's fun.
Man. Yeah. What I've been doing for hours right now. That's like I said, what I do. Like when I want to grind, dude, and I just need to chill. Like I don't even want to talk to people. I just hop on Discord and just listen to people talk here.
Yeah. You know, one of my favorite points for Flat Earth in the outer space is like leave it for the video games. Like that's what it's for. It works perfect for the games, Dragon Ball Z, these movies, these shows. Just let it be for that. Let it be in the fiction category. It doesn't have to be like when you go outside and look up in the sky. That doesn't have to be. You know what I mean? There's no Destiny spheres out there, bro. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, just save it for the video games. That's what it's for.
Leave the fictional stuff.
I mean, don't you have a spaceship in Destiny? Don't you like get to customize your ship?
Yeah.
That's so sick. It's such a cool, like, it's such a badass theme. But like, just let it be for. It's not. It is. I promise you, dude. It's just not reality. Like, as much as I used to believe in it, it's just not. It's unfortunate, but it isn't. But like, it is really cool because we can still experience that in these games and these movies and these shows. So just let it be that. You don't have to make it reality. That's probably the toughest pill, I think, for most people. When they get to Flat Earth, they're like, wait a minute, outer space, you can't take that away too. You know what I mean? But a Flat Earth in outer space doesn't make sense. That's why most people, I think, are like, they like get triggered at Flat Earth. Like, no, that's stupid, because they're trying to like picture some sort of flat object in outer space. And it seems stupid to them. And that is stupid.
Oh, are you serious, mate? I thought that was true.
So it's like, which object would you plug in? That's why you get people talking about donuts, cubes, trapezoids. You know what I mean? When you go to Google, YouTube, Flat Earth, they show you like a freaking ice cream cone, pizza, all these crazy like objects.
They put a flat surface and they put like the water falling down on space.
Yeah, it's like, dude, no one thinks
rising.
That's retarded.
Rising at 9.8 meters per second.
Right, floating upwards.
Hey man, but you guys are hella cool. I need to go and take a shower and eat, man. But
all right, cool, man.
It's fun talking to you, man. You know, and
come back anytime.
Hey, you guys have a good night.
All right, you too. Yeah, that guy was cool. I posted in the chat a picture 36 minutes past the hour. There was like 3 kids that came in. They tried to make a video of me and like Flat Earth Dude and maybe Twadwazzle in the VC check-in. Not gonna lie, dude, I thought we did a pretty good job, and then they just like made a video of us. They didn't do a whole lot of editing. They like let a lot of our points in there and stuff like that. And it's just funny because at the end of the video they go, yeah, well, clearly they couldn't answer our questions, or they're all so stupid, you know, blah blah blah. There's no fixing them, yada yada. It's like, y'all didn't bring that same energy when we were talking. You know what I mean? Like when I told you the Earth, these buildings don't move. you didn't say I was retarded. You know what I mean? You didn't say I was like dumb. Oh, I can't fix this guy. You know what I mean? So I think they were really mostly responding to like some of the things that people said in the chat, because I'm gonna post one more thing. I took a video today of me. I have this basket. I'm sure most of you guys have a basket or some sort of like just a bag of like cords and stuff. So like I wanted to make a video of like ballers trying to make a point is kind of the title. And it's like I grabbed this basket of cords and like I just grabbed like a random like USB, plugged it into an outlet that's not plugged in at all. But like that's what I thought of when I heard the guys at the end of the video going, yeah, you know, they couldn't answer any of my questions. I asked them, if tides don't work, then what? It's like they just want to connect one. They have a basket of cords, right? Different parts of the story. If I can just connect one of these things to the other, then you know it all checks out for them. Please watch this video, somebody. I thought it was really funny. I think it got a little like over. It was missed a little bit. I think not many people were checked it out, but like, tell me if this is the off or not. But I think it's so funny, dude. It's like it represents a baller trying to make a point because they're just looking to plug in something to anywhere, and like their points don't tie in.
Hey
Yeah, go
guys, I got a separate point.
Yeah, what's up?
So I'm over here reading my holy text. It's called the Guru Granth Sahib, and this is the second page of the opening. And I'm about to give you the translation. It's in English too, but just give me a second, okay? It's literally like a 5-second clip. Just give me a second. So it says, in the bowl of the sky, comma, the sun and the moon are the lamps, comma, the stars in the I can't say that word, or the pearls, period. So I'm gonna repeat, in the bowl of the sky, comma, the sun and the moon are the lamps, comma, the stars in the I'm gonna spell the word out, CONSTELLATIONS.
Oh, constellations.
Oh, okay. So comma, the stars in the constellations are the pearls.
Interesting.
So I'm about to. I don't know. That just hit me.
Kind of ties in with the Bible, doesn't it? Talks about two different lights in the sky.
Yeah, this is called Punjabi. This Gurmukhi is a northern Indian. This religion was created in the 1600s.
Cool.
So, by Guru Nanak Dev Ji. So that just I just wanted to pray tonight, and that just thing that just hit me just different. It's like the bowl. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I mean that's what we observe, right? They seem like they're both two lights. The moon does not look like it's reflecting some bullshit off the sun. Are you kidding me? The moon glows.
That's beautiful how you described it, right?
Yeah, two lamps.
So this is how the first page, one universal creator by the grace of the true Guru. That's the first page. Then the second page is literally that statement. So that's weird. So the pronouncing of like bowl is Guggen. The Guggen
Bowl. That's also pretty interesting. I wouldn't say that's too far off of what some other people.
in the bowl of the sky. So it's pronouncing in a bowl of the sky. It's pronouncing some type of.
Yeah.
In what it is contained within something then. So in the bowl of the sky. So the sky is above us, but that's weird.
Operation Fish Bowl. And we don't have to say the D word, but I think other people are probably thinking it.
The sun and the moons are the lamps of the bowl, then. If it's pronouncing in the bowl of the sky, then the lamps... But that's just two stars.
What about Operation Smoke Bowl?
What? What bowl? Smoke bowl? Yeah, that's going on right now, son. That's going
Yo,
on
if
right
you can get a
now.
little sticker and put that on your little bong, bro, that's a guaranteed laugh. for anyone,
Operation Smoke Bowl. Oh, Ryan, that's hilarious, dude. Yeah, that's a 24/7 mission. That's
that's like a one-hit goner, bro.
Operations. What's up, FED?
What's up, Mongos?
You see that video they made of us today?
No.
You didn't check it out?
No.
Oh, I gotta send it to you. No, you posted on the video, bro. You commented on it.
Which video?
There was like these 3 kids that made a video of us and doing a check-in.
Dude, it was somebody.
Me and you.
Somebody spooked my name if I commented on it because.
Oh, really?
What was the comment?
Maybe you didn't comment. I thought I saw you comment on there, but there was like these 3 kids that we did a check-in together, me and you.
Right.
This was recent too.
It was like
they
2 nights
recorded
ago,
it.
right?
Yeah. They recorded it and made a video.
I knew they were up to something, man, because they all left at the same time.
Yeah.
I was like, they're up to something.
No, it was a great check-in, honestly.
But it was a good check-in, man. Yeah, it was fun.
And they came back in the chat this morning, FED, and they said that they were like, man, Creation Bear, Flat Earth Dude, they're both super chill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, they were They were cool with me.
Go ahead.
Baller, there's a tendency in the scripture to compare us to fishes, like how a fish is out the water, you contain breath. And they keep saying that. That one verse. Like, we're some type of fishes. That's weird.
That is interesting.
To me, I don't know.
It's like a fish out of water thing? What?
No. The tendency is to see, like, don't be too egotistical over other creatures. Because even, like, out of fish out of water. But even seeing it then, it's like a bowl. It's like...
Yeah, no, dude, you know what you made me think of? Like, I don't mean to like dumb it down because I know you're speaking of scripture, but like maybe you guys have seen SpongeBob SquarePants, but like you guys know how like
that's how I'm seeing it. That's how I'm seeing it.
Creepy. It's too creepy for me.
Think about it though for a second. Like Sandy's dome, she has this area where because she's a mammal that dwells on land and she's underwater, so she has to have this contained bubble, basically glass contained bubble.
Yeah,
she's a tree inside, and if SpongeBob and Patrick want to go inside, they have to wear like a helmet of water to go in to breathe, but she has to have a helmet of glass to go into the water. So I don't know. I think that show has like that small truth in there is very interesting.
I have to watch that. Hey, we got 3 people with no roles. If you guys don't have any roles, want to go up to VC check-in, that'd be great. We got Noons. He doesn't have any roles. Owen. Oh, here you go. Tolerant. Torture victim. We love that. I'm a torture victim. All right. You guys go up to VC check-in. That'd be cool.
What's up, guys?
What's
Owen went up there. Do you want to go follow him up?
Yeah, I'll check them out if they're up there. There's Owen up there. All right, I'll go up there.
All right.
Okay.
Hey, it's nice to hear people on here tonight. Usually it's been dead there last several times I've been on here.
Who is this? Sorry, I didn't get to see the list. Who was that?
Kaiser Soze. What's up, guys?
Oh, hey, what's up, man?
Not much. Been on here several times lately, but usually there's nobody talking. I think TikTok's taking over the world here. What do you guys think?
I have yet to download it. I refuse.
There's actually a live feature. It's actually pretty incredible. There's a lot of truthers on it as well.
No, I'm sure it's great. What is it? What's the word? I don't know. I don't know. Old farts just like, nah, I'm not doing that shit. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
But then I eventually come around. But nah, man. I don't want to say I'm a TikToker.
No, it's actually incredible. There's a lot of I do a lot of biblical chat on it.
Nice.
And there's so much truther stuff. There's a lot of Tartaria stuff. It's just once you get the algorithm right, it's just awesome. It doesn't become just dancing girls.
Literally, I'm just picturing dancing nurses and stuff, dude.
That's what it started out the first week. It was dancing, like people doing moonwalks and
right. I do not want to see dancing chicks, dude. Come on, man. Sorry. I like I like that, but no, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna simp and watch a bunch of girls on my screen.
You want to know what I want to see? I want to see dancing bears with dancing girls.
Yeah, like panda bears.
Nah, it's actually a figure I haven't heard in a long time. Dancing bears is like, it's referring to like the media or someone. It basically means someone's trying to distract you by having a bear dance in front of you. Dancing bears.
Oh, nice.
Or to fill the time.
Okay.
Well, only here can you get people to compare the firmament to Sandy's dome glass on SpongeBob.
Let's go. Oh, I posted a picture in the chat. 46 minutes past. 46 minutes.
It's actually good. It's actually a very good point. I've never thought of it before, but
thank you. I know it sounds dumb because it's like a children's cartoon, but it's so profound because, like, it's just been in our faces this whole time, and I've never realized it.
Yeah, very good job. Kudos.
Thank you, man.
So I got a buddy. He's actually like the general manager of the company I work for, and I'm trying to convince him that the Earth is flat. And it's been a painstaking process. I'm sending him like probably on average like 5 videos a day. And the only one that he's ever said, you know what, I had to watch this like 5 or 6 times, was whenever they dropped like a tool from the fake ISS, and the gravity the hammer or screwdriver, whatever it was, and gravity forgot to kick in. He's like, that was interesting. He's like, I don't understand that. So I guess my question is that is there any more resources here or anywhere that are kind of along those lines that would be good to show him?
That's a good question, man. I mean, that's a good question because it's all about approach, right? It's never just, this is the one thing that'll do it. Like, it's all about approach.
Yeah, you're right.
So at first I was going to say, well, maybe you just should switch up your approach. But if he's intrigued by this one thing, then I'm sure other people have more information on that. But it's maybe you got the first string pulled, but I don't know. It's tricky. It's really, really tricky. It's like sometimes it doesn't matter what video you show him. It's about maybe you have to approach it a different way.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. I mean, teaching people about this is actually one of the greatest challenges I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, I know, right?
And it's such a simple concept, like kids can understand it, but it's just really weird.
Yeah, the adults have had a lot, many more years of peer pressure. At least that's the way.
Actually, hey, I actually met a guy today that was also a flat earther, and I just didn't want to stop talking to him in real life. And it was the first time ever, and I'm getting like bolder. I'll tell people more that, hey, I believe the Earth is flat, and they're like, most people are like, you're an idiot. And some people are nice about it, but this guy's like, yeah, me too. It's like, I don't tell people about it because I get made fun of a lot, but yeah, it's flat.
You know what? When I could be more like Orion, because Orion's always talking about like just tell people in the streets. It's no big deal. You know what? Kaiser, like I totally agree. The last few people that I talked to this about, they agreed with me. Like it was like 3 people in a row. They were like, yeah, of course. I'm like, whoa, like this is amazing. This is a good feeling. You do want to kind of
It's
keep
so awesome.
a bunch. You just want to keep talking.
Yeah, and I like this guy that said it today. Is like we talked about the Bible then, and I was like, we need to find a church together and let's do some Bible studies. And we're like, yeah, let's do it. And so he's like, I've heard about this church and they're really good. And anyways, it was really, really awesome.
Yeah, that's good because I know you can get, well, for me, you can kind of get a cold heart because you speak to your friends at first, you get really excited, you want to go tell everybody you know, you love, and then they like flame you. They just S all over you. You know what I mean? They like completely take a dump all over you, and it just made for me. I was like, all right, well, I'm just not gonna talk about this really to anybody. What's the point? And but then, yeah, I mean, you have to kind of don't let that waver you. So what? So
yeah,
what?
I work with about 20 different guys at a contractor, and they all know that I believe the Earth is flat. So they all make fun of me. I tell them, I'm like, do you think that anybody that didn't have enough guts to, I mean, who would ever make that claim unless they were absolutely sure about it? And the ridicule and the crap that I get because of it, it's like, it doesn't even faze me. And people are like, you're an idiot, but I don't know. It's just weird. Like, there's no way you would make that claim unless you were absolutely sure and you didn't care what the heck people thought.
It's not a
Or else
observation.
What was that, Orion?
I'm just saying. I was just letting you know it's not a claim to say the Earth is flat. It's just an observation. It's a claim to say it's a ball.
True. That is true. But that, I mean, even though you and I believe that, whenever you say that to a Glober, they say that that's a cop-out statement is what they'll say. But you're absolutely right. I totally agree with you.
Well, the way I frame it in my mind now, it's like, you know that 2 + 2 is 4. So anyone that's gonna laugh at you or call you names, like, just they're stupid. Like they're saying that it's not 4. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're stupid.
I got a quick question about these people you're doing contracting work with. Did you ever ask them if anyone's ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth? I mean, I figure they know what the word measurement means, being that they're contractors.
Yeah, and I mean, just like you guys know that everybody that's been indoctrinated, they already think that we're idiots and that they're the smartest people. And the whole thing is, it's like, hey, go back to first grade, and they have just stupid insults that they think it's just a stupid claim that to me, those claims are not eye-opening to people, but because
sorry, go ahead.
Even though you're right, there's no one's ever measured it. I mean, people, whatever, Eratosthenes put sticks in the air, and without clocks, they were able to check the shadows at the same exact time, 500 miles away, without cell phones or anything. And it's like just so stupid.
Yeah.
No, that's not even the worst part of it. The worst part of it was that he was just assuming the Earth was a ball before he even stuck the sticks in the ground.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, we got Orion. I just checked him in. Welcome, Orion. You there? You can. There we go.
Thank you, Flat Earth, dude.
Not Orion. Owen. Okay, let's go. Owen. My bad.
Yeah. I was like, who's this guy?
Dude, my eyeballs are apparently failing me. Damn.
That's funny because that's my last name.
It's actually just refraction, but go ahead.
I think I saw some refraction. I did see the curvature there. Hold on. I got it.
You guys are awesome.
All right, Owen, welcome, man. What? Do you know some of these cats in here? Yeah, you've been around a minute.
Not really. I've just been lurking in the server for a bit. I never really talked to anyone.
Okay. I mean, have you heard Orion or myself or
Yeah.
Helio? Do you know who he is?
Yeah.
Orion, are you on TikTok, Orion?
No, but I was about to make the joke earlier. I'm sure while you're watching TikTok, TikTok is watching you.
Yeah, but the whole thing is that that joke is actually a really good Glober joke, right? So who controls TikTok? It's the Chinese, right?
Right.
And who tell you that TikTok is bad? It was the Trump thing. He's like, TikTok's bad, and it's like, well, it is bad if they don't have any control over it, but it's actually way better than YouTube, but it still does. You can get control. You can get kicked off of it for talking about biblical stuff, or if you talk about the Rockefellers, or if you talk about any of those things, you will get kicked off.
Damn,
and you'll get banned.
The Bible.
Yeah, you can actually.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Wow.
Flat Earth is an open topic, but
yeah, Flat Earth. But Flat Earth is safe on all platforms at this point because they got so much other shit to deal with.
But if you talk about homosexuality and what the Bible says about it, you will get banned.
Oh,
it's considered hate speech.
Yeah.
How dare you?
How dare you?
Also, you can't talk about the jab, but you can't talk about jab anywhere.
Oh yeah, you can't talk about that anywhere.
Have you guys heard the Greta Thunberg heavy metal, like death metal, where she's singing, "How dare you?" It's like edited with this rad, total rocker voice, right?
The best "How dare you" skit is still Owen Benjamin, in my opinion.
Yeah, Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, how dare you? He said that to everything. Anything, it's like, how dare. He says that.
Well, yeah.
Anyway,
you have that like green-haired wheelchair person at court. How dare you? Yeah, dude. Oh man, it's just so funny, man.
Hey man, if we're not making fun of this stuff, man, we're doing it wrong. I mean, we can get serious with it. There's plenty of that around here, but we got to laugh at it.
We want these ballers to come in and get serious about their worldview, but they don't take their own worldview seriously. So we just have to sit here and goof off until they come in here and take their own worldview seriously. But they don't want to do that.
Well, there's another channel, man. It's been kind of bumping lately. Another Discord server that's just been a really heavy talk about all kinds of real super science shit, man. I mean, refraction and measurements, arc minutes, seconds, fucking ice and light speed and ethers and all. It's called Earth Awakenings, man. Earth Awakenings. It's been just blowing up with a lot of people that hang out here. And which is cool, man. Yeah, but it's a heavier topic over
there a little bit.
It's a heavier topic over there. This is a little lighter. We're just checking people in, kind of get them used to talking to some people that have measured the Earth and figured out that it's not moving or curving. And
I prefer it over here.
You're upside down, Tim. Come on.
You're right, though. That's simple, man. It's not moving. What's the big deal? Why is it
right?
Like it's not. It doesn't make sense for someone to say you're a crazy conspiracy theorist when all I'm saying is that my house doesn't move.
Exactly. I'm not moving, and I can't see any curvature anywhere, man. Help me out.
But like FED, everyone sees the same thing. So what's so crazy about that?
Well, that's the weird psychology of the whole situation we find ourselves in, is that there's so many people looking into where they live, and some people get it and some people don't. And it's I guess it's like a PhD class where some students pass and some students fail. I mean,
right. Well, it's so funny. Like FED at the end of that video that those kids made about us, they were like, Like they honestly allowed a lot of our points to come through, and then they were chill. They weren't acting crazy. And at the end of the video, when they all were it was just the three of them. They were like, "Yeah, those guys were so stupid." It's like,
Right.
like,
well, that makes them look really stupid at the end of the day, because when you had to make a video. And then, like I said, they brought up our really good points, some of them.
Literally, they allowed us to straight up say, yeah, so you guys don't think the Earth moves, do you? And they were like, yeah, I guess not. And then, turned out, yeah, those guys can't be helped. What?
Those guys can't be helped.
I realized something a long time ago that's a little funny about this whole people believing in the heliocentric model thing, is that even people that believe in the globe Earth thing, they refer to oftentimes in just a casual language as something as being stationary, when in fact in their own paradigm it's not, because nothing's stationary, everything's spinning in their mental world that they believe in. So that's why I always sometimes, make the odd joke of saying, oh, the Earth is, the kitchen sink is stationary, yet the Earth is not.
I like to use they love to use the analogy.
You can't have it both ways, Orion.
Well, yeah, I know. That's why it's a joke. It's a paradox joke.
I got a joke for you. You stand outside and say, "Hey, man, I got if you're at the supermarket or outside or whatever, you say, "Hey, man, I got a problem here, man. A couple of minutes ago, that shadow was way over there, man, and now it's over here. What's going on?" And they're like, "Well, the sun moved across the sky." And then I go, oh, what are you, like a flat earther or something? Take that, Mongos. Take that.
Yeah, exactly. Just like that, I'm waiting for the next glober to use the word stationary when referring to something, and I'd be like, "What? Nothing's stationary. What are you talking about?"
Oh,
Are you a flat earther? Yeah, that's a good one, dude.
Orion. Hello?
Flat Earther, dude, are you? Did you change your username here recently?
Me?
Who?
Flat Earth, dude.
What happened? I was
Did you have
away.
a different username?
Guys, I'm gonna invite some people
I've
who
never
want to
changed
join
my
this,
name.
server.
I've never.
Alright, cool.
I've always been Flat Earther.
They're gonna join the VC. Can you guys verify them? They do want to join.
I'll do that. I can do that.
Yeah, sure.
I'm getting a little more practice of this. Send them up. Send them to the VC check-in. I'll check them in. I'm running about a 92% success rate. I had a couple failures. I'm doing all right. And we talk to Owen here, man. He's good cat. Good.
Can you guys verify some of the people who just joined the VC?
They gotta join the VC check-in.
Yeah,
VC check-in 1.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh wow, they're all up there. Somebody come help me. I got 3 of them. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Titty ball sack.
Here we go.
Very high hopes for that one. Anyway, what's up, Owen, Bumpkey, Razan? Can you guys? Yeah. Bumpkey's a gamer.
Yes, I'm a gamer. Hello. I've been in this VC before. Yeah. What's up?
Oh, okay. Cool, man. Welcome back.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have a funny sound clip on my soundboard that's like, I'm kind of a gamer.
Okay.
Shit's funny. Actually, I think I might have it right here. What's up, dude? What brings you around, man? Like, we're in this saloon here polishing these glasses and pouring these drinks, and you just waltz on in. What are you doing here?
I guess I just want to learn from you guys. I found your YouTube channel. Obviously, I came here a bit ago as well. I think around 2 weeks ago ish, and then I, just sat around, just wanted to learn.
So what did you learn already?
Mostly, I learned about the differences between the optical horizon and then the physical horizon.
Okay, you're paying attention.
Yeah. I took some notes. I'll have to bring it up because my memory's not that good. But yeah, so that's so far. I just want to come in and learn. although right now I'm still a bit of a flat earther, you know what I mean?
Okay.
But yeah,
All right, pop quiz.
Yeah.
Is the horizon optical or physical?
Let me pull up my notes. Let me pull up my notes, please. Let's go quick.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, that's good though. I'm glad you brought that up, man. It shows you're paying attention.
Yeah.
That's really what it boils down to. That when I first joined the debate, that was the topic. The horizon. Is it optical or is it physical? Right? So the globe earthers were saying, hey, it's physical. You can go plant a flag right there where the horizon is. And the flat earthers were saying, well, no, there's different factors for why the horizon is where it is. There's observer's height, there's weather conditions, there's refraction, there's a bunch of different conditions and reasons why the horizon changes on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, they were talking about observer height as well or something?
Correct.
Right. Yeah. And then they gave me some formulas for like 1 foot observer height is like 1.225 miles, and then like 6 feet is like 3 miles. Yeah. Anyways, I'm just here to learn. I don't want to talk too much. Yeah.
No, that's absolutely correct, my friend.
Yeah. Cool.
That's absolutely correct. So basically, these numbers are just tied to the globe numbers. So it's like everyone believes in the globe, right? So like we all believe in the same globe. There's no like, well, he believes in this globe and that guy believes in that globe. Like it's all one size. So that's where the 1.22 at a 1 foot observer height, that's where that number comes from, the size of the globe.
Yeah, right.
So when you go out into reality, you're just checking those numbers. So we recommend at some point you go on a vacay, or maybe you get a chance to go
to the beach, yeah, or something like that, or
do that.
Okay,
so it doesn't have to be tonight, but at some point you want to try.
Right. I invited some people over. They said they wouldn't troll, but I don't know. I just wanted to invite some more people. Maybe they want to learn. I don't know, stuff like that.
Nothing we can't handle. I see Milo. There's a Milo.
Unmute Milo.
What's up,
Oh,
Milo?
hello. Hi.
Welcome.
Hi.
What does the flat Earth look like in your head?
Like a piece of paper.
Yeah, like a magic carpet. So, like, no one thinks that, dude. Let me ask you this. If I were to ask you, what shape is a lake?
Mm-hmm.
What would you say?
Well, there's different lakes.
Right.
A circle.
A circle.
Not all of them.
Yeah. I mean, I would say most lakes are shaped kind of irregular, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not really a shape you could just give a name. So it's like, well, if we can't really say what shape a lake is, how the hell am I supposed to tell you what shape the Earth is? Just know that flat Earth, the word flat, is describing a surface. So if you just like look around you, there's surfaces like on my phone. I'm sitting in my car and just chilling. Like the steering wheel's rounded. My mirror, the rear view mirror is flat surface. So there's only two options. You've either got rounded or flat in some way. So when we say flat, it's not a shape. It's just describing a surface. So like the lake, we don't know what shape the Earth is. We're just saying there's no curvature. It's flat. Like some water or your floor. Doesn't matter how many carpets I put down on the floor. It'll never be curved.
Yeah.
So doesn't matter how many waves are on the ocean. It'll never be curved. They say the Earth is 70% water.
Yeah.
That's a lot of water. That's not curving. So you could rename flat Earth to just flat water. So you wanted to troll, right? You feel free to start at any time.
I'm not trolling. I don't know. What to
No,
say.
I'm just messing around, dude.
I don't know
But
what to say,
yeah.
so-
If you have any questions, feel free to ask, bro.
All right, thank you.
I'm just hitting you with some of the base facts. It's because most people don't hear this on YouTube or whatever. Most people get fed a piece of paper in outer space. And that's
Isn't it funny how they say that we get all our info from YouTube videos when you search for this topic on YouTube and you get nothing but Professor Dave and anti-flat Earth shills? Where do they get their info from? Not YouTube? Sorry, sort of off topic. This guy wasn't going there, but I just thought of that.
No, it's a good point. It's a good point. It's funny how they're like, oh, you flat earthers, you just heard about flat earth on YouTube. But if you YouTube flat earth, you're going to get some magic carpet, ice cream cone, pizza pie in outer space. CD disc, you name it. Some sort of magical object floating in outer space.
It's like the first 20 hits also. It's not like just the first one, it's the first 20.
Yeah.
That's all I get at all. Those are all the results I get is just stuff like Professor Dave.
I think it's worth pointing out to these new guys that these are all technically straw man arguments. So when you find a video high up on the list on YouTube where you start the video and some quack says, flat earthers believe blah, 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 XX, whatever, there's a 90% chance that they're saying things that we would never say here. So it's just a straw man argument.
Correct. Yeah. It's easier to create some sloppy, silly, goofy flat earth than make fun of it, pretend that that's my point, and then debunk it. That's a really weak thing to do, but it's also called a straw man, which is a fallacy, which is broken logic. Anyway, it's not a good idea.
Yeah, you also gotta factor in the bandwagon effect with it. Like you said, when you search up flat Earth, it's all these people like criticizing the philosophy of it, and there's just too much of it. It's the collective consciousness, if you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So much like propaganda against the idea that it just drowns out all the actual content.
Yeah. That's a good point, actually. I mean, they have a script. Oh, hold on. Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's why they have a script. I just posted something in the chat. They say the same things over and over. Who just did that? India. Yeah, that's why they say the same things over and over, right? Well, how come it's always daytime? We'll watch a ship sailing over the sea. How come Earth is the only flat planet? And this isn't the there's more. Let's see if I can generate another one here. Okay, here's another one. It's too big, right? So we ask about, how come you can't see curvature? Oh, it's too big. Right? You start asking about proof of the globe. Well, just Google it. Well, what if I just go straight on a globe or, flat Earth? It's the same stuff over and over. That's why it's easy sometimes to bait these people, because they just say the same things over and over and over. Here's
the same things everyone else is saying, right?
Yeah. How come we can't see the flat Earth from outer space? Where's the edge of the Earth? Why can't I see China?
Oh, we can only circumnavigate on a globe.
Yeah, I was kind of like making fun of somebody in the chat today for saying things like, "Well, how do you go from point A to point B on a flat Earth?" I was like, well, you goofball. Imagine I answered that on a globe.
Yeah.
How do you go from point A to point B? How do you go to the grocery store?
You just aim in that direction and go.
Exactly. That's exactly what I wanted to say. You just point and shoot, bro. You just go. Just go there. What do you mean? Point A to point B.
Well, it's a good thing my neighborhood is ever so slightly curved, or else I'd never be able to go from my house to the store.
Right. How would you get from your house to the store if it wasn't for curvature? Wow.
Yeah, it's getting stupid out here.
Yeah, I mean, it's too easy. You could literally make a flow chart for these 9 responses, programmed responses that they have. You could just make a flow chart, right? If they say, let's just go through it, right? They say, well, how come it's not always daytime? Well, what would we say? Well, the Earth is, the sun's not what they told you. And you see it moving. And don't look that big. At least there's big zeros. So, I mean, are we good with that? Can we just move on? I feel like that's good enough. Right?
I guess you could invoke a perspective and stuff like that also. Then you have invoked that already before you answer the other ones.
Yeah. If we don't beg the question of the sun being a giant burning ball of gas above the flat, no, we're not going to. That you don't just plug in your old silly idea of what the sun was to what you see. So I think we can move on past that. Watch a ship. Well, here's how I want to hear what you guys have to say, but I always go to the water hill. So you mean to tell me that this ship is sailing over a hill of water? Okay. Go ahead and show me this hill. It's probably my favorite argument. Okay, so flat planet. Unless anyone else want to address the ship thing?
Nah, you're creating good content.
Yeah, so the flat planet, right? Well, how come the Earth isn't the only flat planet? Well,
what up, everybody?
What's up, man? Think that was buyout?
Yeah.
I think people are starting to get on this idea that the Earth's not a planet. Can we all agree on this, or does anybody object?
Agree as what?
Can we agree that the Earth is not a planet?
Oh, 100%.
All right, cool, yeah.
Oh, so no, hold on. What's the definition of a planet?
I would say something that moves. Here, hold on.
I'd go with the classical definition, wandering star. It's the only one that holds up to this day.
Yeah, something wandering. Yeah, wandering.
And so then you got to ask what's a star too. So you got to define that.
I thought a star was like a burning gas.
That's the heliocentric lore about it. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it is lore, but it's not reality.
I just know it's not a globe.
All right, well there you go. Yeah, but the stars. Well, if you're a flat earther, when you say stars is just a label, because we look up and we observe something. I mean, it looks like a light, something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a light. It's a star.
But we're slapping a label. Yeah, star. I mean, it's like a.
It's not. I mean, it's always been from beginning of time. It's always been
for
a star.
Sure. We're just gonna keep rolling with that. That's no problem. But it doesn't mean burning ball of gas.
Oh no.
Right. So you just got to kind of separate the story from the observation.
No, they stole the word star and put a definition behind it.
Yeah, a story.
Yeah.
Yeah, they attached some lore. I like the word lore better.
We live on a dinosaur's back.
I'm sure they would want you, Billy.
Oh god, I love it.
Lore. So lore, a body of traditions and knowledge on a subject or held by a particular group. Passed on person to person by word of mouth. Yeah, sounds about right. Lore. Mythology.
Tradition, yeah.
Similar to mythology, myths, or legends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Traditions, folklore, culture, beliefs, sayings, superstitions, fantasy.
There you go.
Yeah, sounds about right.
It's like a sci-fi cartoon with its own world, its own lore, its own,
Well, I'm starting to think it's a little bit like we're getting into video game territory because they can just like hit a DLC real quick and like update the game.
Yeah, that's what's happening, man. That's what's happening. Definitely.
I mean, they're like updates on the fly here.
Yeah, man.
And they got some deep ass lore, man.
And they're taking
For
a
real.
lot of stuff out, you know.
Yeah, they're like removing stuff. They're adding. It's crazy.
Hey, I'm just noticing there's Boomkey in the chat. I think he had a few interesting things to say last time he was on.
Boomkey? Oh, Boomkey. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, he was saying you had some stuff that you want to say.
That's not what he said, but cool. Yeah.
I didn't really say anything interesting last time I was here. I just said my point was I just wanted to sit and listen.
Hey,
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember you now. You were the guy that.
Is that? Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Yeah, I knew it was. It sounded just like him.
Mm-hmm.
It's either or what's his name? His buddy. What's his buddy's name?
Oh no, I don't think it is.
Gamer for Life.
I remember.
No, I don't have a buddy.
Boomkey came in last week, and I think he just wanted to sit and chat, and we were trying to make him talk, and he said, "Just leave me alone. I just want to sit and chat, listen." So, that's all right, mate. Do you want? So now, do you want to talk? No.
Hey, Boomkey.
Yeah. What's up?
What do you believe?
Been doing any research?
Right now?
Yeah. What's your perspective on what we live, where we live?
I mean, to be honest, I still think I'm a little bit on the flat earth side right now.
Okay, cool. All right. What keeps you on that side?
I just think that the earth is round. That's just how I programmed to think.
Hold on, didn't you just say
That's the other side, though.
Yeah, that you're a globe earther.
Yes, that's what I said. Yeah.
I mean, he was honest enough to say programmed.
Yeah, you said flat, but I guess he meant round.
I see what he's saying.
I'm trying to say, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I see.
That was like a Freudian
on the
slip
side
there.
Yeah. So, why do you think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, where do you see that?
I think the one thing that one aspect is I just don't see how while people
Don't
have
say
a
it.
clear, what? Say what?
No, I'm sorry. Just don't.
I just feel like
Yeah.
flat Earth. Some parts of flat Earth are very theoretical.
No, I like how some people give it a image. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, like for some maps, I feel like of the Earth, when I see like the flat Earth maps, and I see like the continents and stuff like that, and then there's like ice in the edge, and I don't see how like the sun would move around and then create time zones and stuff. Like I still don't know exactly how, and I think I asked someone before, and they were just like, I don't know.
Well, you observe that though, don't you? You observe the sun moving around. That's what it does.
Yes.
Like, never mind not knowing how it does it. That's what it does, right?
Yeah, I'm just looking at your guys' like images and stuff like that. Like before I was here, I saw you guys' images. I saw like the sun moving around.
Well, that's what it does. That's what it's observed to do.
If it's
When you say time zones, do you mean night and day? Because time zones are created by politicians.
Yeah.
And also by the sun and its movements.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. Time zones are created by politicians?
Well, yeah. Don't you mean to ask us like why you can't see the sun at night?
No, not really. Actually, I
Well-
was going to ask more on the equator. Really?
Well, time zones are just political things. They're created by
It's,
your
it's just
local
to keep
government.
you.
No, I think he means like how like in New York
It's
is they
daytime
always
and
have it in California.
No, I
Yeah.
mean, like, no, that's not exactly what I'm thinking either. I'm just saying, I'm seeing your guys' maps, right? And I see how the sun moves in a spiral. That's what I was told,
Not a
right?
spiral, but like.
But I'm confused how that works when there's an equator that's straight across what I believe is the globe of the Earth, right? There's a midpoint of the globe of the Earth.
Right in chat.
That's just a
There's
circle. That's just a circle that the sun travels in
I know, but if
the
it's
equinoxes, right?
If a sun travels in a spiral,
And whose maps? Why? Are they,
Not a spiral.
do you
It's a
mean by
circle. I think.
your
sorry,
maps?
circle. If a sun travels in a circle path, how does it hit the middle of the Earth as much as because if the middle of the Earth is still part of the equator, right? Let's say like the
Because
very
the
point.
furthest south or north it ever gets are the two tropics, which are both 23.4 degrees away from the equator.
And
Yeah,
also,
yeah,
the sun's
equator
light
is
doesn't
right in
travel
between those,
forever, right? It doesn't travel for a long time, man. Sun's light's like a little bubble-ish around the sun. It's not half of the Earth, right?
Yeah,
You guys
can we
have like
say the Earth is bigger than the sun? Is that say? Can we safely say that?
is the Earth
I'd
bigger
say
than
so.
Yeah, I think
What
Earth is
Eratosthenes
bigger
said.
than the sun.
Would
for
say
sure.
that.
Well, we can certainly say that we don't have any evidence the sun is bigger than the Earth.
Yeah, true that.
Yeah,
have any
it just
evidence
seems like
the
it's a
Earth's
little
here?
light in the sky that illuminates so much of the plane at a time and it moves around, right?
Right.
But are you asking like how does it light up only certain spots?
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking about the equator.
Can I?
Yeah.
It's right in between the tropics,
Also,
right? So
say
guys,
like
I
when he
need
says
some help
one sec.
envisioning this. Is there like a visual map that you
One
guys
sec.
can give out or
Yeah.
something?
yeah, they got an AE map in there. It looks like they've got the lines
Why-
of the tropics and the equator between them drawn on it. And the AE map is actually a globe projected flat, but anyway, you can use that to visualize it.
I always think of the sun acts like a flashlight. Where you point
Yeah.
the flashlight is where it's gonna light up.
Why does it look kind of? They're
No,
kind of looks a little distorted. It looks like almost like it's the top of a sphere.
It's just a visual representation. It's not the actual one-to-one.
Correct. I was just gonna say that. Remember, these are just like little concepts, creations.
Can I just say something to him? How do you?
Yeah.
These aren't saying like this is exactly how the world is. It's just to get your head kind of thinking, in the right spot. So that's all.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, get in there, Timbo.
Get him!
Okay, guys. This is why I just want to listen. This is why I just want to mute and just sit and listen to this.
No,
I don't want to.
We're joking.
I just want to learn.
No, he said that he wanted to say something, so I was just, passing him the mic, that's all.
So
No,
is that your only question? Is about the equator?
Yeah, I guess that's the most confusing part because I'm like also like if this is just like a visual representation, right? And you guys are I feel like you guys are a little theoretical about it, right? Because if you guys can't show me a picture of it, a real picture or some video of the sun moving around and working, then
We can show you that happening in reality, though. Just go outside and look at it. That's what it does all day, every single day.
But
you want to go the extra step and invert what you observe and say, no, it's actually me that's flying around this thing. It's more or less, stationary. It's not even in their model, but the sun moving across the sky is supposed to be an effect of us moving. If you want to do that and invert what you observe, then that would have the burden of proof.
Also, I got a nice picture in chat if you want to look at it.
Would you be able to provide evidence of a globe Earth?
I mean, I don't have evidence right now. I don't have evidence. Yeah, but what I do know is that I do know that there are a whole ton of textbooks out there that have textbooks, anything really, any books that are about this Earth, right? They always have this representation that the sun is in the middle, and then there are like 8 planets that revolve around the sun, and it makes sense when you look at this visual representation. It does make sense, like when you look at it.
Well, that's the heliocentric model we're all taught. So yeah.
But when I see your guys' representation of how this sun moves around this Earth and how the equator works, right? I don't see that clarity. You know what I mean? I don't see the same clarity that I see in another textbook.
We don't have models in cartoons and textbooks and stuff like that, though. We just have reality. We just go outside and point to the sun, say, there it is. It moves around all day, every day. And here's the ground. It's measuring flat. There's no ball detected here. I mean, we don't have models because we just have reality. We just point to that. That's all we need.
We do have reality, but we can't see the whole picture. We can't.
Bumkey, I just want you to understand this. You're looking in a textbook for your answers. I want you to understand that we're not coming up with any theories. We just went outside, looked up, and observed these things moving across the sky, just like you can if you stop looking in a textbook for your
And look
answers.
outside.
Just go outside. You'll see the same thing that we see. We're not coming up with any theory. You can literally see the sun moving across the sky. It just is what it is.
Sun moves across.
Hey, Bumpy, can I ask you a quick question? Do you need to see the whole Earth and everything above us and know everything about it to know that the Earth is flat?
Do I need to see the whole Earth and the sun moving around it to see that the Earth is flat?
Well, I mean, you just said like, we don't have like a model of the whole Earth or whatever, or something like that. But do you need a model of the whole Earth or the whole universe to know that the Earth is flat?
I feel like that would definitely provide, the final clarity.
Well, it might make you feel warm and fuzzy inside, but I mean, let's be honest. In order to know if the Earth is flat or curving, you don't need to know those things.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, anyways, that's like one of the things that I'm holding on to, which leads me to believe that the Earth is round.
Look, let me just say this really quickly, because you know how you go on a Google Maps and you can just start zooming out, right? You can just zoom out. When you go outside, you can't zoom out your vision. You can go up, right? You can go away from the surface, but you can't zoom out, right? So we just can't see the whole Earth. There is no seeing the whole Earth. So. Yeah, so you have to measure the surface. That's what you go down to the thing that you need to measure, which is the surface. So there's no seeing the whole Earth. I just want you to understand that you can't zoom your eyeballs. You know what I'm saying, dude?
Right.
You can go up in the sky, but that's not going to help you prove anything, because even if you've thought you lived on a globe, you should know the math that's tied to it, which would tell you going up isn't going to help you see any curvature. Doesn't matter how high you go. You're not going to go up into outer space anyway, so it doesn't matter. You're not going to go up and see any curvature. So even on a flat Earth, going up isn't going to help you either. Right. So it's just, you have to face it. There's no like, I usually say, in the way that you can put a puppet on your hand and look at a puppet, you cannot look at the Earth that same way.
Right.
Yeah. So you just got to go out and measure the surface of the Earth.
I got to go out and look myself. Right. I think I should start doing that. But anyways, yeah, that's just what I wanted to present. Again, mainly the reason why I'm here is just, to sit around and listen to you guys. Yeah, well, that's it. I'm not gonna leave. I'm just gonna stay muted. I might leave. Don't worry, guys. I'm not a troll. I'm not gonna leave in like 15 minutes.
You're good, bro. You're good. Here's a bank shot, right? A couple things you can bank on: the sun, the moon, above your head. Always. They don't go under your feet. Sunrise, sunset. They're not coming up from under your feet. They're going down below your feet. They are above your head, moving. Hit a bank shot. You can bank on that. But besides that, sorry, I don't have much to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, but so you see the sun moving. That does just stop right there?
No, the sun does not stop.
No. You can just stop your train of thought right there, because it's like, well,
okay.
How do you? We don't know what the sun is, and you're not moving, so just you see the sun moving. Done.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you guys. Yeah.
No problem.
All right. Also, I'm gonna check on my friends because they've been in the voice
I
at
know.
check-in for almost an hour now.
Yeah, I actually have a question. It's not
I'll
like
be back later.
it's something I'm curious about. How like what's the deal with like the daylight savings with the days getting shorter? Because I realized that just recently with like because we're going into fall now, and I'm like the days are getting shorter, and is it like just the sun is like circling the Earth faster? Is that really
Isn't that a man-made thing? Like some places don't do it at all. And the way I think about it is, if you imagine you have a quilt, right? Quilts are kind of like attached in like little blocks, right? You have rows. So it's like, okay, well, we're gonna cut off the top row of this quilt, and then we'll just sew it on the bottom. You didn't change the length of the quilt, dude. You just
right.
You just moved it around a little. So it's like that's all they're doing with the daylight savings time thing. But some places don't do it at all. But it has nothing to do with I wouldn't say, unless someone wants to correct me, I don't think this has anything to do with like what reality is doing. It's us. Man, we're changing it.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty much done to have more light working hours early on, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Because else it would first be like for example, I'm from Denmark, and if they didn't, turn the time back like 1 hour or forward 1 hour, we would have like darkness up until 9 o'clock in the morning instead of 8 o'clock in the morning, so the carpenters can be more active, or the construction workers and all that kind of stuff. They can be active in the morning, and when they get off work at 4 o'clock, it starts to get dark already. It's pretty much just that. It's like work efficiency.
I see.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it's just a question I had like itching because I was curious about it. I figured it had a simple answer.
Yeah, that's a good question though. And let me just add this too. Like think of any clock. You ever seen a spherical clock? Because I don't think I have. Right, so clocks. Like I used to listen to this guy called Crow 777, and he would refer to the sun, the moon, and the stars as our sky clock. So clocks could be a similar representation to a flat Earth. You have the two hands moving around the sun and the moon, right? The surface of the clock generally flat, right? Lays on your flat wall. So think of it like that. Time zones.
Yeah, that actually explains a lot of things. That's a really good way to look at it.
Yeah. I've never seen a spherical clock. Let's just put it that way.
So we got not Yuvraj joining us here.
Hey, I just want to say something about the clock thing. It's a naturally occurring clock.
Right.
There you go. Spherical clocks.
Spherical clocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably the most accurate clock there is.
Right. It even wobbles. Not Yuvraj.
That's not who he is. So don't call him that.
It's not Yuvraj. Maybe we can get the real Yuvraj. Will you please stand up? Please stand up.
We got Flat Earth Music Bot. Anybody talk to him? No,
I think that's actually I think that's actually a Globe Earther. They're just trolling.
It's a Glober. Ban him.
Banned.
Definitely ban him. I've been muting him.
Have you been?
Hard ban. S-ban him.
They just been in here lurking, dude. Playing
Never
some
speaks.
weird audio. Yeah.
Just plays clips. Weirdo.
Just plays clips. Yeah. Must be some sort of bot. Get him out of here. Anyway, tonight's been a good night. Some good questions from the ballers. It's good to see. There's no need to bring any emotions into this. It's really embarrassing to see people who come in and start getting their feelings and their emotions wound up in this. It's like Like, I try to make it seem like it's just measuring your height. There's no conspiracy. There's no theory. If you want to know how tall you are, you just measure it. If you want to know if the Earth is flat or not, just measure it. So what are you doing getting all emotional about my height? You simp. Oh, man. So it's good. It's just good to see people who are just level-headed, no pun intended, and just can have the conversation without getting their feelings involved. There's no need for that. I would probably be a little bit intimidated because, I mean, everyone gets gassed up to think that flat earthers are so dumb, right? But then you get here and you're presented with, I mean, let's be honest, these are good questions because when I was a baller, wholeheartedly, believe it with my whole heart, I never knew the size of the globe. I didn't know who even claimed to have measured it. I couldn't tell you how fast it was rotating or how you could even possibly measure that. I had no idea about gas pressure. So it's like, I don't know, man.
Once you switched over, you had a whole new perspective on stuff and whole new knowledge, right?
Yeah. It's just crazy how you learn all this stuff on this side of the fence.
So it's soon 9/11. Is there a 9/11 special day?
Space? Or what?
No, 9/11 is up here in 3 days. So maybe there would be a 9/11 special where we take a break from Flat Earth and go through that all day.
Ooh.
I think it's a special day for the freaks who plan those kinds of events that they do on it. Because that's not the only 9/11. There's like the Chilean coup that time. They started construction on the Pentagon on a 9/11. It's like, yeah.
I mean, we could bring up all those things, but just like in honor of such a false flag operation, or several of them, just point out because like a lot of guys got introduced for exactly 9/11 first before they got eyes up for like that the world was not as they have been told.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm just saying it could be a special day because a lot of things happened that day.
Yeah. I actually kind of like that idea, but honestly, fellas, we should be a little bit more careful. We don't want to get anybody's stream shut down. When you speak about these things, just make sure you speak in code. I like to say 7-Eleven.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I mean, we don't have to blame anyone on it because we can just go over the scientific data or the official story and like, you know, weigh it up on a scale towards like what the science says about this phenomena or this event happening in this kind of way, you know. Can office fires melt beams so it falls in a pancake effect with free fall? You know what I mean?
What's the code for false flag ruining your birthday forever? Thanks, government.
Oh, that's jacked up. That's jacked up.
I mean, one point is like, it could just spark some what's it called? Some diversity. I know it's a Flat Earth Discord and all, and it's very important, but they have, you know, if you take 10 days out of the year for special event days, that wouldn't even hurt anything, you know.
The live stream has its own purpose, though, and when we do go off topic, even if it is just the one time in like months, sometimes we do get strikes over that. So it's better to just take that stuff to chill or something like that. I know there's other stuff to talk about. I like to talk about it too, but it's just that this room in particular just has its purpose, you know.
Yeah, I respect that. Like I brought it up because I thought it could be interesting. But yeah, I mean, we did it the other day in chill. We spoke for like 10 hours or something like that about 9/11 specifically.
Yeah, no, Central. That's a good point, brother. Because we don't want to get anything shut down, and that is a fun topic, and we could end up getting really deep, and then like, you know, so.
And if we're gonna get shut down in the end, it should be for the thing that we're here to discuss.
Yeah, it should be for the.
At least we gave it our all. We did everything that we could.
I want to make another point about this. So things like 7-Eleven or other terrible things, economic problems, or various problems that exist. Keep in mind things like that. I think it'd be a lot more difficult for people to just like sheep to go along with the mainstream story if they all knew the Earth was flat. So got to do that first.
Yeah, if you know you're being lied to about reality itself, like, why am I going to believe the rest of these bogus stories?
I understand that, but like, at least from my perspective and most people I know, they came from a completely different direction, and because they already knew that the world was fucked up, they would at least interest this thought about the reality itself also was messed up,
Right.
But again, like, I mean, I'm also 35 years old, so I actually lived through experiencing it while it happened. But a lot of people who is like 20 years old now, they were not even born yet.
Yeah.
Yep, true that. That is crazy to think about that way.
It is good to see the young awake ones, though.
I was 15, man.
Yeah, me too. The same age as you guys. Cool.
I was in elementary school.
It's so cool. It's so cool to see the spread of ages here. It's all over. I mean, I'm actually surprised that I think when I was so naive, like when I first joined the server, I'm like, oh, this dude sounds really young. And then they'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm 56.
Right, dude? Right? Oh, dude.
You mean Flat Earth dude, don't you?
Oh, like Indio and...
Like fucking... What's his name? Shoot, I can't even think of his name right now.
Sonny.
I thought he was like 28, and he was like, yeah, I'm fucking 52. I was like, what?
Yeah, it turns out everyone on the internet is 52, man. It just happens that way. I don't know.
I'm 80 myself.
80 Central.
Yeah, man.
Dude, I'm like,
with all my past lives, I'm like 20,000 days.
Dude, I'm gonna turn 37 on 7/11. There you go.
Fuck.
How old do you think Crit is?
Oh, Crit's definitely older, but I thought he was younger at first.
Yeah, I thought he was younger than me.
Yeah, everyone sounds young on here, dude. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I'm only 30 though.
30?
Yeah.
I'm 28.
You sound 40.
Do I sound 40? Or he
sounds 40. Buyout sounds 40. That's true.
Hey, dude. I get a lot of people tell me that I look like I'm 38 too, though.
That's probably not
It's jacked up. I'm like, damn. Okay, it's like it's a bad thing, but then it's a good thing. I don't get ID'd, so so it's good.
Hey, guys, I just want to point out, Bumkey left after 15 minutes.
I'm not gonna leave, dudes. Don't worry.
He had some good questions. We also have some other people. There's Lucci and who else?
That's clearly Lucy, man.
Lucy?
Yeah, what'd you say?
Yeah, I don't know why I said it all funny. Lucy.
Lucci!
Hello. Lukey. Lucky.
That was a good one.
Hey, just check in, say hello. Just or we'll just put you back on server mute.
Oh.
Me? Oh, my bad.
I just...
Okay, we've said hello. It's time to ban you. Just joking.
It was definitely a Lucy. Hey.
Yeah, Lucy confirmed. Anyway, don't be shy. If you have any questions, we're definitely happy to answer any questions you may have. There's also another Globe Earther in the chat if you want to lean on them. They'd be happy to help you as well.
That's awesome.
I actually really like the Globe Earth that's here, so I think a little 2v what we got, like 2v whatever, we can hit a 2v2. We can hit a 2v2.
It's so unfair because most of us have gone like 2v18 Globers by ourselves too, I think.
2v.
So it's a super stack.
Hello, Matthew. How are you tonight? No worries if you can't speak, by the way. I saw you flashing though, but no audio.
Yo.
Hey.
Hey, are you guys like in an argument right now or something?
Oh yeah, it's getting heated.
All right.
Hey, could we choose his name?
You tell from all the easy
TBS?
laughter?
TBS.
All right. Can I ask you a question?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's not what this room is for.
All right.
Just go ahead. Sorry.
All right. So, to whoever thinks that the flat Earth is like real, right?
I like it already.
All right.
Just not the way
You mean reality? Okay, go on.
Okay.
Flat,
So,
just not the
how
way
would the solar,
you think that.
how would the solar system work?
What solar system?
What solar system?
What solar system? Yeah.
I thought we were talking about reality.
You know how
His
you have like
name-
planets going around a giant disk, right?
No.
No.
You guys don't believe that?
Nobody believes that.
You were in check-in for like an hour?
Who told you that nonsense?
Yeah, we're not. Okay, so obviously, you've heard of Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
Right? That's where you're getting this from. Those are just a bunch of globers. You know the kids in the lobby, in the chat, who say stuff like Earth's a triangle? You know, that kind of stupid stuff to just derail the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what the Flat Earth Society is. It's just a bunch of globe trolls saying stupid stuff on purpose to discredit what we have to say.
Couldn't have said it any better.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yeah, so they're supposed to say that in check-in, but, well, now you know. So nobody's claiming that. Nobody claims outer space. Outer space is actually part of the globe story. So it goes with the globe. It's an explanation of how things could work if we were on a spinning ball orbiting the sun, right? You need the adjacent outer space vacuum to have all these distances and everything that they need to make that model work. But we say that the sky isn't space. So we're not talking about a disk in space.
I feel like I'm going to pull a Lou and I'm going to call anyone with that name as a troll.
Yeah, there's that too. I mean, we're all thinking it, but you know.
Like,
Yeah. But hey, maybe you can redeem yourself, bud.
Yeah.
Yeah, question number 2 then?
Yeah, shoot.
I had it in my mind, I just forgot it.
Are you
So-
embarrassed to ask?
No. Okay, so you guys think that flat Earth is? Oh, you guys already asked that. So
Yeah, there's no space. Let's just say it like that. Let's just put it as simply as possible. There's no outer space. That's not what the sky is. That doesn't exist. So we're not a disk in that.
No one falls for
Wait.
the
So,
diss except for you
sorry.
guys.
It just if there's what if we're I believe that there is space, but it's just like in a we're like alone in it. You know, it's just like a void, right? If you know what I mean. Because if there's no space, what's out there? Is it just like
Look,
the
can I,
earth?
Okay, well, there's...
Can I say something to this guy for a second?
Yeah, for
Let
sure.
me just point out something to you, buddy. So there is space and matter, but there's not matter in space. You've heard the term matter in space, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So when they say that, they say, objects like a spherical moon and a spherical earth and a spherical sun, the earth falling around the sun, the moon falling around the earth, the sun falling around a giant massive black hole in the center of the galaxy that we have no evidence for. So what I'm saying is, just because they say there's matter in space doesn't mean it's so. But there is space and matter. So there's space between you and I, but there's air between you and I, so there's not nothing between you and I.
No, that's not what I'm asking. It's like you said there's no space, right? Like I can believe that there's no solar system. It's just are we the flat Earth? Is it like just
is it just there?
And yeah, it's just there, right? And like in a void, right?
Can I take this one, fellas? I just want to say this really quickly. What Central said is perfect, right? You can't plug in the flat Earth into outer space, but I like to say, and I think that's perfect, I like to say that the Earth isn't in another place. The Earth is the place.
Yeah.
Go
It's
ahead.
an Earth system.
Oh, okay. So it's
no
like,
solar system. It's an Earth system.
Oh, okay.
Geocentric.
It's like the only place that the only
place that matters, because we cannot go outside and verify or check out what is up there or out there.
Yeah. I don't think there's an outside, but there's definitely no Earth floating around anywhere. The Earth doesn't move.
And remember, if there's no space, there's no GPS satellites, there's no
TV broadcast satellites or anything.
Yeah, to be a little more clear, though, to be a little more clear, it's the term the vacuum of space. You see, that's what they actually call it. That's what I was taught in school. It's what you were taught in school. It's not space, because space is something else. It's the vacuum of space. That is a fictional place. That's what I'm talking about.
No, I just thought that the Earth just remained suspended in that void. That's what I thought.
No.
So if you're asking us what we think about that, the answer is unverified. We don't know. We have no way of finding out, and to the best of our knowledge, nobody else has any way of finding out.
All right.
Yeah. And what he said is true. There are no satellites. That would require a measured globe radius. You'd have to have that
Matthew's
first.
catching on.
Unless you were going to create this technology, right? You had this business and you made these really expensive equipment and you were just going to spray and pray it up in the sky. Why would you ever do that? Right? You would need to have some really specific measurements of, the Earth. If you're going to orbit this Earth, you need to have measurements of this Earth. You wouldn't just randomly spray and pray this expensive equipment up in the sky. But apparently that's what they did because they don't have measurements of this Earth.
Yeah, that's the first thing you need. You don't get the distance to the orbits without that.
And yet satellite TV works every day, all day.
Yeah, you can transmit signals, no problem. That's no problem on a plane. You just don't do it with a tin can in a thermodynamics violation falling around a ball that isn't real.
I uploaded a video today, Matthew, of I have a basket of just a random rat nest of cables, right? USBs, outlets, Apple cords, you name it. And I took a video of me plugging in randomly 2 cords that don't plug into anything. And it's that's my point. Or that's you guys trying to make a point. Oh, but if satellites, then everything else. No. You have 2 cables that aren't plugged in the jack, not getting any power. I'm going to post a video because it's absolutely hilarious, and I want more people to enjoy it.
And no, I see what you're saying. My point is that the Globe Earth predicts that satellites can exist and do work for GPS and satellite TV. And therefore, the fact that satellite TV and GPS work is strong evidence that the Globe Earth is real.
No, but
unless they work a different way.
It's plugging in
or works a different way. I'm open to suggestions if you have an idea about how satellite TV works.
Sure, undersea cables like the rest of the internet.
Yeah, I mean,
cell phone towers.
Sure.
Yo, off
How many
topic
miles
question.
is that signal to the satellite, to the TV, to the satellite? Was that 20 miles? How far is that?
25,000.
What?
25,000 miles from the satellite TV receiver to the geostationary satellite.
Is that kind of far? Because I lose cell site when I walk up past the cell tower.
Yeah, so you'd have to engineer it properly and make the signal strong enough. Sure.
Well, the first thing that you would need is a globe to have that orbit.
Right.
So, where's that globe at?
Yeah. There's other evidences for that. I'm just saying that this is one.
Well, that's step one. Because every time this is a reification fallacy that you do, where you go to satellites, and that's all downstream from the thing that you have to prove in the first case before you can even have those. So first things first, the ball, got to measure that, got to show that, or else you can't have any orbital mechanics or any of that, any of the rest of that sci-fi lore that goes along with the ball until the ball is proven to exist, and we can't measure it. We can't observe it. We can't observe curvature. We can't use a laser transit to measure this curvature drop. We can't see a geometric horizon. There's just no indication that that's what we live on, so all the rest of the stuff that goes with that ball story, that goes by the wayside with the ball itself unless somebody can measure it. And that doesn't mean that you can't have communications and you can't have signals and transmissions and things like that. You just have to do it a different way. But I mean, it's already acknowledged that most of what it is undersea cables. Obviously, there are towers. And then I think there are things in the sky too, but just not tin cans falling around a ball that hasn't been shown to exist in a medium that violates entropy.
Well said.
So Matt, when you say that you're open to suggestions, I mean, I'm the one who's open to suggestions here.
Yeah, I'm open to suggestions about how satellite TVs work if there's no satellites up there. I mean, you know, ever since the 80s and 90s, you remember those ginormous 6-foot diameter satellite TVs pointing up in the sky.
Which direction do they point?
It depends on your latitude, but on the equator they point straight up.
I just don't think you're going to go 25,000 miles. It just doesn't make sense to me.
It's engineering and science. You can make signals go as far as you need to, depending on their strength.
On a flat plane, wouldn't they be all pointed up?
All pointed what?
Up. Isn't up the same direction on a flat plane?
It is, yes.
Okay. I mean, that seems to be the most simple explanation. Go ahead, Central.
And you find the idea of balloons, geostationary balloons or whatever they have, to be implausible. You always shoot that idea down, but I mean, they exist.
Yeah, because of the jet stream and winds.
Yeah, okay. So there'd have to be some maintenance. But I mean, the first comm satellites were actually balloons. And with the amount that technology is advanced, can they not just be doing something based off of that?
Wait, can I ask you a question? Do they claim geostationary balloons?
I don't know. I'm just saying that because that's what Matthew's. Yeah, they have to be geostationary, I guess.
Why? What's with the geostationary part, Matthew? Can you tell me about that? I'm actually not super.
Sure. You remember those
they wouldn't
ancient
be geostationary
satellite
on a globe either? Would
Yeah,
they?
you remember the ancient satellite dishes, that were 6.
Yeah.
Those things point in the sky, and then you don't touch them because they point the same direction. On the ball Earth model, those point to geostationary satellites that don't move relative to the Earth's surface. And if they are balloons instead, the question is, well, how does a balloon stay in the same spot in the sky for decades at a time?
Okay, so sorry to interrupt, but so the globe story is that they are geostationary. Is that confirmed that satellites are geostationary?
Yes, in the globe story, there is a distance, an orbit, at which the orbital speed around the Earth matches the spin of the Earth. And so if you put it in just the right spot, then they don't appear to move relative to the ground. It's called geostationary.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's
brilliant.
But yeah, I mean, I guess it's a funny word because technically it's moving, right? So it's stationary but moving. But I mean, that's how
moving, but stationary relative to the surface of the Earth.
Or we're actually stationary, and they just have some other kind of tech up there that is actually just stationary.
For 10 years in a row?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it would take some maintenance. I don't know.
Do they have to be stationary up there, though? I mean, does that?
Yeah, because those satellite antennas point straight up, and they just sit there, and you don't have to adjust them.
I mean, I don't know if I buy that. These satellites are perfectly. I mean, I know that it doesn't move anyway, but if we were just going to go with that, I don't know if I would buy that.
We should.
Those satellites are perfect.
We should get Logos in here. He had a very good explanation for this.
Especially my cable company really hooked me up with that satellite. I don't know, man. Doesn't seem that plausible, especially if you don't buy into satelloons or whatever.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Is that I am open to suggestions. It's just that, the ball story, it's not going to work because we can't find a ball anywhere. But like Matthew said, I'm open to suggestions. How does it actually work?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say something about what Matthew said about the satelloons. He said that the jet streams may make it difficult to control where they are, but I think that may be actually part of how they control where they are, because by simply programming something to go up in altitude, you might find one jet stream going one direction and going down to another altitude. You might find a jet stream going another direction. and you might find another altitude where there is no jet stream. So I think they may actually use these to put them where they want them.
Yeah, jet streams travel at 100, 150 miles an hour sometimes, and so it seems like it'd be pretty hard to keep it in the same exact spot.
So don't,
yeah, but if these things are consistent, though, if these things are consistent, and you have these things, the Satelloons controlled by remote or by a computer program, the rest is just a little bit of engineering and problem solving.
No, there's no way they can control them by remote. They can only control helicopters on Mars by remote. They couldn't control anything on Earth by remote. Only things farther away.
True.
Well, that's just it. They wouldn't even need to. They could just program it to just, do whatever it needs to get to wherever it needs to be.
Yeah, I'm joking, obviously, but yeah, this goes back to my rat nest of cables thing. It's like, well, if I just plug in these two cables, that ought to do it. Well, no, you don't have none of those cables are plugged into any power anywhere in the house. They're just sitting in a basket. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, even if you make some good point, or there's like a jury listening and they agree with you on your point about this satellite thing, you still don't have radius. You still don't have curved water. You still don't have like any of these things. So what? You're just a USB cable plugged into an unplugged in, what do you call it? A power box or whatever. Cube.
Right. This thing about satellites doesn't prove anything one way or another. It's just one more piece of evidence that needs explanation.
Yeah.
But at some point there's too many of these and you got to give up the whole idea.
No.
Well, that's the thing, right? At a certain point, there's just too much flatness being measured, and you just got to give up that whole globe idea.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But I would never be like, oh, well, there's so many, here, let me just overwhelm you with these things. Therefore, it's a globe. Like,
we could play the reification fallacies game too. We could make up all sorts of stories, about how things would take place on a flat Earth. Like hypothetically, let's just say that it actually was a globe. We could do the same thing and make up stories about how things would work on a flat Earth, and then just point to thousands of those and be like, "Well, guys, at the end of the day, there's just too much evidence for it. It's flat." Even though, suppose you guys had curve measurements or something like that to show, that's all you would have to do. But instead,
what you mean? Like an actual geometric horizon.
Yeah, that's all you would have to do. It would just end right there. Like, you would never have to go that extra step into all those reifications, right? If you could just measure the ground dropping away. It's the only thing you'd have to show anybody. You could just drop the mic right there.
Literally. Sure,
you wouldn't have to talk about satellites. Who cares about satellites? Here's the curve. It's right here.
Right. How about the reification that there's some lensing happening to the sun? 2 weeks from today, on the equinox, the sun rises exactly in the east from everywhere on Earth.
See, you're doing it again. You're doing exactly what I just said that you have to do. Like,
another example.
Yeah, I know. You're just giving another example of exactly what I just talked about. It doesn't help the globe, right? The only thing that you need to do is just measure the globe itself, but you have to scattergun onto all these other things, right, that would come after proving the globe itself, which just shows the weakness of the position.
Hey, look up there.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you should have to do, really. It's just like, look, everywhere we go, we measure the same 8 inches per mile squared drop. There's that geometric horizon, blah, blah, blah. It's always there. That would be it. That's all you would really have to do if that were possible. But you got to do this instead.
Well, that's one way to do it. But yeah, I think it's not provable. It's just like, here's all these evidences, and let's see which story explains the evidence the best.
But the explanations aren't that. You can't take an explanation to the bank. The globe has a bunch of explanations. They're as good as a story. But you can't take that to the bank as proof just because they can explain something. Oh, well, eclipse. Yeah, the sun goes in front of the moon. Oh, yeah, sure. That makes sense. It works out. It's good for a story. But the explanation itself isn't the proof of anything.
Right. It's not a proof. It's just like, hey, look at this. This story explains all kinds of phenomenon and predictions and stuff. And so
It
that
doesn't, though.
makes me think, oh, it's.
But it's
what
just a
doesn't
cool
it-
story, bro. Literally, that's that meme. Cool story, bro. It literally is just a cool story, bro.
But the other thing too is the whole reason we're here is because it actually failed to accurately predict these phenomena that it was supposed to.
I don't think it does.
Well, you can't show us a geometric horizon either.
So the globe predicts that 2 weeks from today, on the equinox, the sun will rise exactly in the east, and that makes complete sense on a heliocentric model.
The globe predicts that, or people
Looking at the sky predicts that.
Yeah,
Let's talk about how the globe predicts a horizon at a 1.22. You know what I mean? Like, and that doesn't happen. So,
In the globe model, this is the prediction. Is what I meant. Yeah.
Why is that based on the globe model, though? How is that not just a post-diction based on what we've observed over and over again in the sky?
Describing observations is one thing. Coming up with a higher level explanation of why those observations is what.
Oh, you're back in story mode. So really, it's
right.
just a post-diction that comes from. Yeah, it's just a post-diction that comes from watching the sky over a really long period of time, and then you just put it into the globe story and say, "Hey, I have an explanation."
Yeah. You're talking about the difference between observations and explanations. I want explanations, not just like, "Hey, this is what happens." I want to know why it happens.
Personally, I don't care for explanations.
Oh, you want bedtime
because, like I
stories.
said, you can't take them to the they're bedtime stories. You can't take them to the bank. That's why we don't just start making. We don't have explanations because we're not making up stories for stuff.
But see, the globe isn't
See, Matthew, wait, question, Matthew.
It's not predicting that. Sorry, go ahead.
What if those were incorrect explanations? You still want them?
Oh, if they're incorrect or don't predict things correctly, then they would need adjustment. Sure.
Well, it doesn't though. You can't use it to predict eclipses.
Yeah, you can. What do you mean?
No, you don't. You don't use the globe heliocentric model to predict those. They're post-dictions, just based on observing the cycles that we observe.
Yeah.
Can
if
I
you started
get- can I
claiming that
read-
you could predict the sun coming up tomorrow, I'd be like, come on, dude. This has been happening for many, 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 many years.
Oh, no,
you can't claim that as a prediction.
We only know that that's going to happen because somebody decided to model the Earth as a ball in space.
Well, can I read something out and get Matthew's take on it?
Yeah.
From George Ellis, right? People need to be aware that there is a range of models that could explain the observations. For instance, I can construct you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. That's George Ellis.
I love that quote.
Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, at some point you have to look philosophically at the different things and decide which one makes most sense.
Well, I'm just going to cast aside the one that says that the horizon has to be at that geometric position, blah, blah, blah.
Right. That seems to be the most important prediction that doesn't come true.
But it's not philosophy, the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth just is what it is, regardless of what your philosophy is.
Yeah, good point. That's why it's so funny when people are like, "Oh, it's conspiracy theory." It's like, well, dude, it's literally it's like measuring my height. Like, what are you doing calling me a conspiracy?
Oh yeah, so the conspiracy theory doesn't have anything to do with the measurements. It has to do with the idea that there's a whole bunch of people in the government lying about it and trying to hide it from the population. So that part is a conspiracy.
Right.
I don't think that's even true, though, because it's like they believe it just like I did, just like you do.
And that's a sub issue. That's because of the measurements, right? It's a result, right? It's not.
Yeah, I think you missed.
It's not like we went and thought, "Hey, I think they're lying. Let's find proof of it."
Yeah.
I think you missed, Matthew, when you said lots of people in the government. I don't think anyone in here thinks it's lots of people. I think it's a minority that's lying and the others that are just believing it. Like
you don't need people to lie for it because most people just believe it religiously.
The lie holds itself up. That's the best way to put it.
I'm still laughing. That's a really good point. Like we didn't just say like, oh, I think they're lying. Let's go check. Like, that, yeah, that's a really good point there. I've never heard that put that way.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to have all that many people actually lying because most people just totally believe it.
And they could say anything at this point. I mean, they are saying anything and everything at this point, and people are going along with it. I mean, it's at the point when they said that the Earth is tilted. If they got you with that one, then they can get you with anything.
Yeah, it's talking about the tilt of the orbit, which explains seasons perfectly.
It doesn't, though. It doesn't, though, because it's an attempt to try to make what the sun is doing, which is moving between the tropics, make sense with the globe that we're pre-assuming. It's just you're just adding extra stuff onto what we observe. We don't need it.
You know what does explain the seasons perfectly is flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at what the sun does throughout the year, and there's your seasons. That's it. You measure the ground and see if it's curving or if it's flat. Then, if it's not,
how does the globe even account for the analemma anyway? How do you guys account for that again?
Does the sun move faster in the winter or faster in the summer?
Perhaps it does move faster in the northern winter. I don't know.
The analemma would indicate that, right? Because the bottom half of the infinity is a little bit warped as if it was traveling faster to cover the same distance.
Yet the sun moves about 15 degrees per hour all year long.
Yeah, but here's the deal, though. Is the ground curving or not?
Oh, I think it is, yeah.
And is the sun moving between the tropics throughout the year?
The subsolar point moves on the Earth between the tropics all year, yes.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, it seems okay. Well, without the curvature, though, then it would just seem that there's a small local sun above us that just moves between the tropics.
Right.
Hey, I'm kind of curious, Matthew, you know what the analemma is on those older globes, right?
Yeah, I've seen those.
So why would you say why would you say that it's not equal in size? I mean, do you acknowledge that, part of it's bigger than the other part?
Yeah, of course. It's because the orbit of Earth is not perfectly circular; it's somewhat eccentric.
But what orbit?
Hold on. Wouldn't the analemma need to be equal sizes on both sides? Otherwise,
yeah, sure.
It's like wobbling in space, right?
If the orbit was circular, it would be equal.
It's a measurement of the sun at the same time every day for a year. That's how you get the analemma. How does the orbit affect that again?
If the orbit of the Earth around the sun, again in the heliocentric model, if it's a perfect circle, the analemma would be like a perfect figure eight. But because it's not, it's somewhat elliptical, then sometimes the sun moves, but we're farther from the sun. Sometimes we're slightly closer, between like 92 million and 94 million. So it's not much.
But that wouldn't do that though in the heliocentric model. That wouldn't do that.
Another thing is that we really don't need your globe story for how the sun does what it's observed to be doing throughout the year unless you can measure the curve, right? There's just absolutely no reason to invoke this story about a tilting ball whirling around through space if you can't measure the ball in the first place. All we really need to do is just look at what the Earth is, look at what the sun is doing, and just go, okay, that's it.
No, you're right. You'd have to. All of this is assuming that the globe Earth exists. All these explanations work.
Exactly.
You need to convince yourself of that first.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's just adding extra, right? I mean, we measure the Earth flat. We observe the sun doing what it does throughout the year. And that's all we actually need to explain seasons. If you're going to go the extra step and say, no, Earth is actually a ball, then yeah, you do need to come up with some kind of story that accounts for how it does what it's observed to do. But if there's no evidence it's a ball, who cares? Forget about it.
I'm starting to feel like this globe thing is like I'm being wheeled into a used globe sales, car sales or whatever, right? And they're trying to sell me this globe car, but I'm not allowed to test drive it. I'm not allowed to see how many miles it has. None of this stuff. I just have to buy it and then just go with it. Roll home with it. It's like, no, dude, I want to test drive. I want to see some information. I want to see that Carfax.
No, there's a gun to your head. You will go home with this globe.
I'm being pressured into buying this thing by this greasy globe salesman. You know, like, come on, man. Like, can I get a test drive?
I would say test drive it all you want. Look at all the stuff and see if it matches the predictions or not.
Yeah, but when I ask to see a Carfax, I'm told like, oh, it doesn't matter and stuff like this. You know?
I think we need to untie just predictions looking at the sky you can deduce versus what you call globe predictions. Because there's a huge overlap there I think we need to undo.
I started asking them about this one used globe over here, and like, but look at this one over here. It's great. They're trying to, you know what I mean? It's like pointing at the sky, how you guys point at the sky. Just look over there.
Except they'll have the sticker not for educational purposes. That is the guy's thumbs over, right?
Well, I would say buy a better globe if it says that on the bottom.
Buy a better globe.
They all say that. Come on.
They don't all say that.
Why would one globe be
take on
different than the
your
other?
camping trips, man?
How could one globe possibly be different than the other? They've all got the same specs. There's only one globe.
Well, mine's 265,000 miles of radius. It has to be.
You store that?
Based on the Black Swan, it's the only way it's going to work. But I'm not letting go of the globe.
Yeah.
It's still a globe. It's just a bigger one.
Anything but 3959, but still globe.
I guess it depends on how accurate or how close to specs they're made. If it's just for decoration purposes, you just buy it at Walmart. It'll say that on the bottom. But if you buy an educational globe for the classroom, it doesn't say that.
I'm sure those would say it too.
They do
Yeah.
not.
Pretty sure they do. No.
They do not. I posted a link that they don't.
Wait, is this
the opposite?
Did you post a Google fact check to show me that I'm wrong? Because now I know I'm right, I think.
I posted a link to a globe for sale that does not say not for educational purposes. In fact, it says the opposite. It says a great STEM teaching tool for classrooms.
Okay, I'm sorry. I misread
It says,
that. That's your link with your phrase.
only for says only for indoctrination purposes.
No, you posted a good one. I withdraw what I said.
Only for indoctrination purposes. Lol. Oh, that's good.
Well, to be fair, it doesn't say it on it, man. We were saying that on the bottom of every globe there's a sticker that says, not for educational purposes. This one in the description for the online store says it's not for that. But it's still got a sticker. You don't know until you buy it, man.
Either way, it's just another freaking straw on the camel's back. This isn't the only proof that we need. It's just another one.
I'm just convinced that they sell them all that say not for education, and it's a big dig against us. That's what I think.
Hey, Matthew, you don't believe in evolution, like we came from monkeys. You don't believe that, do you?
I believe in intelligent design, not in methodological naturalism and unguided descent.
I'm just wondering if they had some like equipment for a classroom, and it was like a bunch of toys of monkeys and people and something in between, and it was just like it said it on it for educational purposes. What would you think about that?
I would think that just because it says for educational purposes doesn't mean that it's correct.
All right.
I like him a lot, man.
What if it said like excellent for STEM courses?
Again, that wouldn't necessarily mean that it's correct. Of course, it doesn't mean it's wrong, but
I'm just digging, Matthew. I appreciate the
Something I
honesty.
don't get. There's something I don't get about glober creationists. You know, like, why would you not buy the whole story of the Big Bang that put the so-called ball in space, you know, and all the, you know, men, you know, apes turning into men and all that story, but you'll totally and utterly buy the whole ball in space story.
Oh, I think it's obvious that God created the Earth as a ball in space.
That just boggles my mind.
Yeah,
especially when Genesis totally shits on the whole idea of heliocentrism and the Big Bang and the whole thing. Like, I just don't get it.
I think it's completely compatible.
I don't see how you could come to that conclusion, really. Like, I don't want to get into it. This is, you know, we're not going to get into a biblical debate.
I understand that you don't see how, but again, you just proof by consensus doesn't work. But just as evidence that some people think that it's possible, I present the fact that for centuries there have been Christians who are globers, and so lots of people have found ways to reconcile the two. That doesn't prove that they're
right. So the ball was made before the sun, right? The ball Earth was made before the sun. Yet that totally contradicts the whole idea of heliocentrism and how they say it all came to be.
Right. Yeah.
So how do you justify that?
I would think that many Christians who are scientifically minded might see Genesis 1 as more figurative in describing the breadth and totality of God's creation rather than a specifically chronological account.
Oh.
What would the purpose be of God or anyone like that, you know, saying something that's figurative? What's the purpose of that? The purpose of giving us a book full of riddles?
Not riddles, but figurative being God claiming authority and ownership over the entirety of creation by listing all of the things and saying, God made this and this and this, and there's the whole list right there.
Well, I think God exists, but I think that book was written by men.
Yeah, and it was obviously written by men. The question is, did God
and inspired by men? I think it was also inspired by men.
Sure, that's fair enough. That's what many people think. I think that God can and did inspire special words to give to people, and that's part of it.
It's the same people that want you to think you're on a spinning ball in a vacuum, want you to believe in apes turning into men, and the whole lot. You can't really have one or the other. You can't cherry pick and say, well, I want that part of it, but not that other bit. That doesn't that doesn't go along with my ideas.
Why not?
Matthew,
just pick all the true things. If somebody says some true things and some false things, I'll reject all the false things and keep the true things that they say.
It's the same people telling you this bullshit that want you to believe both stories.
Right.
There's no God.
Some things are false.
So they're correct about some things, but they're wrong about other things, or they're lying about some things and telling the truth about some things.
Yeah, sometimes people are right about some things and wrong about other things. Just because they're wrong about some things doesn't mean I have to throw out everything they say, right?
Wouldn't you agree that Christianity got to a point pretty much in the 60s and said, okay, we have to concede. You got us. It's a ball. It's a ball. We're in space. Concede to heliocentrism and the whole.
No. Christians have been saying that Earth is a ball for a long time, way before the 60s.
Yeah, just so you know, I think the most recent incarnation of the globe model, the heliocentric model, being a mainstream thing, I think it in the last few hundred years, at least over the last 500 years, became more popular because of the Catholic Church. So in a certain sense, it was Christians that invented it, but maybe not like real Christians, but the controller, the leadership.
Right, but because of the imagery we were shown in the 60s, you know, it sort of ended the debate, didn't it? Kind of, it didn't really end the debate, but most people just went, "Yeah, okay, they're right. They got us. We can't deny this. They've shown it on TV."
Dude, Big Bang Theory by Jesuit priest Andrew Pinson. Just saying.
Oh yeah, the Big Bang Theory was invented by a Catholic priest, and ironically, so many atheists love it. So Matthew, would you agree with me if I were to say the Big Bang Theory violates the first law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, because you can't have nothing coming from something. Something coming from nothing. So the very fact that there was nothing and then suddenly there was something is the first and clearest violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
All right. Cool. Yeah, I concur.
Yeah, it was a slow development from Copernicus. It wasn't just latched onto by the masses immediately, right?
Yeah, right. It took a long time for the masses to find out about these ideas and sort of come to accept it.
How many other people think all this is less than 100 years old? Just me? 100-year-old deception?
Oh, what about books that are 150 years old that mention the globe?
What about newspaper articles from early 1900s, people getting persecuted for teaching heliocentrism? Those are interesting.
Heliocentrism was taught in every school, every university, every high school, all the public schools in the whole country 150 years ago.
It says the same books that tell you the earth is round, though, right? I mean, Rockefeller bought the textbook industry in the 20s, so if we go to books before that, they all say something different, except they're hard to find.
Well, I haven't seen any books that say anything different.
I think that's because they're hard to find.
Well, what about the books that say that pink unicorns exist? Those are hard to find too. Does that mean, they must have hidden the truth about pink unicorns, therefore pink unicorns exist? Yay.
Those aren't hard to find. I just found 3 on Google, dude.
You know that's a false equivalency fallacy right there.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that you can't use the lack of evidence as evidence that somebody's suppressing a particular truth. You need something more than that.
Well, I have a friend.
I'm just saying, if somebody
flat earth in school.
You start to find it so easily.
I have a friend from London who was taught flat earth in school. And he's what? He just turned 56, he said. So that's not that long ago. And that means every book maybe wasn't taught that long ago. You know what I mean? Unless he's crazy.
I have a hard time believing that your friend was taught flat earth within the past 60 years.
So was the grandma, right? people have stories of like ask your great grandma what they were taught if you're still alive, because right about the 100-year mark seems to be a big gray spot. Have you seen Level with Hibbler Productions?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. Uh-huh.
You know, the one where he goes to the nursing home and talks to Lady Rose.
Yep.
Who tells what do you think of her?
If you watch the whole thing carefully, I'm not convinced that she was all with it and knew what he was asking, but I guess you could interpret that.
I mean, she was 108, and I think that's what you'd probably have to say, right? That's the only thing you could conclude watching that.
So
she's not nuts, but she must be wrong, right?
I doubt that she was taught flat Earth when she was a kid.
But that's not a single occurrence, right? So now we have corroborating stories, textbooks, newspaper clippings, other people's accounts. Now it's more than a crazy old lady. You know what I mean?
I just think those are few and far between. If you look at the weight of evidence, like what do almost every book say, from that era, and they all teach round Earth. I mean, you have people from like 700 AD talking about the Earth being spherical. That's like 1,000 years ago, more than 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, and then you have Shakespeare writing plays that they inserted and made up, no? I mean, they make up characters and insert them into history. It's not hard. They did it with like 2 or 3 well-known characters that the mainstream accepts, right? Like Shakespeare.
Oh, wait, Shakespeare is fiction. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but the historical figure they inserted, no? William Shakespeare?
Are you saying Shakespeare didn't exist?
Saying the person didn't, just the works.
I suppose some people might say that, but it seems simpler to assume that if there are plays that say written by William Shakespeare, that there was a person named William Shakespeare.
From what I've been able to see, it was heliocentrism that took over later. Like, first, it's like they decided the Earth was a globe, and then they decided that heliocentrism was true much later than the globe.
Right. 2,300 years ago, you have people like Eratosthenes using the assumption that the Earth is a globe to measure the circumference. But it wasn't until about 500 years ago that Copernicus and his buddies started saying, hey, the math works out simpler if we assume the sun is the center of the solar system. Then you get these nice ellipses, and everything kind of works out better. So you're right. There is a difference between heliocentrism and geocentrism.
Yeah. I mean, because like a couple hundred years ago, because I've been looking for like any recent notable people or books that refer to the Earth as flat, and I can't find any.
Yeah, because hardly anybody believed it until about 2014.
Well,
dude, I have a book from 1890 that says all about the Earth's flat from Alexander Gleason. What do you mean?
Yeah, there were very few people. He's one of them, but there in the world population, go back to 2010, and there were very, very few people who believed the Earth was flat. It wasn't until recently that it sort of gained traction again.
But I think you could find more that were geocentric recently. Well, even today, but yeah, I don't know.
Well,
It's hard to tell. Yeah.
You know the year that flat Earth was the top Google search in the country?
I'm gonna guess 2015 or 16.
I don't know. I forget, but it was one of those. Right?
Right. Yeah.
So we're saying it's a brand new thing. I'm saying it's an ancient thing because every culture believed it. Right?
So it's an ancient idea and it's been around forever, but there were hardly any people who believed it until past 10 years or so.
But everyone believed it. That's why all the ancients built all their models around it and the sky clocks and calendars. That's crazy.
Matthew, do you think there's any possibility that you're wrong about the globe and outer space?
Sure, there's always a tiny possibility that I'm wrong about everything, and so I keep that in mind. I just think that there's strong evidence for the heliocentric model of the solar system being close to what's actually happening, just because it works so well. I mean, for example, the sun is going to rise exactly in the east on the equinox in 2 weeks. And the globe model has a perfect explanation for why that happens, but it's hard to imagine how that would happen if the sun is orbiting the North Pole on a flat plane.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Hold on, we'll show you.
So you don't think you would so the difference between a flat stationary Earth and a globe Earth that's going through infinite outer space, you couldn't tell the difference between the two? Like both would feel the same to you on the ground?
Right. Human beings don't feel motion. We only feel acceleration, and the curve is so slight that it would be hard to see from the ground. And so the experience, we couldn't tell just from our experience. We couldn't distinguish between the two. So we have to use logic and reason, other observations, looking at the sky, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that doesn't add up to me, but because I think, if we were on a planet, going through infinite outer space, I mean, I don't think that would be even possible. If it was, I mean, we not know. We're protected as we are. We are protected. And I don't know. It's just like you got to believe a whole lot of assumptions in order to convince yourself that it's all true. I mean, so I don't know, but
it's internally consistent. It makes sense to me. I mean, it seems like it makes sense to me. So I don't know why it doesn't make sense to you, but I'm telling you the truth when I say that it seems reasonable to me.
No, I'm with you on that part. I'm just with you on the unreasonable and the flat Earth part. Hold on. There. Check that GIF out then.
So somehow the shape of the sunlight makes a perfectly straight line on the equinox. That's weird.
I mean, that's a good point, but it's for effect, right? It does show the real sun in the middle of the GIF when it does the actual animation. When it's just flipping around, it is a weird straight line that's not real, right? But then it goes right into the actual shape of the sunlight.
Yeah, but I'm saying at some point on the equinox, the sunlight will look like the map that I showed, 11:40 or 45 past the hour, and that just seems weird that the sun could make light on exactly half of the Earth in that shape.
Matthew, what's more likely that these satellites you talk about? What's more likely that they're 25,000 miles away in a geosynchronous orbit, or they're just a helium balloon up there floating around?
I think it's more likely that they're in geosynchronous orbit because that can explain why they can be in the same exact spot for 10 years, where a helium balloon moves all over the place.
Why would a helium balloon not be able to stay put?
Wind.
Right, so I'm not sure if you study the air above the Earth, but you can actually go above the wind, right?
It depends.
The wind is low. The weather's lower. You can fly above the weather.
Yeah, but there's always some wind. No matter how high you are, there's a little bit.
So if you're above the wind, or if you're above the weather, you're above the wind. No worries. Yes or no?
I don't know what the weather's like above, like, sort of normal altitudes of where planes fly. I know that where planes fly, there's lots of weather, but I don't know what the weather's like above.
Well, you probably, to be fair, you probably don't know what orbits are like, except the information you'll be given by NASA.
No, the orbits make sense to me.
No, but you probably don't know what they're like. You can't confirm them, can you?
Well, I can't confirm that the Eiffel Tower exists. So
can you go to the Eiffel Tower? See how that's different?
I can, but I haven't been there.
Orbits make sense to you.
People can go to the Eiffel Tower. So I'm telling you something people can do. They can confirm that there's really satellites floating in geosynchronous orbit, except for what we've been told.
Well, and the fact that
they can be duplicated by a weather balloon above the wind. Is it possible?
I suppose it's possible. It just seems unlikely that they would have. I mean, we're talking about the 1970s and 80s when geostationary satellites were invented. So you're telling me that there's like a helium balloon up there that's been there since 1980, or and it's up there for a whole decade.
Stay up there for 18 months. Have you heard that?
Oh yeah, balloons can stay.
And if they have several of them, they put up several, right? Then it's not relying on just one. Just like you don't have to rely on one satellite. The weather balloons could be many. There could be hundreds up there. We don't know how many are up there, but we know NASA is the biggest user of helium.
Yeah, because they study the atmosphere too. That's what the first A.
Right, they study the atmosphere. Weather balloons up there. Is what I'm saying. So you have weather balloons up there that do all the stuff that the supposed geosynchronous satellites do. They're interchangeable. And we can't really confirm either one, if we're going to be fair. So it's just another explanation to your explanation. Which is an explanation.
There's two explanations, and they both kind of work. And so you don't know which one to choose. Okay.
Now, here's a question. How do you get geosynchronous orbit? That means that it's like tidally locked like the moon, correct?
Tidal locking refers to the face of an object facing the same direction.
Oh, it's not the moon.
Its rotation is the same as the orbit.
Right. So...
Yeah, so orbits, basically, the basic idea of orbits is that the closer you are to the Earth, the faster the orbit has to be in order to counteract gravity. And so, at 400 miles above the Earth, the orbit's about 90 minutes. But you go out 1,000 miles, it's a little bit less. You go out 10,000 miles, it's a little bit less. And if you go all the way out to 25,000 miles, the orbit takes a full 24 hours, or slightly less than 24 hours. And therefore, if you get it in just the right spot, that satellite is orbiting around the Earth at the same exact rate that the Earth is rotating. So it's geostationary. That's what geostationary means.
Have you looked into this?
Yeah, it's a fairly straightforward idea. Now, these have to be above the equator, so they have to be equatorial orbits.
Why can't they be on the South Pole and North Pole?
Because they would go around in the wrong direction and wouldn't be stationary according to the, the reference frame of the Earth.
Well, actually, if it was the North Pole, it wouldn't be moving at all because it would just be stuck in the North Pole. It wouldn't be rotating, would it?
Right. If you put something directly above the North Pole and it's not orbiting and you let go, it would just fall to the North Pole and hit it.
So it's as if there's like a traffic lane of satellites on the equator.
Exactly. 25,000 miles above the equator is the only place that you could put geostationary satellites.
As in traffic lane, wouldn't you get like gridlock after you get so many up there? Is this the maximum you can get up there?
Well, I mean, that's a pretty big traffic lane. It goes all the way around the Earth.
So you can put one over like, if we could put one to handle like different continents. That we can put like satellites to handle like Africa and Europe and like and Asia and America, for example, and they're all facing like towards the equator. Is that your thinking?
They're all exactly above the equator, right?
I mean, you know how I heard that you claim that the angle of the DirecTV is pointed towards what, the equator?
25,000 miles above the equator, yes.
But it's pointed the same direction. Like if we were in Africa, we would point it upward, and north. And if we were in Europe, we'd point it south. Yes or no?
Right. Yeah, that's right. So that's why
in North America we pointed south, and when South America we pointed north. Is that right?
Right. That's what you see if you notice all the satellite TV dishes in the south of the equator in the southern hemisphere, like South Africa, they all point north, and here in North America, they all point south.
Well, just as well, you could have like a traffic lane of these weather balloon satelloons that are just put up there above the weather, above the wind turns, and they would probably just stay up there. And when they came down, let's say they lose the helium, to replace them with two more.
I mean, that sounds like a cool story.
An idea.
I just don't think it would work.
It'd probably be cheaper than putting a real satellite with the cost that they claim.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's fair. Helium balloons are way cheaper than satellites. I just don't think you could get them to stick in the same spot.
I can't even buy helium if I want to. I checked around with all the gas supply stores in the Portland area. You can't even buy helium in Portland if you want to. You can buy hydrogen in a gas canister. But no, there's such a shortage of helium, you can't even get it where I live.
Yeah, I don't know much about the supply chain of different gases, but that's interesting.
Matt, you're a teacher, so what if one of your students says, "Hey, teacher, I have a little secret. I think the Earth is flat. What do you think?" What would you tell them?
Oh, I'd be happy to talk to them and see why they come to that conclusion, and sort of talk them through.
Teacher, I think NASA lies. They have this goofball named Don Pettit. They're lying to us.
Yeah, in that case, I would say, oh, let's not look at NASA at all. Let's just look at the things we can see with our own eyes and use our own logic and reason and look at all the different evidences and figure it out without referring to NASA.
So would you try to guide him back to a globe Earth, or would you just let him follow his own path and figure it out for himself?
Oh, I would. So good teachers don't try to indoctrinate students. Obviously, we try to give them all the information and the tools they need to make their own decisions, come to their own conclusions, and I'd want them to know all the evidence.
I mean, a good teacher, I don't know. That's kind of iffy subject. I'm just saying, the whole school system is to indoctrinate children.
It shouldn't be. It should be to educate children to think for themselves and think critically. That's what the true purpose of education is.
Well, when I went through school, it was never any real world type of shit, you know.
Well,
I was always taught what they wanted me to know, not what I wanted to know, you know.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. I wish you'd had a better education. I hope that education gets better to help people think for themselves.
I mean, it's not like it was in a bad area. I mean, I grew up in a pretty good area, you know.
But Matthew, you know, I noticed that in school, there's only one answer. You can't have several answers to the same question. It's got to be the one answer they have in the book there.
Well, so, in mathematics, it kind of works that way. There's only one answer to what is 2 + 2. But when you're talking about other subjects like history and sociology, like what was the cause of the Civil War, there's not just one answer. There's like a whole bunch of complicated reasons. So it depends on the subject, I guess.
That's a question. You teach math, right?
I teach math, yes. And
do
computer science also.
So when your student writes the answer to a math question on a piece of paper, if they write the correct answer, but they don't show in their any work on the paper, do you mark it as correct, or do you make them show their work?
It depends on the context. Sometimes I'm just looking for the correct answer, but sometimes I want them to show their work.
But at least as far as math goes, I would suggest you not. Because I think it's deliberate that they force students to do that. And I think it dampens one's ability to use their own cognitive abilities to get things done. Like it doesn't actually teach the child. Like if they get the right answer right and they do it in their head, they're not going to be smarter by being forced to write it out. In fact, I would say they're actually becoming dumber by being forced to write it out.
Yeah, so obviously you want students to get the right answer. That's the main goal. Sometimes teachers want to double check that they're thinking it through the right way or a reasonable way. And so that's why we want to see the work, like how did you get this answer, so that we know it's not just a lucky guess. And so it depends on the process.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That would probably apply to advanced algebra. But I guess never mind. I guess what I'm saying just really has to do with basic math, at the very least.
Oh yeah, basic math. I'm a fan of like do as much as you can in your head if you can.
Matthew, is cheating a problem with the students or not really?
Not really. I do some minimal things to discourage it, but yeah, it's not a big problem. In a university, people are there to learn. They pay money to go to the university. I would expect cheating would be a bigger problem in like public high schools where most of the students feel like they're forced to be there. So it depends on the context.
But if somebody puts the answer with no work, that doesn't mean they're cheating then.
It doesn't, right? In that case, I'd be more like, oh, I'm curious how you got this. I want to make sure it just wasn't a lucky guess. Let's see how you thought it through. The other reason for showing your work is to learn how to explain what you did, because sometimes you don't want just the right answer. You want somebody to be able to explain how they got the right answer, because sometimes you need to show other people how to get the right answer. And so helping them understand how to explain it well is a goal of education also. Does that make sense? Like, in other words, if I just say, hey, here's an answer to something, people might be say, well, wait a minute, why is that? So I also need to become skilled at going through step by step how I came to that answer.
If they know if they can show the work, then they can teach it. They know enough to teach it, and not just to say the correct answer.
Right. And in fact, most people say one of the best ways to learn something is to be forced to teach it to somebody else. Then you got to learn it well enough yourself to explain it reasonably to someone else.
Have you heard any flat earthers in your school?
There's probably been one or two. Yeah. I mean, I've had 5,000 students over the past 20 years, so I would say that the odds
I just mean currently.
It's what?
I mean currently. Do you know of any flat earthers in your school?
I don't know.
Matthew, what if NASA admits they lied about the moon landing, they never went? Does that destroy your complete paradigm or not really?
Oh, no, not really. I mean, the idea that the Earth is round has been around a lot longer than NASA, way before the moon landings. So, yeah, that wouldn't matter one way or the other.
But that would be a significant problem that they've been lying to us and taking billions of dollars of tax money and giving us propaganda since the 60s.
Yes, if they had lied about the moon landings and taken all the money and just squandered it, then that would be a major problem.
Yeah, well, how do you verify that, their budget is true and verify how much money they've actually spent and all that?
Congressional audits, photographic evidence, eyewitness
But
testimony.
they can just fudge numbers. They can put down whatever they want. Just because it gets signed off by some guy on a Senate committee doesn't mean shit.
So it would take a whole big conspiracy if they were going to try and hide all that type of stuff.
Like an Illuminati type conspiracy.
Right, yeah. It would take some kind of like high-level conspiracy if all of that were fake.
Well, they have top secrets, so technically they don't have to tell us anything. Everything can be top secret, right? So that's That's one way they can do it.
Yeah, there are plenty of things that are top secret. I mean, Senate oversight committees and stuff have access to some of that. So hopefully our elected representatives would represent us well and like not approve of things that they don't think is good for the country.
Sorry. Oh wait, you're serious. Let me laugh even harder.
What I noticed about most of these Senate people is that, like, they basically want to stay in power. They want to stay there for life. You know, like Pelosi, she's just basically making herself rich every year. And there, she's investing in the next law they're going to pass. You know, whether it's Tesla cars or the real estate. You know, I think they're just all corrupt. Don't you think that? I mean, if they are corrupt, then how can you trust them?
Yeah, many politicians are power hungry. I mean, it's part of how they got into power in the first place. So I don't know. I guess I hope for good politicians and take what I can get.
I mean, like Joe Biden's been up there, you know, as a politician, quote unquote, for like, I think like 50 years.
Yeah, he's been around a long time.
Do you think? One question: do you think Trump is real?
I think Trump seems sincere. Yes, I think he's right about some things and wrong about other things.
Go ahead, other guy who was talking. Sorry.
Yeah, it was Timbo. I was just you didn't really answer Godric's question. He said, if most of them are corrupt, then how can you trust them? You didn't really answer that.
Oh yeah, if all of them are corrupt, you can't trust them. I was just saying I hope that there are some that aren't corrupt.
Well, even if 25% of them are corrupt, then really you can't trust any of them.
Right. I mean, what do you do? I mean, that we take what we can get and do the best we can, I guess.
So that means you do trust them?
What choice do I have? I mean, I vote for the best ones that I think will do the best job, and that's what then we're stuck with what we get.
So that we're stuck with what we get, but you believe what they say, eh?
I believe some of what they say. I mean, if they're talking about things that will get them reelected, I'm a little bit suspicious. But, yeah.
So I'm not sure I could. I can't do that. I admire you.
Matthew, you think this Epstein Island is real? There's like a place where these people can go to get whatever they want.
I watched a documentary about Epstein's house somewhere in Florida, and that was pretty creepy. I don't know anything about an island, I guess.
I just wanted to say after Epstein and the girl, but no other arrests have been made. You know about these perpetrators. You know, supposedly the Clintons and other people have been to Epstein Island like 100 times.
Yeah, it seems like a lot. I guess if they had enough evidence, they would arrest people. Maybe they don't yet, or maybe they're saving it up. Who knows?
Or maybe the FBI is in their pocket and they're corrupt.
Yeah, maybe they just
that's a possibility.
They just protect each other. What they've done throughout history. Protect each other. They've been doing it even at low levels. My grandpa was a cop in Scotland, and they arrested someone pretty high up for pedophilia, and they let him go. And 2 days later, my grandpa quit said, "Fuck this! I'm not doing this anymore." So it's even at those medium. I think that guy was a low-level politician as well. So even at those low levels, they get protected by the police and the authorities.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely unfortunate when that happens.
Yeah, definitely. So I could presume that still going on today. So.
Yeah, I think that whole vote in the last election was faked. I mean, they had more votes than any time in history, and the polls, people weren't going to the polls, so how would they have more votes? People were allowed to vote by mail, but that's a good resource. That's a good resource for fraud because you can just send votes to the mail.
Yeah, I voted by mail.
Votes, then.
Hey, can I say something about what Timbo said a second ago? Timbo, you said like your uncle or something was like a police officer.
Yeah, my grandfather. Yeah, my grandpa. Yeah.
Like recently, you mean?
No, this was a long time ago. So this was, I think it was around maybe early 60s. So, and yeah, go ahead.
Oh well, I mean, go on and continue. But I was just going to say, if it was recent, I was going to say something else. But
Nah, it was back. It was back early 60s, I'd say, because my dad would have been 20, so or a late teenager. So yeah, I would say early 60s. No,
keep in mind
that's right.
That's what they want them to do. If you were talking, I thought you were talking about something that just happened recently. So I was going to tell you to tell him, no, that's what they want you to do. They want the good people to leave the military. They want the good people to leave the police force.
Yeah, so they can keep the people, so they get rid of all the people with morals and just keep all the people that they can control and do whatever they want with, I suppose. It makes sense, doesn't it? Well, they do psychology tests for police officers these days, and you don't have to be that smart. So it's just they must just pick people with no empathy and people who just follow orders, I suppose. And by the way, my grandpa was a Mason as well.
Yeah, they allow just enough what seems to be justice to occur to give that that illusion that something's being done. There's people out there trying to stop it all and all that.
Yeah, and in the end, they don't really care. They just want to arrest these low levels, don't they?
Yeah, patsies.
Yeah, get these low-level drug dealers off the streets, not the people who are actually supplying it, but just these little guys. So we're actually doing something.
Right.
Like how often, Twad, that I think it was New South Wales. They did that Royal Commission into the pedophilia in politics and all of that. There was a boy brothel in Sydney somewhere, and it's got a 99-year, when you're not allowed to talk about it, and what's that called? 99 year. Yeah, like that. When nothing's allowed to come out, no one's allowed to say anything about it. If you mention anything about it, or who was in the Royal Commission got mentioned, you get arrested for something stupid like that. And 99 years, not allowed to. And apparently, one of the ex prime ministers was in there as well. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, there was a huge. They were I think it was about 4 years of fighting and fighting and fighting about it in court, saying this needs to be released. And no, it got thrown under, got swept under the carpet and closed down. So much corruption. Sickening. So in the end, they're protecting pedophilia and pedophiles, saying this is all right, you can do it, do whatever you want as long as you're in a position of power. Pick. It wouldn't happen if everyone knew the Earth was flat.
Well, I think it would be significantly less. I think there's probably always going to be a percentage that just can't help themselves.
Yeah. Sociopaths and psychopaths that, have no remorse. So they're always going to be there, aren't they?
Matthew, you're a Christian, so do you think that there could be a satanic element happening up here in the as far as the corruption, as far as the Hollywood and the government?
I think that's a definite possibility. It's probably not as organized and centralized as some central Illuminati or something like that. It's probably more just people being evil. But yeah, I know what you're saying.
Like when Katy Perry said, "I sold my soul to Satan." Do you think that was the real thing, or is she kidding, or did that really happen?
Who said that?
You didn't see the Katy Perry clip where they asked her about her success, and she says, "I was really struggling and then I sold my soul to Satan."
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know what she means by that, but so maybe she meant it sort of in a literal spiritual sense, but maybe she meant it just kind of like a figure of speech. I'd have to see her expression.
But a lot of them have said it as well. There's so many that have said it in that kind of way. A lot of them have said it, I sold my soul, and they go, "Oh, what do you mean, who to?" And they said, the man who rules this world. Don't they say Satan rules the earth? Or this is his domain? Pretty. There's a clip. I can't remember where I saw it, and it went through. I reckon there was about 50 of them, all these pop stars, saying exactly the same thing. It has to be. It seems like, especially the music industry, seems to be kind of ritualistic. I think, anyway. There's a lot of symbolism. They do these funny things where they all do the same kind of ritual, and seems little bit strange to be coincidence. Who also? There was who's that guy that sings? There was the hurricane. What's his name? He's an older guy.
Bob Dylan.
Yeah, Bob Dylan. He said the same thing as well. That's a famous clip in a TV interview. You know, he says, I'm still in debt to the man. I'm still in debt to, the boss. That's what, because he said, the interviewer asks him why he's still making records and singing, and he goes, because I'm still in debt to the boss. And he goes, what? And he goes, the boss of this world. You go, what? I sold myself so I could have have the career that I've had. Yeah, mate, it's out of control. And he just says it with a straight face, like he's not having a joke. Anyway, why would you joke about something like that? Has anyone seen the Bob Dylan one?
Yeah, I saw a clip of that.
Lady Gaga, she does it as well. Suppose you got to sell your soul when you got no talent, don't you?
Of all the people you mentioned, I think Lady Gaga has quite a bit of talent.
You got her album there, Matthew?
No, I don't have any of her albums, but I thought her Super Bowl performance was pretty good.
It was also quite satanic as well, wasn't it?
I didn't see any satanic symbols in there, but maybe I'm not looking as closely as you were.
Her season of American Horror Story was pretty satanic. If you haven't seen that.
Oh, I haven't seen that, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting, but yeah, very yeah. The Queen Mother of Pop as well it was one of the original satanic Madonna, and she's
oh yeah
said a few times, Jimmy Bill Hicks is kind of bits on Madonna was so funny.
That's where they want people caught up in that commercialism instead of reality. There's talent out there that completely shits on anything you'll see on TV or hear on the radio.
Yeah, you just travel around to these small towns and go to your local pub, and someone will be singing original music, and you just go, this is so good.
Right, and they'll never get known like mainstream, right? They'll never make it big.
Yeah, because
they probably
that
they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. They may refuse to
dress like
sign
prostitutes.
off.
Yeah.
Right. Sell their soul.
Yeah, yeah.
But they may just be facing an ocean of competition too,
True.
But it doesn't make anything that they do less, talented, less important.
Check this out. Oh, go on, Ryan.
Like you got Budweiser, you got Miller, Anheuser-Busch, and they all taste kind of the same. They all taste like crap, and it's most of the beer that most Americans drink. And just kind of like how there's just a few artists, a handful of them, that you just hear their songs on the radio, but you don't hear the really good ones.
Yeah, that's right.
Monopoly.
I know this girl who's an amazing singer. Like she would shit on anyone who's in like the mainstream pop thing now. She everyone was telling her, you got to go on The Voice or the X Factor, one of those silly programs. So she went for the trial, and they asked her, would you change how you look? She's a pretty girl, slim, but she's kind of like got a hippie-ish vibe to her. They said, would you change and have more makeup and wear less or wear more revealing clothes? And she said no. And she didn't get through the first stage. And she could easily have won the thing. Like that's how easy it is. Like just to not be accepted by the mainstream music industry. You know, it's crazy. But everyone around her is like, you got to go on The Voice or The X Factor or one of those like stupid programs. It's like seen as the only way into success for musicians. Like now is to jump on that kind of bandwagon of like pre-molded pop stuff.
Yeah, sounds like a perfect example. Probably had a message to sing about too, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Something meaningful.
Positive.
Like they call the show American Idol. It's so blatantly in your face, you know. Worship these people. Crazy.
I tell you what would be interesting is either you Twad or Timbo. Sorry, I didn't quite catch who said it. So instead about if they came out with the Earth is flat, and I was just thinking how normies would react to the news if suddenly now they decided to tell everyone the Earth is flat. Like I know it would affect like aviation and like all certain industries of people who are really into it and it affects. But I wonder how it would affect the normies. Whether after a week they would just be on to some of the news and wouldn't give a shit, you know? Be interesting to find out.
Yeah, like for many, that's the way it would be, I guess, because like how many of us actually go about our day where the nature of Earth actually crosses our mind or comes into or has a direct effect on our conscious decision making for day-to-day life.
Yeah.
Whether it's flat or globe, it doesn't really, does it? Like, we just go about our day.
It'd be like a TikTok TikTok kind of like buzzword or buzz kind of topic for the week, and then it would filter out into some other nonsense, yeah.
Probably, unless you're going to contemplate the deeper implications that it presents. That most people, they're not going to want to think about it. I don't think.
Yeah. I suppose there's so many industries that it kind of affects, or there's kind of researchers and engineers, or like, astrophysicists, or even just like amateur stargazers or whatever. It would probably be more of a buzz, I imagine. But yeah, I bet there'd be a big group of normies though. They're just like, no, but I don't care. Like the ones that come in here and says, doesn't affect my life. Just move on. Crazy.
Right. Well, I think that would probably blow up into a big debate about whether, like, we are an object still within a vacuumous region, or whatever, like there'd be all these, there'd be these branches, these factions, and so I think until it all settled down, like, like astrophysics would take a turnaround, I guess, and they would have to accept that, the obvious observable reality of flat Earth, but still contemplate about the sky, like, well, doesn't mean that's, we're wrong about what's up there. We still might be able to go to Mars and all that shit. I don't know.
Yeah. Imagine people like Professor Phil and like Zanuck and those that have spent so much time trying to fight flat Earth, or even fight the flat Earth as well. Just imagine, like, they would not accept it, would they? There was no way their minds would allow them to accept it, and they would fight it. It would be a reversal of what we're in now.
Right. It would actually take the deconstruction of NASA and public, like, announcements from NASA themselves, and major public officials going on record saying, yeah, look, we're not on a spinning ball.
Yeah. And they'd say, oh no, they're fake, they're deep fakes, they've been taken over by the Chinese or something.
Yeah. True. Now it is a real conspiracy. Yeah.
I'm following the chat in some of the servers, and I guess it's because it's kind of around the time of 9/11. It's that, like, conspiracy, just the topic of conspiracy theories is the kind of the in thing at the moment, and it's mad how, like, conspiracy theory, the term, we know was created by the CIA to kind of, like, people looking into the JFK or doubting the mainstream narrative of JFK. Make them seem like psychos, but like even that weaponized word is now spread just to the word conspiracy, and that's become a weaponized word. Just following the text in some of the servers, even here as well, people talking about it, like people just hear the word conspiracy and they think of it as just some lunacy. It's crazy, man, how that word has changed as well.
Right.
Platty,
Yeah.
you have changed.
You've changed. I'm talking too much today, see? I've definitely changed. You never hear me talking. But for some reason, I fancied it.
Yeah, conspiracy means a plan by groups or individuals to do harm or something unlawful.
Yeah.
A secretive plan, like a secretive plan.
Yeah, I think the more close one would be like just 2 or more people conspiring. I think that's like the essence of the definition.
Like for their own gain, it would be.
For
Wouldn't it?
political or economical gain, something like that.
Yeah, but it usually involves something unlawful.
Yeah.
Or
I mean, conspiracy theorists in general, before they hijacked the term, was a noble thing. Like conspiracy theorists was the ones that was revolutionizing the world back in the days. Like that was when the royalty or something like that was too much over the head. The conspiracy theorists that figured these things out, like they were starting revolutions and stuff like that. Even just like real journalists should be dealing with conspiracy theories on a daily basis, if they are not reading up from a script, but real journalism, even police investigations is based on conspiracy theories. So it should be a noble thing, but they have hijacked the term completely and turned it upside down, and now it's used for mocking people.
You keep in mind your loved ones can conspire to throw you a surprise birthday party. That's not necessarily sinister.
That's true. It's true.
Journalists used to go out and search for dirt on big wigs, didn't they? And it didn't matter what the public thought about that big wig. If they could have been popular, they could have already been, covered in dirt. But that journalist was looking for that dirt on that person, and now it's not like that. They're controlled.
That's what they should be doing. Like a real journalist could be working like for hours, or for months or weeks or even years about unraveling some case. And maybe they didn't find anything, but they had to dig into the core of whatever they were researching, But they just like they can't. They are literally bound by a script.
Yeah, like those guys from All the President's Men film, they were real in real life, when the Nixon kind of conspiracy thing, and they were like 2 journalists, and they spent years looking into it, and that was a conspiracy. They were conspiracy theorists, and they had death threats and everything, and that's like proper journalism that's probably dead now.
Yeah, we had a journalist here in Denmark, or chief. What's the English word? He has been working with journalism for all his life, and in the end of his life, he was more over in the truther side, and he had this presentation where he pretty much showed that every single news. What's it called? News faction or whatever in Germany on the same day, like had the exact same hit article and the same pictures and stuff like that. And he pointed out that if all these factions were independent, like they were actually competitors, how could they have the same story with the same pictures and all that kind of shit, like at the same day? Like were they calling each other and like, we have to send this? What I'm trying to say, like working together suddenly, even though they're competitors. Came out a little bit messy. I'm stumbling in the words right now, but yeah, pretty much just showing that things happen that shouldn't happen. Yeah, you can go on. I know I stumbled in that one.
Yeah, investigative journalism is dead, isn't it? Like it's just become YouTube conspiracy theorists now, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just hard for them because they don't get any funding, so they have to use their own funds, and who have money to just like put out 6 months of researching without getting paid anywhere from, or just from donations.
Yeah, it's hard for them to find a platform on which they can, they can present their findings, present their research without being ridiculed or threatened or whatever.
Shut down, yeah.
Yeah, shut down, censored, whatever, yeah.
Like here in Denmark, we have like, I would call it, we have one, maybe two real independent like news sources, and one of them is just two female journalists that is using their own spare time and their own money, and they maybe get a little bit of donation, but it's not something they advertise for, and it's just limited how much those two girls can produce. You know what I mean?
I was following that. I think his name's Avi, Australian guy, Rebel News. I was following him for a while, a couple of years back. He seemed like he was a bit of a against the system, kind of exposed and things. Anyone else seen that guy or that channel, Rebel News?
No.
I'm probably subbed to him. I don't know.
Yeah, he's like when the last couple of years thing was going down and people protesting on the streets in Australia, Sydney, I guess he was. He'd be getting arrested all the time, by the police just for being right up in their faces, exposing them.
But they also encounter such a dilemma because it's a very tight business. So if they're starting to be, let's say, truthers, and they can ruin their entire career, like if they cannot, provide for themselves through what they're doing here, and they have been doing this, they cannot get a job in a regular place, So it's, first of all, they have to ditch their entire education, and then they have to find a new way of providing for themselves because this business is done for them.
So how fat is the Earth?
We don't know. We have only dug down 8 miles. Well, not we.
You know what I think?
I don't know what you think.
I think that all these Globers, man, they be little weebs, man. Little dweebs. All they do is they say things, that don't mean anything.
Yeah, I mean, it is the internet. It is the internet. Like regular people, they don't waste their time on this stuff.
Yeah, the regular people, man, like just going to work. They ain't got time for this shit. You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy.
Wake up, get the kids ready, send them off, go to work, come home,
well, that's assuming they have kids, but.
But if it's not, let's say it's just a single guy, he wakes up, go to work, go home, fitness, eat, an hour of gaming, and then go back to bed. Then it's weekend and he has to party because he has been working so hard this weekend.
You know what they say? They say party, party, yeah. You know, party, party, yeah. So fun. So any Globers in here want to get demolished by facts?
I think Flatty is a Glober. I think he wants to be dismantled.
Yeah, Flatty. You want to get dismantled?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to be a Glober. I want to take the blue pill.
Why do you want to be so stupid?
I want this steak to taste like steak. I know it's not real. I want to just come back in the Matrix.
Steak. What are you talking about, dude?
It's Cohen Cypher from the Matrix when he wants to go back in.
You get a translator in there? Shit. Fucking
What, you didn't
clubbies,
understand?
man. I don't know what the fuck he said, dude.
Dude, I'm speaking English. I'm from Britain, where English is made.
Yeah. Nice.
Have you started to notice like cricket powder and stuff like that in your regular day-to-day grocery store? What is it called?
Ingredients.
Yeah, I started to notice a few of them in Denmark.
No way.
Cricket powder?
Yeah, they're starting to chip in some cricket powder in like bread and stuff like that.
You know what they say about crickets, don't you? Fucking lowers your testosterone.
I haven't heard that, but that's interesting. Do you have a paper I can read about that or something?
Like
Yeah,
getting
they
on the
do.
food pyramid,
Yeah. They do.
or on type of food chain involving people. Like I never saw a diagram of a food chain involving people and bugs.
Well, yeah,
That
man.
may be low.
Because bugs are gay. So they lower your testosterone. Because you're feeding on that homosexual vibe, so to speak.
Yeah, and we're in America where you speak English. Not where it was invented, but it's where you speak English.
Yeah. You don't eat it or anything. Yeah. Can't eat words.
It's alphabet soup.
Alphabet soup is not gluten free. I wouldn't suggest eating it.
Word salad is though.
I only go to farmers markets because all this other food makes you gay. All these microplastics are shoving up our butts, fucking making everybody gay.
Certainly, at least a soy-based product.
Yeah, dude. That's why you ever hear that saying, soy boy?
Although I'm not entirely sure. I don't think the soy makes people gay. I think the plastics may do that, but I think the soy is, is with your hormonal system in another way.
Yeah. Yeah. Makes me just want to get on some TRT and blast and cruise, you know what I mean? Just fucking, just be a man.
Get some buck steak into you, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, crack me up.
Something I always thought was so trippy about elk, and like I even bought a package of it one time that had like written on the label, like a warning about this, is that when you cook elk, it apparently stays red after it's fully cooked. It doesn't turn like gray and brown like beef or lamb.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
some people like and then think it's still raw even though it's fully cooked because it's red.
Yeah. I don't know. It definitely does change color though. It's not,
Yeah,
you
it
know,
changes
like
color. It's less red than it is to begin with, but it's still like distinctly red even when it's fully cooked. Just like dark red, dark brown red.
that's why you just kind of got to nibble at it as you go. You know, see what's cracking with it. But general rule of thumb, you know, it's like you get a steak of some elk. You just plop her on a nice hot pan with some olive oil and some salt and pepper. And you just let her sizzle for like a minute on each side. Just get a nice sear. Then you turn the heat down. And you just, you know, let it sit on each side for a good 4 minutes. Each side. And you just, so tasty, man. Makes your testosterone go up and everything. It's so good. Why do you think that is, though, that it stays red?
I don't know, just different kind of materials and tissues on different plants and animals, you know?
Yeah. I think it's because elk are probably one of the few animals that haven't turned gay.
Yeah, it's red meat even after you cook it.
Yeah. It's just real. It's as real as it gets. You know, other meat turns gray because it's dead, you know? Then you got elk, stays red because it's still alive, you know? So good.
Just remember the most important part's in the fat. Protein is secondary.
Say that again?
So you got the cholesterol, the fat-soluble vitamins, the omega fatty acids, and the minerals that your body doesn't have the ability to create, these essential nutrients, are all found in the fat of an elk or a cow or a lamb or a goat. And you only find the amino acids, the protein, in the protein. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying don't eat the protein. By all means, eat the protein. But remember, there's a lot more in the fat that you need.
I love lamb fat. I love lamb fat.
Well, the thing about elk is it's a very lean animal. So you're not getting a shit ton of fat. I'd say it just has the right amount. But
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons why I hardly eat it, because there's almost no fat on it when you get any of it.
yeah, I love me some fat. Some juicy
I
fat.
eat the whole loin chop. We have lamb loin chops. I'll eat the whole thing, except the bone. I'll suck out the
You know
gristle.
what's
Everything.
even more delectable? You know what's even more delectable? Some nice fat ass. But that's a different story for a different time right there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna eat no equine.
Rocky Mountain oysters. You ever heard of those? I wouldn't eat them. Fuck that.
Wait a second. What if you found out that was the one part that had the most testosterone in it? Would you eat it then?
What? The fucking balls?
Yeah, your Rocky Mountain oysters.
Right out of the sack?
Hopefully not raw.
Dripping with what? Yeah, fuck that.
No, it's just you're just saying like how eating red meat increases your testosterone level. I'm not in contention with that, but then you're just saying like, oh, I'd never eat that part of the bull. But like, what if that's the part that has the most testosterone in it? Would you eat it then? I'm not even saying. I don't even know if it is or not.
I think it would probably increase my chances by like 3% of trying it. But, we'll save that for a rainy day. So probably
That kind of
not.
thing was probably just same throughout the whole animal for the most part.
Yeah. Fucking Native Americans, man, they'd probably just, gorge themselves with fucking nuts from elk and shit. Probably just ate all the nuts. Because they used, every fucking bit of the animal. So, So Flatty, you there?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
So you're a little globy boy, eh?
I can pretend to be if you want.
Yeah. So are you or are you not?
No, not.
That's good. That's good. So there's no globy boys here, eh? That's good. That's good. That's kind of too bad, though. I was hoping that I could get someone to transition and do a Flatty.
Look at Tim's rolls. He's globe skeptic. He's on the fence. Gemsy's a glober. And Miguel. There are two have jumped in.
Yo, Miguel.
Hey, what's up?
You a little globy boy, eh?
Yeah, he is.
No. Flatty.
No.
I'm Flatty. I'm Flatty Glovers.
I'm
Thanks.
Glover. I like balls.
Oh, man. Fucking no cap. No cap. Shit, dude.
What you guys doing here? Talking about balls?
Yeah, your mom's balls.
Eyeballs? Beautiful eyes?
Yeah. Yeah. Rocky Mountain oysters.
You know what Google says these days?
What do they say?
That men can get pregnant.
Oh, no way. No way, dude. That's fucking old news. You've been saying that.
Wait. Well, why shouldn't they say that? Isn't that correct?
Or at least it's
I mean, all depends how hard you try to get the man pregnant, right? So all depends on
How
the
hard
woman.
do you try?
I mean, I'm married with a woman, so I wouldn't try that. But
I don't know. You better go check.
I can't speak from experience. So how about you guys? Have you tried
I'm a man.
to get a man pregnant?
No.
Has it worked yet?
I wouldn't know.
Come on, man. How will you know if you don't try?
Science.
Oh, yeah.
Because here's my theory. Because all these tests saying that they can get men pregnant is using a woman's womb, right? Right?
Left.
Damn. You got me there. So if they're putting this fucking woman's womb, you know, in the man, then it's, you know, still a woman's baby. Still a, you know, the woman's pregnant just inside of a man, you know.
Well, that's how I thought it was different. I thought that if you are born a biological girl, but then you change into, you know, you change. You believe now that you're a man, so technically you're a man now. But then you get a girlfriend that was born a boy, but now he's a girl or she's a girl. So those two get together, and the man gets pregnant from the girl that used to be a boy.
So let me ask you this. Okay.
Did that make any sense? That made sense, right?
I don't know.
Hoping you.
I'm still processing. But let me ask you this. Do you think that a man or a woman can get a man pregnant?
Yeah, if you were born a girl and then you change into...
No, I'm talking about real life shit.
That's real life shit. There's
No, I'm talking
girls that
about
are born
real.
girls, and then they say they're men.
No, I'm talking about biological. You know what I'm saying?
Are you like a biologist or something?
I don't know. You tell me. Am I?
I mean, if you believe you are, maybe you are.
Yeah, I identify as a biologist.
I mean, you have biology within you, right? And you practice biology.
I'm pretty biology, yeah.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. Do you think that a woman can get a man pregnant? Real life?
I mean, when my wife told me, she made the announcement. She said, "We're pregnant," and I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'm pregnant too." But she was half pregnant. Oop.
And you had the other baby, the other half.
She did.
So you were carrying the other half of the baby. Wow.
No. She told me we are pregnant, so that's what I got from her. But she did all the work.
You got her pregnant, so you helped. So, and yeah, you're pregnant in a metaphorical sense, but she's physically pregnant.
Yeah, she was half pregnant.
Right. So let me ask you this. Okay. Do you think that a woman can get a man pregnant?
Hell yeah.
I can think about it. I don't know if that will translate into anything real, but I can think about it.
Oh, there you go.
I'd rather not think about it, but I could.
There, he said it. He said it.
I think someone's already done that, but with like a bunch of laboratory equipment, you know, messing with cells and stuff.
Oh, you
think
talking
it's already
about
been done.
They shove a baby into a man's stomach or something?
No, they took DNA. They took DNA from a woman, not a man, but they took DNA from a woman, not an egg, which is DNA, and they put it in the egg of another woman, and I think the child was born with the
And then
DNA
it
of
died.
two women.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to it, but I'm pretty sure it's been done. As weird and
Do
gross as that is.
you read those news like on the Global News or something?
I don't know. I heard about it years ago, but come to think of it, it might have just been rumors.
Oh yeah, you guys can't even watch global news.
Did they say, "Hey, Global News, first time this happens in the globe"?
I think they should change it to global, from global to like, you know, flat news.
Flat news.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I learned about it from Alex Jones years ago, so I don't know if that means it's more likely true or less likely true, but whatever.
Yeah. I think Alex Jones is the closest thing we have to Jesus.
Closest one.
You know?
I mean, he is a saint.
Yeah, he is. No, I'll tell you one thing about Alex. He's definitely not lacking testosterone. That's for sure.
Bro, Alex can donate testosterone to everybody in the globe.
No, you can't say
He'll
that here,
still-
dude. You'll get banned. Because it's like racist when you say that. Can't say that the earth is flat or round. Excuse me. Because, we all know that's not true.
Round? What's that? Round like a flying pizza?
Well, I mean, a globe. You can't say that. You can't imply that. Because that means that you're just being rebellious in a server that, is predominantly flat. For sure he is. Hey, for sure he is.
Yo, can you hear me?
Who's that?
Can you hear me?
What's your face?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah?
Okay. I didn't. Somebody turned my mic on. I guess
Yeah,
y'all
what's
did.
your name? What's your name?
Yeah, I'm just curious. Yeah, I was actually listening to y'all while I was kind of debating a Glober who's kind of on the fence about it. But I guess you gotta download the app.
Yeah, your internet, dude. Not so good.
Yeah, I know. My bad.
Yeah, no, you're good, dude. It's not your fault. Forgive you.
Yeah, but he's kind of on the fence right now.
Bro, check your satellite connection.
Yeah, dude. Anyway, flatties, I think I'm gonna head out. Good talking with y'all.
Later, bro. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too, man.
So I greeted someone the other day as he was swooping up trash parking lot of establishment I was about to go into, and I was like about to not say the Earth is flat as I was walking by him, because like someone had gotten like angry at me the other day the day before that when I said it to someone, but anyway, I said the Earth is flat as I'm walking by him, and without missing a beat, he says and stationary, and then I'm like turning around saying hell yeah, and then as I'm walking in, and like I just thought it was interesting, like that functioning as like a greeting, because I have a few friends where, especially one friend, where that's actually how we would greet each other, like the Earth is flat, like and stationary. Tell you though, like a day or two before that though, I was like at Trader Joe's, and like I was about to not even say it to this woman as I'm like she's about to like hand me my change or whatever, but I was like saying to her, by the way, the Earth is not a planet, and she was like, she didn't like yell at me or anything or like insult me, but she said like, okay, look, you do this like every time you come in here, and I'm just trying to do my job, and you just go do your thing, blah 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 blah, or whatever. But it was just crazy, like I don't know, just somehow telling her the Earth was flat just bothered the shit out of her. I don't understand why. All right, but I didn't even say the Earth is flat. I just said the Earth is not a planet. Just whatever. Then again, it is the foundation of Western civilization. And if that turns out to be a lie, which as it turns out, it is a lie, that means the foundation of Western civilization is a lie. But I guess none of us should really be surprised, but this truth bothers some people.
Bro, maybe she's been watching this Globe series and she's very into it, and you kind of messing it up for her.
The thing that's funny about it is, like, as I was looking at her, I was like questioning in my mind, did I tell her the Earth is flat yet? Did I hand her one of those cards? I'm like, I'm pretty sure I didn't. Like, I'm really pretty sure I didn't. But then I just said that to her right as I was walking out, and she's like, "Oh shit, I did say that to her more than once. I just don't remember." She remembers though. I like this term that my friend came up with: planet heads. The Globers, planet head.
Yeah, plan ahead.
It's always good to plan ahead.
Yeah, especially if you're gonna, space travel. You gotta do the right math. Check out this video. If anybody listening, I just shared it in the voice text. This guy, probably what? I mean, he put together like a kind of simple, like magnets and zinc and a couple other materials, and he can produce a charge, a voltage, and light up a LED light. And he can also complete the circuit by touching it himself. So it's not electricity. It's kind of cool. See, I've seen similar things, but he made it pretty simple with simple materials.
of one another. Anyway, in order for you to have true belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No, you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary, and I think the whole thing started because of the word proof. Where would you?
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the.
Yeah, I would. You just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know of any arguments. Students, Matthew?
Am I going to what?
Are you going to use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
Good one.
Don't want to know.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just learned it all.
To justify true belief, crypto. He's got a porn subscription and everything.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
All right.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, you know what?
No,
I know that there are problems with this justified true belief. I know that it's a whole thing, and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
Yeah, but I'm not even going to apologize. I'm just pissed.
Can you one question? One question. Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixed.
Can you explain?
No. Were you expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah.
Give
Yes.
some credit. After everything you just said, you expect them to say yeah?
I don't. He said math is reality. That means yes.
Well, no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right?
Right,
Matthew?
exactly.
Yeah, but you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like, yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question. Not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should ask there, man.
I think the main point that we need to point out here. I think the main point that we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard, with any further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, actually it would start to become again improbable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold, and this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe, do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, very simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you
just vaguely responding?
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right? Yeah. For us to have a good discourse. Yeah, all right. So since you are vague, I would say that you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. You just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't. I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was.
This is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that enough point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Okay, so that's a fair chunk there. I have to do the math here. It's going to take me a bit, but
yeah. Why don't you just look at the Beyond Horizons? They're the professional long distance Guinness World Book record winning photography. They've got all the information in their website. They're not flat earthers. They're photographers. So why don't you look up Beyond Horizons and look up the information they've done? Then you can put that together with what you're saying you're calculating or whatever. These are actual observations done by photographers.
Yeah, look at 29 minutes after the hour. It has all the information you need. The target distance is 255 miles away. The observer height is 9,136 feet. There should be over 12,000 feet of the target hidden by Earth curvature.
Do you have a favorite Earth curvature measuring program? Do you know how to do it? Grenade head.
Oh, wait a minute. Am I on? Is my mic on? Oh. Dave, get the numbers here. I'm just seeing what's going on here.
Okay, so you see the picture right there, okay? You're not supposed to see any of that. We can see the mountains coming down to the shoreline, and we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
I'm
sorry.
I'm going to research this a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and make a comment about it until I know more about it.
Okay, fair enough. So you understand why we're saying it couldn't work on a globe, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do. But I don't understand what's happening in this picture, so I don't want to make any...
You want me to throw you a life jacket? You want me to tell you what your side's going to make you say?
No, I'm looking at this. I want to find out where this is at.
Request?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Because
this is just one of hundreds.
The photo's in infrared, by the way.
Yeah, which limits the spectrum of light, right? Which limits the effect of any type of movement of that light. I mean, this is so staggering. It's not even close. It's 3 miles should be there. 3 miles. Well, why can't I see the shore, dude? There aren't 3 miles there. There's nothing there. I can see the shore. 3 miles. That's super long, bro. So drive 3 miles on the road and then flip that up vertically. That's what should be there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why Flat Earth's censored? You wonder why famous people would never debate a Flat Earther for the world to see? You want to know why I've been kicked off PayPal for being a Flat Earther? And Venmo, and Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram, and YouTube, and DLive.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes you trust your own vision so much?
Well, it's not really about trusting my vision, right? It's falsifying the globe radius. Are you saying that if I can see mountains and they look exactly like they're there, and I can go touch them and know they're there, that it looks like they're actually there, like they actually are, but in fact nothing's there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that almost every single quote unquote empirical science, globe priests, whatever, one of the main first tenets of every science is that the first observer is the least reliable. So I'm wondering how come you're saying that your measurements taken by your senses are reliable.
Okay, we can do this. First of all, measurements, right? So the way we have measurements is we measure the Earth. That's how we know the mountains are that far away, because we measured it using planar survey, right? We measured over a horizontal. That's how you have maps. That's how we measured it. So we know how far the mountains are. Now, if we can zoom in with a camera and see all the mountains, we know we did not zoom in through a mound of Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how? I don't even know the question. And there's many ways you can do. You can shoot a laser over the top of water or a frozen lake, and it hits the other target completely horizontal without any curvature blocking it, when there should be hundreds of feet blocking the laser. You can use mirror flashes. Long distance observations test the globe, right? You're not supposed to be able to see stuff in the distance because we're supposedly on a globe.
And is there is there empirical evidence to suggest that a device that does not require any of your sensory input will demonstrate that there is no curvature? Because personally, I don't believe in anyone's firsthand accounts or anyone's firsthand experience on globe or flat.
Do you believe people went to space?
I don't believe any of their firsthand accounts.
Okay, nice. Just seeing if you're consistent. So we can throw the moon landing out in every story NASA said because we can't believe them. It's just first-hand accounts of people that are Masons.
I don't believe anyone's first-hand accounts.
Okay, that's perfect. We want you to go test it. I've done it. I did it around the whole U.S. for the last year. Almost everyone in this room has done it. This is one of thousands of observations. You can test it yourself. So would that fulfill your parameters where you can verify or falsify it yourself?
Sure. Can you explain to me the experiment?
Well, this is an observation. This is actually not an experiment. But yeah, you just take out a P900 or a P1000 and you zoom in to the distant object and you see if it's blocked by Earth curvature.
That sounds to me like your senses with a filter on it. Very, so very, very rudimentarily.
Oh, so the 125 times zoom camera is making images up, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's filtering your view. It's still filtering your view. Your view is not.
How is it filtering it?
So it's not your original. Like it's the same. So light enters the camera. Light enters the camera.
So tell us how it's filtering it. Please.
Light enters the camera. It's refracted by lenses and changed and zoomed in whatever way you've set it, and it hits your eye. And that's not. Wow, that is actually incorrect. So light hits the object you're looking at. Light hits the atom you're looking at and bounces off directly at you. We're assuming that nothing else occurs outside of this. It bounces, goes inside the lens of your camera, goes through whatever refractive lens and whatever mode or settings you've put, and then hits your eye. So the baseline receiver of said at all interactions is your eye.
So you've been told to not trust your senses, and what you're telling us is a religious doctrine that comes from your school of thought that has basically been driven into you that you can't trust your human senses. So congratulations on that. We're talking about empirical evidence that could be verified by measurement. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes.
Could you explain the differences, please?
Sure. Do you want like a dictionary definition, or do you want my perception of it?
You said you know, so I want to know how you know the difference. Tell us the difference between calculation and measurement.
Okay, so a calculation would probably be. It's hard to say probably be because I'm sure there's a universal definition for it, or
probably is not an answer to the question. Becca, continue on.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording that you would prefer.
It's not about what we prefer. You're making statements. All I'm asking you is to tell us how you know the difference between calculation and measurement. So explain the differences, and I've heard nothing yet but evading answering.
Evading answering.
If you don't know, just say so. It's okay. I mean,
I don't know your exact wording, so I'm going to try and find the most universal wording that I can.
We're not.
Don't be afraid of the exact words. We're just asking if you know what the difference is.
I didn't ask you to go find something. You said you know. Okay. So I'm asking you, what is the difference? You said you know between calculation and measurement, and you can't seem to tell us. Okay, I'll just ask you directly. What is a measurement? A direct measurement. What is that?
A direct observation of...
No, I didn't say observation. I said measurement. What is the definition of a direct...
I'm trying to explain to you without using the word measurement.
I don't want an explanation, I want a definition. What is
Okay, so then I'll find you a definition. I'm not a dictionary.
So you don't know.
So I don't know the definition. No, I don't.
You don't know the difference between calculation or a measurement. You don't know what a measurement is. You've just shown that to the whole entire audience. Thank you.
A measurement is the act of measuring something. I'm so okay. And then a calculation is like, wow, I'm not
If you want to know if something is curving, or flat, would you measure it directly?
To answer your question directly, yes.
All right. So, do you think that in order to know whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a topographical plane of existence, do you think we should measure it directly to know for sure?
I think to know for sure you can measure it directly, yes. However, for me personally, and the results of an experiment that I would accept would have to be, again, where none of your human senses are involved, because I don't trust human senses. I believe that very simple things your senses are usually wrong about. Just like on a neurophysiological scale, it just doesn't compute.
So you already by default you're already.
You're just saying we can't.
Real quick, can I just say this?
Please, one at a time.
I know, please, one at a time. Right, one at a time. Just 1 second. So you're already admitting then you don't believe in outer space or the globe religion.
I did not say that. I believe in the globe religion. Yeah.
So
no, this is like the guy who was on here a little while ago. Who's like the brain in a jar guy. He thinks he's a brain in a jar, pretty much.
I joined yesterday. I joined actually earlier this morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this isn't that guy. But real quick, you just by your concession of expectations and point of view, you don't even have a claim for a globe Earth.
I don't have any claims as of yet. No. I asked the question that I have not received an answer yet.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy.
Yeah, you just have a belief, and then you don't want your senses to be true. So here's Marconi wireless telegraph. That's a transmission of 10,553 miles. That's impossible on a globe.
I mean, I'm hearing a lot of measurements, and this would be impossible. But nobody's answered my previous question. You guys assumed as to where I'm taking it and given me answers to where you think I'm taking it. And
what's the question?
The question was what makes you, or by you, a person who believes in flat Earth, what makes you
it's not about belief.
Trust your senses to the
we don't
degree.
Believe, and we don't
something that didn't require just your senses.
One at a time,
so
please.
What the fuck?
Listen, hold on. We don't. So stop putting words in our mouths. That would be a good start. For one. We don't believe that the Earth is flat. None of us in here have a belief. It's based on fact. Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
So that's the first starting point. I don't have to believe if I measure my table. When I go into the restroom and take a pee, I know that I measured it. There's been a transfer of energy. That's what a measurement is. Okay?
Let me ask him a little question. I'll just be real quick. Say you don't trust your senses. So if you look outside your window and you see a car out there, and you don't think you can walk up to that car, touch it, feel it, and verify for yourself that the car actually is there and you're actually seeing it, it's real. I mean, you can trust your senses at least that far, right? If you're looking at something and you can go out and touch it, you can then verify that your senses are not lying to you, correct?
In the exact scenario of the parameters you've laid out, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, no, the second part was going to be, so if you go out and you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat, by the way. I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Okay.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, like that's where you begin, because that's the observation, that's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have plains. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of plains on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat and stationary and the stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to that, then you would have the burden of proof, right?
Can you say what my claim was? But I don't.
That the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics.
I just said I believe that. I don't think that.
Yeah, you believe in something. You believe in something.
I'm not claiming. I've asked a question, and I've received like your claim is wrong. You're going down pathways that I maybe would like to go down at some point, but like right now I just want to know like why like no quote unquote globe priest trusts their senses, but flat Earth, like everyone.
Do you have a citation? Do you have a citation for what you just said about no scientists believe their own senses? Can you give us a citation? Which scientists?
Well, I don't have a specific citation.
There we are again. So you're making these claims, bro. I'm just trying to point them out. I'm really not a bad guy. I know I sound like the bad cop today. I make a really good bad cop.
He didn't say scientists, Sonny. He said globe believers. He said globe believers. He said, I'm wondering why globe believers don't trust their senses, but flat earthers do. That's what he said.
Okay, there you go.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah.
I thought I just clearly explained to him why we trusted our senses, because we went out and verified what we seen was real.
Well, let's hear him respond. Let's hear him respond, please.
I mean, I thought I gave him the answer.
I have nothing to respond. I don't know the answer to the question I asked.
Because to believe the globe religion, you can't trust your senses. That's all.
So here's the thing: why flat earthers we don't have a belief. Because see, you've come into a place where we've studied and we've investigated these things about the human eye, the sizes of things, ocular resolution, like all the how perspective works, all these different things that we've looked into. That's why it's not a belief anymore, because you can take the size of the aperture of the eye and you can make certain reasonings based on that are real, empirical data as far as size, distance, and so forth. So we've done measurements where we have known distances, known heights of objects, over and over and over and over again. It's like measuring your kitchen table 1,000 times, or measuring every kitchen table within 100 miles. Like, we've looked into this, so that's why it's not a belief anymore. I wanted to clear that part up. What you have is a belief. You have a belief because you cannot provide any kind of empirical data of anything exacting or specific at all about your fairy tale globe.
I'm laughing because I have nervous laughter. I apologize.
There's nothing that you can provide. Listen, if you could even provide us a claim that a globe Earth is being used in any technology that is using real physical objects, over, under the water, anything like that, we would love to see that, because we've looked for it for almost 7 years.
I got a question too for the new guy. Why are all flight simulators, and yes, all of them, programmed over a flat stationary Earth? Why would they do that? Why would they teach them that if it's a globe?
Yeah, that's why it's called a plane, right?
I actually have not yet seen any simulation that well, except for Kerbal Space Program, which
that's a video game, dude.
Yes, that's what a simulation is it not?
We don't have to talk about simulations. I'm talking about the flat and stationary being used everywhere, all military, radar, rail guns, okay? Line of sight, hundreds of miles. Get out of here. It's not a
Right,
globe.
when they train a pilot, bro, right? They put them in a simulation to learn how to fly. And in that simulation, they negate what's called the gravity vector. They just completely negate it in the simulation. And then the simulation is built to fly over a stationary flat Earth. That's how they're trained. That's how the blueprints of the plane read as to how they were built. That's what he's explaining to you, right? When
Yeah,
we're talking about a video game.
Yeah, it's not video games. It's real world shit, because those people are going to be in flight training in the real world. A lot of those people are going to be pilots who love to play those kinds of games, or they already are pilots. Again, why would it ever be considered once to teach someone about flat and stationary if it were a globe? Why would you ever have to bring up flat and stationary, let alone the amount of times that they already have, which is in the tens of thousands at least?
What's up, y'all?
You gotta admit that's kind of weird, bro. What up?
I'm sitting here watching. I know you guys are talking, but I just want to mention this as an aside. Like, I'm watching Vinny, Vinny B from the guy that was on the podcast with Dave Weiss. I went back to his original video that he did on there, and he's talking about the Jesuits and laying down so much information. I'm like, oh my God, I got to look into this. Talking about the Roman Empire is still running things. And the reason that these people have this strong heliocentric belief that they live in a ball in a vacuum is literally because of the church. The irony is killing me, bro.
Yeah, the Jesuits, bro.
That's got to be pretty shocking. I mean, think about that. Iron Dan, is it Iron Dan?
No, it's
Iron Dan.
Is it?
What do you think, Iron Dan? That your whole entire paradigm of the space thing, the Big Bang, was created by a Jesuit, a Catholic priest.
The entire thing?
Yeah, George Lamont.
Yeah.
He proposed the Big Bang.
And he was buddies, many meetings with Einstein, other pseudoscientists of the period.
Okay.
Which is why we say heliocentrism can't really be that old, because all of the other sources for it, they're not primary sources. Like Eratosthenes, nobody knows this man existed. There's no other literature surrounding where he's come from or wherever he's come. Like, none of that is. You can't really verify any of that, even from a historical standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Doesn't it kind of interesting that you were never taught any of these things? Doesn't that kind of make you think, like, why wouldn't I know these things? Why do flat earthers in 2022 have to teach me about all these things, right? And we didn't get taught them either. We had to figure them out, but that should make you wonder.
Before you brace against it as like, all right, they're saying some more crazy shit and blah 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 blah. Just look up the name Georges Lemaitre and type in "father of the Big Bang" and see what comes up. It's none of this stuff is hidden that we're talking to you about. I think I heard them telling you about all of the government documents that in there reference flat Earth. Like, I mean, why would that exist? Think about it.
You can actually go get these documents and read them, where they say that they train pilots and build planes to fly over a flat plane.
What you do have is YouTubers who tell us no. What you do have is various YouTubers that popped up after people have been questioning flat Earth to tell you that, well, mentioning that stuff is in there is out of context. Tell me how you can simplify mathematics for a sphere to flat planar geometry. How do you? It's not even the same thing. When they say, "Oh, this is just the simplification," and they're actually misleading people. Okay, well, whenever we ask them for the complicated version, that doesn't really exist. So it's kind of like you have to fact check the fact checker. Because imagine you find out some bullshit, then you go to a person and you're like, "Why'd you lie to me?" And then they give you their first objection. Do you normally go, "Oh, okay, I guess you're right"? No, you dig into it a little deeper. Have them give you verification for their justification.
Can you imagine flying a plane and trying to land on a surface that was spinning or moving at 1,000 miles an hour? People want to say, "Oh, it's your momentum you took with you." What if you turn the plane and go opposite direction and then turn around and go this direction, that direction? Then you go to land on an object that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. How do you really think that's possible? Do you really think a plane could land on an object moving that fast?
Answer your question directly, no.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Iron Dan, you can read, right? Simple.
Before you. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Because I'm just trying to dispel. Because I know what people, like normal people, respond with, and okay, so obviously you can look, and then people will say, "Oh, flat earthers are wrong again because actually it's 1,000 miles at the equator, not everywhere." But it's really an RPM, right? So if you have a surface of something that's moving like a sphere, matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Imagine something spinning like a tire. Does it matter where you put your finger on that tire that's going 100 miles an hour? Honestly, it's not like it's not going to be moving if you land on one place of the tire versus the other. Like if you land on, say, like the middle, like where the axle is.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's still moving.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Earth's movement, there's no accounting for it whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a justification for why not. It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
We can't find any citations where it was empirically demonstrated to measure or detect the RPM of the Earth. So many people tried in history and never actually did it.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Einstein said that he's come to the conclusion no optical experiment would ever prove the rotation of the Earth, the movement of the Earth. So even Einstein said it can't be proven, and that it's because of relativity. And then, basically when things fall down, really the Earth could be going up as well. It's all relative, and there's no way that you could know. So it may look like it's still, but it could just be moving. That's the actual, still to this day, best argument.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
But
sorry, my mic was done.
If he's new to this, he's getting all this information for the first time. So, I mean, it's all good. It's crazy, bro. It sounds crazy, but just keep listening. I mean, these are all verifiable facts.
If you really think about it, you've never seen Earth curvature, right? If you've been in a plane at 35,000 feet, because the globe indoctrination is so thick, people will see like the two sides of the window on left and right bend just a little, but that's because there's 7 fucking panes of glass between the viewer and outside. You think none of that's going to be bending? It's crazy. It's flat, horizontal, all the way up. The horizon stays right in the middle of your vision. How is that possible? The higher you go up, it should be dropping exponentially. We should be able to see half the fucking Earth from 30,000 feet.
Again, you got the. I'm sorry to bombard you. So I know I just jumped into the conversation and I said all this. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Elijah. It's good to be speaking with you. Sorry to just unload on you like this. But I just feel like every time someone says something, I'm thinking about the counter, and it's like, well, let's think about that counter for a second. Like the fact that people, first of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out. There's another guy, planetarium director Paul Larson, came out and said mathematically, obviously, with the area that you can see with your field of vision, you can't see the curve. In response to us sending up balloons to, I think, 120,000 feet, and it was like, where's the curve? Why is this curve that they're telling us is the curve? Why do we not see it when we send up balloons? Which is why they had to start saying that. But ask yourself this, like, for all of the, because there's a flat earth debunk website that says, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong and he should apologize. Ooh, scary words. But if it is curving in your field of view, just put that image in your mind for a second, that it's curving just a little bit. And then begin to do a turn. And when you get 180 degrees in your mind, tell me how that curve makes sense. As a matter of fact, tell me what you can get on a plane and you're looking out and it's curving. So then you go to the other side of the plane and it's curving the same way. How does that make sense? But this is what they tell people, and this is what they've reinforced people with. I've seen the curvature on the plane. I've seen it. You know, because it's on like Good Morning America or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, people. Of course, people. No, they haven't. And if you claim you have, it's like, word, you seen the curve through that little window, and then you didn't really think about what happens if you did a 180 degree or 360 degree on that curve that you think you see. How does that even make sense geometrically?
Did you know that every single star in the sky moves east to west in a circle around Polaris, the North Pole star in the center? And it's done that for all recorded history of mankind. They say we're on a 66.6 degree tilt, wobbling, revolving around the sun, 66,000 miles per hour, as the sun drags us through space 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy shoots through space 1.3 million miles per hour, and we're on an elliptical orbit that constantly changes, and yet the sky has done the exact same thing, resetting back where it started around the center star for all recorded history.
Which indicates no movement at all.
And that all of those stars reset at exact geographical locations over the flat plane of Earth, as they have for all those thousands of years as well.
Surely you've seen these ancient buildings that show the summer solstice. They show the sunlight coming through a little hole in the wall, and it shines on a specific spot. And they view that every year, year after year after year after year. If we were spinning, flying through the universe or whatever, you think that light, that the sun would shine on that exact spot every time, the same time of year, exactly in the same spot? It's impossible, bro. We're not moving. That's why.
Iron Dan, your thoughts on any of this?
At this point, I feel as though anything that I say is going to create controversy, give me name calling, and
no one's going to call you names, bro. That's not what we're about.
The live
hasn't happened yet, has it?
Text would disagree with you.
Well, why not answer the question? What was that about? You know how weird it was to say, what are your thoughts on what's been said? And for you to say, well, unless you're going to answer with a non sequitur, aka things that are totally not related to what's been said, which would kind of piss off anyone in any conversation, why wouldn't you just answer the question as it relates to what we've tried to say? I mean, I know we've said a mouthful. Maybe you could say something like, could you repeat that thing about the Jesuit priest? Like, that was interesting. What were you saying? What was his name? or something like that. Like, I mean, because unless you're going to say what we're saying is wrong, in which only thing we're doing is citing information. Why? Because we didn't make it up.
Right, but he's not being real combative, right? So, like, he came in here, maybe thinking that this was crazy, but to be fair, if someone was going to be honest, if we were unloading information on them like this, they probably would kind of not have much to say because it's a lot to take in. So,
yeah,
well, I mean, you can hold on. You can just say I don't really have any comment right now because it's a lot to take in. That thing about people be mad if like I said, only if you don't respond directly to what's been said. If all you have to say is I don't have anything to comment right now, but I do have a question, that's honest. Or it's better than nothing.
Sure. I don't. It's hard to recollect a lot of the things that you were saying. I think it's interesting the analogy that you made about the spinning tire. You said 100 miles an hour, right? And you said at any point that you put your finger on the tire, it's still 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like if I comment at all in any way, it's just instantly, globe priest indoctrination, and you can't make assumptions based on your school of thought. Like I'm really cornered here, at least intellectually.
Well, we don't make assumptions. Everything we've told you are not assumptions; they're just facts that can be verified. So
yes, but like when I'm solo and there's like 30 of you, then everything I say is assumptions, and everything you say is assertable fact.
If you state a fact, we're gonna go with it, dude. We're gonna know if it's an assumption, though. We do know these things.
Yeah, so let's break through some assumptions and some of the stuff that we were talking about initially when it comes to planes flying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody mentioned that all flight simulators are, flat stationary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do, just to get some participation here, is I'm going to post something in live stream voice text. It's from NASA. It's a nasa.gov website, and it's a PDF. Do you have the ability on your computer or your phone where you're at to pull that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, cool. Can you do me a favor and just read me the summary? So you'll scroll down past the table of contents, and then you'll come to the summary of the document. Can you do me a favor and just read that aloud?
I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm sorry. I'll read it to myself.
I mean, you can go through it slow. Nobody's going to make fun of you whether you're mispronouncing something or anything like that. That's not the exercise I'm trying to do. And let me know if there's anything in that summary that stands out to you.
If someone read it to you, would you listen to every word?
No, that isn't my point. But yes, I see that it says that it's a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. So this is NASA.
Linear aircraft model. Okay.
Yep. So this is NASA's derivation of the linear aircraft model, right? Okay. Why would they utilize that language, and why would they use a flat, non-rotating Earth for their aircrafts? Why would that be the case? Why do you think that is? Because this is coming from NASA, right? Which is obviously you've heard us say that we don't necessarily trust NASA. So what we're doing is we're using what's called a hostile. Yeah, we're using a hostile witness. So we're using NASA as a proof of our point here.
Okay.
Fortunately, they're telling the truth on this document.
Well, yeah, so people's lives are at stake when it comes to flying planes, things like that.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
So when people's lives are at stake, we have to assume that it's a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. I mean, that's the only way NASA can fly anything. I mean, what does NASA look like not being able to fly anything?
even
So-
if you go ahead, brother.
Oh, I was just gonna ask your thoughts on reading that document from NASA. Do you have anything that comes to mind? Anything on your mind?
I'm going through the introduction right now. The only reason I could think of that they would be specifying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is because, as you mentioned, that's what their current model that they're speaking of here. And what does it say? 1988. The model that they have for linear aircraft. It doesn't even say flight. It just says just a linear aircraft.
Right. Why would they have that in the 80s if they went to the moon in '69, bro?
Those sound like two totally separate topics. It seems like the only reason they would support that would be because they're, especially early models like models and simulations definitely just couldn't compute a full rotating body beneath you. To do that, you have to render the whole body.
That's ridiculous.
Otherwise, it's just like a treadmill.
So you just assume that the thing is the exact opposite of what it really is when you're preparing to fly over it? That's ridiculous.
Hey, you want to know why they? You want to know why they can't do it?
Wait a minute.
They actually.
What's it? This is one of those moments where everybody just needs to take this in, because realize everybody, we all know this matches reality. This matches reality. Isn't that crazy? And that's the point, is that this model matches what we experience. Wow.
Right.
That is kind of hard.
I want you to know though, like they can't even mathematically propose it on a spinning ball, so they actually can't even come up with an equation. It's called the three-body problem. They can't do the math. They have no choice. Like, they can't even mathematically explain this model. But like you said, they model it based on reality because they're flying in reality, and if they don't do that, people would die.
So the linear verbiage there, linear being a straight line. Yeah. So that would insinuate that this model craft is flying at least in a straight path.
Do you see kind of how this kind of comes back to what I told you at the beginning, bro? Like how this is actually the default position, right? Because like all observations and measurements show the Earth is flat and not moving. And to do anything successfully in the real world, practically, whether that fly, shoot ballistic missiles, use ground weapon system towers, whatever it is, you have to assume the Earth is flat for the practical use case to work, right? For you to be able to practically do things, you literally have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary and flat. So it's the default position. It's the only way anything works. So if you're going to claim anything else or believe anything else, you have what's called the burden of proof, right? You have to substantiate that what you're claiming is true, even though opposite to all evidence ever.
So, for example, in this case, can you find us a document that describes how nonlinear aircraft work on a curved Earth?
I can't, no.
You could try. You didn't even try. Come on, give it a search. Give it a whirl.
I mean, you agreed with me a minute ago that it wouldn't be possible to land on a surface that was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
I agree to your direct premise. Yes, I don't agree in the sense that a plane taking off, like you said, the detractors would say, is that that Earth constitutes an inertial frame of reference relative to the rest of the quote-unquote heliocentric model, and when that plane leaves the ground, it still maintains the momentum of the rotating Earth relative to another body that is within the same heliocentric model. So that would be relative to the moon.
Yeah, but you didn't. I guess you didn't hear the part where I said the plane went up and turned and went in one direction and then another direction and another direction, which takes away all that angular motion, all that momentum. It's gone at that point because you're going in completely different directions.
There's also a problem when you're traveling from the equator and towards the imaginary poles on the ball. You're going from an area of higher rotation to an area of lower rotation, so there should be a deceleration somewhere.
So turning in a plane is not just turning. It's also, I'm sorry, what are the four forces? Lift, drag, thrust, and load. No, weight. Weight or load. I don't remember.
On a flat earth. Yeah.
So when a plane is turning, there's a lot more involved than just turning. There is first it has to bank, right? It has to.
I'm not talking about turning. I'm talking about the change.
I'm answering the previous gentleman's. I'm answering the previous gentleman's thought, where he said that you're losing all of the inertial momentum imparted on you by turning. I don't believe that's the case, considering that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. Not exactly right. It's not.
Give me evidence of this.
I'm sorry. I was told I shouldn't interrupt anybody. So could you?
Well, when you make a baseless claim, can you? I'm asking you to clarify your baseless claim. Can you give us evidence of the gas being attached to the rotating object?
I'm not saying it's attached to it. I'm saying that it's a part of it, so to speak. If we are to follow the premise of the globe model, my point ultimately, like I'm not going to go into stuff that I can't prove to you or that I don't know personally, but I will tell you that
that violates gas law 100%.
No.
Gas does not attach or bond to anything. That it violates all gas laws.
That was wrong. That was wrong of me. I didn't mean to phrase it that way. I meant to say that the air still acts upon the aircraft, and still, like, the momentum is still conserved somewhere, right? So if a plane turns, that momentum, the momentum of the plane changes, but some energy is still dispersed into the air, some minimal amounts of it, but it's still primarily efficiently pushed in the direction that the flaps are turning it in, and thus going in that direction. However, you're still conserving the same momentum that you had when you took off, because if that were not the case, if there was no atmosphere, for example, and it was a rotating ball, then yes, you would have to, depending on the speed that you attained in the plane, and that could be honestly however much the proportion speed, whatever of said thrust generating source.
This is what I wanted to ask you before we got. Look, okay, because I just wanted you to think about the words that you're using initially to justify this. But I'm going to ask a question, which is kind of annoying to us, so I would understand but trust me, it makes sense to ask this.
Sure.
What kind of momentum are we talking? Linear momentum or angular momentum?
That you're discussing right now?
Well, when you say it has to conserve momentum, which kind of momentum are you thinking? Because I would be thinking angular momentum, seeing as that you're traveling over a curved surface.
You are, but as the globe priests say, you're moving at 1,040 miles an hour before you even take off, right? And then depending on the direction that you take off,
that's kind of a red herring. Let me explain why. Because it's not dealing with the kind of momentum you're saying you're conserving. I'm just asking you which one you think it is.
I don't know. I just know that there's no such thing as absolute motion, and that every motion is relative, and the plane is relative to, at least in the context that we were discussing, the plane is relative to the ground from which it takes off. So
right. So the ground is curving and the air is curving. So you would have to conserve angular momentum. How would you be doing that? seeing as that you're flying a linear aircraft? I mean, have you thought about it before? You don't have to force an answer.
I'm trying to force an answer that makes sense to me, let alone applies to either globe or flat.
Okay.
But it doesn't make sense to
like
me.
for instance, if I spin a yo-yo, the yo-yo portion is attached to the string and it's attached to the rotation. However, if I cut off the yo-yo, it's going to fly off in a linear fashion. Well, obviously, it's going to drop to the ground at some point, but we're talking about moving in a linear path. So,
and without the influence of gravity or any sort of atmosphere or anything at all, then yes, it would most likely be linear motion. But it's not, considering there's so many other factors involved when a plane takes off the ground, like 4 forces, right, that I mentioned, which is
then why that's what we're saying. Why aren't the ones that are actually manufacturing the aircraft or flying the aircraft, they're not doing any of what you're saying? Why is that?
Well, they're not doing it in 1988, and they're not doing it based on this assumption of a linear.
No one's assuming anything about a rotating globe underneath the aircraft. Only flat and stationary.
So I think it's because it doesn't make sense to assume that it is rotating, because it wouldn't have an impact. In the sense.
Do you realize that all you can do to argue for the globe is go on and on trying to explain why we never experience Earth as a globe?
I also want to point out, like,
you could put it that way, yeah.
This argument now a couple of times of in 1988, like, it's just so outdated. Don't you think if they came up with new information, NASA.gov might have updated that information?
Yeah, because actually, the other gentleman is right. All you have are excuses for why none of us ever experienced, nor has anyone ever experienced, a rotating globe.
Yeah, just nothing unexplained ways.
That's excuses.
How long has the Boeing 747 or the 737 been in use? Do you know?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
Well,
because we've been flying planes the same way since 1988, right? The surface of the Earth hasn't changed. The way that we fly these aircraft really hasn't changed much, right?
Okay.
So at what point does the spinning, rotating, and curving Earth come into play? What year? What year did we have
I'm
to
not
account
saying
for
that it does come into play at a certain point, but I just, like, it doesn't. I can't even give an example that makes sense. Like it.
Well, okay, so because the problem is logical fallacy. And so we're saying, well, the documents say that you're flying for all intents and purposes over a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is in opposition to what people believe it is. And so when we ask you questions where we think, well, if it were curved, if it were moving, shouldn't these problems happen? I mean, obviously, if you simulate it in your mind, it presents a problem unless you accept the ad hoc explanation for why none of this would happen. So it's actually begging the question, because the conclusion already is, well, it is a globe Earth, so the reason that we don't experience it is add whatever ad hoc explanation you like. So the question for me is, why do you believe that?
I want to hear it.
Yeah,
no, I'm just asking why one would believe that. I mean, it's like so many different. I mean, you can believe what you want. I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you not to think what you think.
I feel like I haven't fleshed out like what I'm trying to say. It's that in the reason that they're speaking of linear models for aircraft, because I think especially at that time, and probably even now, there aren't aircraft that it could make Well, actually, maybe today there is. I don't know, but at that time, I don't think that there were aircraft that could end up in a situation where a curved Earth would have an impact. And what I mean is that if you were to, let's say, for example, that you are flying through an atmosphere filled with air, because that's what you can't have quote unquote flight with.
Can you provide? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but can you provide a citation for what you just made a claim for?
Sorry, sure.
In the very first part of your statement, just now, you made claims. Can you show us a citation where that is, or are you just making it up?
Could you repeat the claim that I made?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. Like I'm not tracking what I say. If you're tracking what I say, then you should be able to repeat it.
You don't. I don't think you even know what you're saying. That's what sophistry is.
Sonny, everyone, can I just point out what he just said, though? Right before Elijah started speaking, he said, when asked about it, he said, I don't even have an example for the globe Earth. He said, I can't even come up with an example for why we would need to operate over a globe Earth, and nobody noticed.
That's not what I was referencing to, but sure, I guess. Yeah.
No, nobody noticed.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I did notice. That's not what he said. But I get your sense of it is what he did.
No, it is what he said, Elijah. You're not paying attention.
That's not what he said verbatim. No, it's not.
No,
what
he clearly made the. Bro, you guys need to open your ears, please.
But can you not interrupt and allow me to actually repeat what he did say, so you can say, you know what, you're right, that's more accurate, or no, that's not what I heard. Do you have to be this oppositional? Okay. So what he said was a whole bunch of trying to explain why you would have a plane conserving momentum after I made the thing about the yo-yo and yada, yada, yada. And at the end of that statement, he said, it's not really making sense to me right now. I don't even know how to explain it.
I can't give you an example where that would, where
that would make sense.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not an aeronautics professional, but I can say that, like, I do know that there are four forces that act on a linear aircraft when it's traveling through an atmosphere. I mentioned
that's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted the citation for, right there. I need something stating that those four forces, right there. Sorry to interrupt you, but you move too fast, and it's like a moving target. So right there, you said there's forces acting upon it, so we need a citation. Can you provide that citation for that statement?
Sure, I definitely can't. If
and how it's used in linear aircraft model, please show us where that is.
He said he can't do it, man. Like, this is the only beef I have with this place sometimes, is like, it's probably pretty hard for someone new to the subject, right? Yeah. And so if someone is being decently honest, where he's speculating answers, and when he's told why it's wrong, he's trying to figure it out, and he admits it doesn't really make sense, we don't need to make it more difficult. He said he doesn't have the citation. I think the point is that instead of just making claims in your head, right, it'd be more productive if we can actually discuss things that can be verified. We actually know your side's information and all they have to offer, so the more efficient way would be to stick with empirical, verifiable things. And I think that's what Sonny's kind of trying to say to you when he keeps on bringing up the citations. I do think that
Oh my God, I found it by accident. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I found what I was talking about by accident. If you go to page 26 of what you linked me, 1.3.4 discusses energy-related parameters and then force parameters, and they discuss these quantities are total aerodynamic lift, total aerodynamic drag, total aerodynamic normal force, and axial force, which I'm guessing is.
And how does that? And how does that relate to the actual in-flight, physically flying the aircraft? Tell me how are they adjusting for those forces?
So it is actually what that page is talking about is exactly how they engineered the plane to fly in reference to a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's the
okay.
point.
And I can probably see how all four forces would still apply on a flat Earth. What I can't see is that it would make sense to think of it as a rotating Earth, because there's just like you would have to travel a very fast and very far distance in order for curvature to apply, especially at that altitude, and then you would have to adjust for that.
So the thing about
I don't know how far.
Oh.
So the thing about curvature, right? Let's get into that. When we're talking about curvature from where you're starting, it's an exponential equation that you're talking about. So when the plane takes off and it's flying in a straight linear line, right?
Exactly. Where height is not increasing or decreasing.
No, we can do it. We can do the math. I'll help you out, and then I'll let the guy that was just talking previously take back over. 500 miles an hour. So how much drop would you have to negotiate with that?
I don't know, but it would have to be relative to the plane. The